Okay, Shalom Israel.
Shalom!
We're going to go ahead and get class rolling. We're going to go ahead and set up the prayers and get into Sabbath reading. All right? So, y'all got all right. So, everybody. Oh, so we said at the beginning. All right, where's it? Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushua.
Hashem Yahushua.
Hawa'ah. Natalanawa. Award. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Aman. This is blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us, like this day, thanks so be it. And the light represents the wisdom and knowledge of the Most High. And you can find that in Matthew chapter 5 and verse 16.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushua.
Hashem Yahushua.
Hawa'ah. Natalanawa.
Rayach.
Nayachacha. The water.
Aman. This is blessed to Yahweh in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the sweet Savior. Thanks, so be it. And the sweet Savior represents our prayer going up to the Most High's incense. And you can read that in Psalms 141 and verse 2. Imagine Wapanya, Yerushalayim, stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh. Hashem Yahushua. Hawa'ah. Natalanawa. Shabbat. The water.
Aman. This is blessed to Yahweh in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
After we do the Psalms. So have that ready. Yes. Okay. This is Psalms 121. Anasha. Ayayim. Ahayim. Na'ayim. Yabawa'ah. Isaiah. Yabawa'ah. Mayahawa. Sha'aisha. Shemayu. Wa'aratazah. La'ah. Yanatan. Lamawat. Ragoya. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashawamar. Yasha'ala. Yahweh. Shemaya. Yahweh. Tazawya. Ayo. Yam Yayam. Hashamash. Yala'ah. Hakaya. Bayawam. Wala'ah. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashemaya. Mako. Rai. Yashamar. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashamar. Hawalakya. Wabawa'aya. Ma'aitan. Wa'ai. Aiwalam. Aman.
This is Psalms 121. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. All right. Lord's Prayer. Abanaw. Shabbat Shemayim. Kodash. Haya. Shamka. Yahweh. Malak Wafka. Tawa'ah. Ratzaka. Haya. No, excuse me. Ba'aratazah. Kawa. Bashamayim. Natalanawa. Lachum. Ko. Yawam. Wasalach Nawa. Kawawath Nawa. Kasalach Nawa. Kawawath Yanawa. Wala'ah. Tabayanawa. Banasaya one. Abol. Hawashai Nawa. Mayan. Rai. Kaya. Laka. Hamalakwa. Waha'ala. Wahatapa'arath. La'aymanramya. Ahmad.
This is Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this manner, therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
This is the Ten Commandments, number 1. La'ah. Yahaya. Laka. Alahayim. Achoyim. Al-Padya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah. Ba'isha. Laka. Tasol. Wala'ah. Ba'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Number 3. La'ah. Talakwakah. Shum. Yahweh. Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar. Hashabath. Lakodashwa. No. I'm sorry. Zakar. Hayawam. Hashabath. Lakodashwa. Right. Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Number 4. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Wa'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah. Tatazarah.
Thou shalt not murder.
Number 7. La'ah. Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah. Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah. Ta'inah. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah. Takamad. Ko. Asherah. Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Yeshavim, which means to be seated.
Yeah, trying to go it off. It did not. Trying to get this down, the whole thing down with memory. Oh, right. Oh yeah, you? Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, y'all good here as far as the air? It's kind of just perfect, huh? Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and get the reading going. First one. Brother, come up. Anybody leaving early? Racha, you leaving?
Rakat's further away, so he probably go first.
Okay, Rakat, let's go.
Wacha war, Sabbath God, Bon Yash'Allah.
Rakha war, Shabbat Shalom, God, Bon Yasha'Allah. I imagine, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai Barakatam.
Yahweh Shem Yahshai Barakatah.
All right, we're at Leviticus, the first chapter, y'all. We here. Listen, take good notes. You're wasting how many hours of your life?
I'm not wasting time.
Exactly. That's the point. Don't waste it. Take this opportunity and time, not just to sit here 5 hours and not take good notes. That's the whole point. Because other than that, if you're just sitting here, you're not going to be able to retain 5 hours of class. You ain't.
They do like church.
There's no there's no way though. Like your brain ain't going to be able to hold all this information in. So you got to take good notes. All right. And I see. I'm gonna say it again. And I've been saying this. It is my pleasure to be at service to you brothers, because you brothers are some great men. Your diligence, your dedication, y'all love. Seriously, I mean that. Like, you brothers is a group of brothers. You know, none of us is perfect. None of us is perfect. We know that. But I look at y'all and how y'all fight y'all battles and going through it. Y'all inspiring, you know what I mean? You keep me mentally reminded that, you know how Ezekiel, Isaiah is, what did he say, Elisha? I was left alone. Like, no, we're not alone. There's a lot of men that are like us, dedicated and love the truth. You know what I mean? And that's why, you know, every day y'all show up, every day y'all give your time, your spirit, studying. This is why I remind y'all, like, take this and use these times. You know what I mean? This is going to move you at a quick pace. Knowledge-wise. I think we do not leave out the spiritual part. So, I'm not, that's why when it comes to the knowledge, I know y'all going to get that. And when it comes to the spiritual part, are you working on your inward man, I know you're going to get that too. I think we have a good balance of that. That if it comes to breakdowns and information, like we don't leave that out. But then also when it comes to the working on the character flaws and defects, y'all get that every day. And that's why I think that y'all are growing at the level pace y'all are growing at, because you're dedicating yourself in that area most of all. It's just not just about the knowledge. So remember, you're still a scholar, up and coming priest. Study to show thyself approved. Take good notes. Ask good questions, and it won't be a waste of 5 hours. Right? That's my point on that. And you kids, you youngsters too, from Shanyabun, Ma Waller's not here, his throat is swollen. Malaakia, right? And all the kids that are conscious and aware, y'all take good notes. Take good notes, ask good questions, all right? So Leviticus 1 verse 1 down to verse 16. Looks like a quick reading, but you know how when we go into these different laws, you're studying law now. The Most High's law. So a lot of these questions are supposed to come up, so we won't have discrepancies. But then also the spiritual part is supposed to come up too, so you can be clear on both ends, right? The law and the spirit of the law, We never want to lead without the Spirit, or else we're just going to be like the Pharisees and the Sadducees, which is we know the law, but we don't know how to embody the characteristics of these essential elements in the law. All right? And I never want to leave that out, because that's the most important thing. That's what the Messiah brought to us. Yeah.
Speaking of taking good notes,
Yeah.
is there like a class on note-taking method? Because everybody taking notes.
Different.
Are they good notes?
Right.
Notes that will be efficient to help you study and to, like I said, efficient notes.
Yeah. We haven't done a specific class, but it just comes down to, man, who's good at taking a lot of notes? Sisters. Like, you see a woman's notes, you be like, what the hell, you writing a dissertation? But they're taking good notes. They're like, it depends on what level you're at. Like, some of us need to write down the understanding. Some of us, that is clear, right? And you might need to write down the precepts that go with it. So to simplify it, that's what it is. So if you're the type of person that we're going to read it and then you're going to be like, I break that down again, then you got to write down the understanding, right? If not, then it's just what? Oh, this precepts go with this scripture go with this. You know what? Let me put this as a side note. That way I can go back and study that and add precepts to that.
Right.
Now for you up and coming street speakers and then brothers that are going to sit up here, you're doing that and then saying, oh, you know what? This would be a good class to go in on. So it's those different levels you're at as a brother, as a new beginner. So what level are you at? Do you need the understanding? Then write down the understanding. You see that? If you're saying, you know what, I kind of get this, right? Easy walk through. What I need is just precepts to hook to confirm this scripture. Then, oh, you know what? Let me ask, or let me write that down for later and then get them and link it up. That's how you get more out of your class. And then that's how you study later. A lot of cats be like, well, what do I study over? Like, literally, everything we go over in class, you don't know. So you refreshing over those things and then going back, linking the precepts to that's study time. You see, then when you get on the higher level, when you're street speaking, you're like, dang, okay, I noted this for the side. I'm going to set that up for street speaking. This would be a good topic. You got your speech, you got your street speaking pad. You got your class, you got your questions, right? You got your questions that might have turned into a class. You see that? So it's all about organization too, right? How you're going to organize these things. So, man, I know brothers, man, that got notes like, there's certain cats that, like, watch Zion, they be like, man, I got these notes from like 10 years ago. They don't got to go into the YouTube video. They're like, yeah, I got classes from 10 years ago. I got classes from 5 years ago, right? So, take good notes. And then when we're in classes and we jump to the questions, you got to note that too. Or it just becomes a pile of scriptures. Then when you go back and like, yeah, what were we talking about? This doesn't seem right, right? I've done that in the past videos. So it's like, damn, all these scriptures is here. What was the topic? So if you're not taking good notes, you didn't find out that, oh, we jumped from like 3 questions. So notes is important, right? Okay. All right, so let's get it. Go ahead. Yeah.
Questions will be at the end.
Yeah, we'll do questions at the end. Off the class, right? Questions. We'll do it like that. What happened? Oh yeah, it's slanted. Shawashana, where you at? She already left? Yeah, just somebody probably tapped it a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Center it a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, just center it a little bit. Turn it a little bit more.
Yeah, I can tell.
A little bit more. Oh wait, you're.
To the right.
No.
little bit more. A little bit more. Same way you did that. You got it again. No, the other way.
Oh yeah, well I was going the wrong way. My bad.
Oh.
Again, a little bit more.
All right, more.
A little more.
Oh, you need to like slide it over?
Yeah, you're doing it right. Keep doing that. Do one more time. Yeah, a little bit more. All right, now you got it. One more time.
Oh, let me see. Right there?
Yep, that should be good, right? That should be good. Just,
Yeah.
everybody's in there. Okay, all right, Leviticus 1:1.
Leviticus chapter 1, verse 1. And the Most High called unto Moses, and spake unto him out of the tabernacle of the congregation, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel.
And you know what I try to do when I go over these topics, I hit y'all with all the things topics that are out in the stratosphere that people don't pay attention to till 10 years later and be like, well, I didn't know that, yeah, like I be pointing those out. So I don't leave any gaps to where you come back later and be like, I didn't get that understanding. Well, I try to, majority of the time. So we know that he didn't speak to the Most High. He spoke to what? Angel of the Lord. As we go back to Exodus 2 and 3, right? It tells you he spake to an angel of the Lord. So you got to note that because a lot of people were like, well, he spoke to God, right? This doesn't make sense, right? Well, because you're not going through the precepts and understanding the language, right? Go ahead.
Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, If any man of you bring an offering unto the Most High, you shall bring your offering of the cattle, even of the herd, and of the flock.
Mm-hmm.
If his offering be a burnt sacrifice of the herd, let him offer a male without blemish.
Mm-hmm.
He shall offer it of his own voluntary will at the door of the tabernacle.
The voluntary. I know we go on the free will, but voluntary is important too. Because voluntary means what? You weren't coerced. Right? We got to watch that. It's a thin line between I want to push you, brother, and help you forward to now you're being coerced. And I'll tell you one thing. It's a damn thin line. Because what's the job as a Hebrew Israelite? Cry out loud, spare not, lift up our voice, right? Be a brother. Do what? Be your brother's keeper. So a lot of times it's like, yeah, brother, come on, man, we can do this. But then it's like, what the hell's your problem? You're not doing it. And a lot of times that line is very thin to where you got to let that individual do it themselves. Right? And now, instead of like, their feet are dug in the ground and you're pushing them little by little, and it's like, I don't want to move, brother. Right? We had an instant like that, and I talked about this before online. This is not a secret. We were on brothers about taking the test, and, brothers pushing them and saying, hey, you've been here. You're doing it already. Go ahead and push yourself to be this priest. But the brother in his mind was like, well, I want to street speak, but I don't have to. That's in his mind. Like, we was like, okay, we can't have preference. We can't put you up on the street speaking when you're not a soldier. The how we have it set up, you got to be a soldier. You got to want to be there, right? We was like, so we're going to do this. We're going to take you off. You're a good street speaker. Well, pass your test, and then you can go back up. Didn't want to pass his test, right? Didn't want to take his test. We're like, what's up with you, We believe in you. Yahweh's great. High fives, right? You can do it. You're the best. Because we see the potential in brothers. But he just didn't want to do it. So you see how it's a thin line between I'm trying to nudge you as a brother, and now I'm forcing you.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you the truth, it's a hard line because we want to give a damn. And at the same time, Not be like, all right, then you don't want to do it. Next brother that wants to do it. It's hard. It's like you be wanting a brother to move up to that pace, but then the brother in his mind, he's like, I'm not there yet. What do you do? So this voluntary thing, you got to really pay attention, because you do that with your rib. You do that with kids. A lot of time, you start trying to force feed people. And we know the scripture says what? Let's go there. Go to Corinthians. Let's see. Ready. Ready for the Shabbat. Let's get it, Now it's getting hot in here. Now it's getting hot. I don't know what it is. It just got start talking. Is that what it is? I'm burning energy right now. Go ahead.
2 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 12.
Right. 2 Corinthians 8 and 12. Go ahead.
For if there be
No. We're not going there. If one water, one planet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, because remember, this is talking about. We know about the willing. Look up the word definition voluntary. What you got for voluntary?
Webster's 1828.
Go ahead.
Acting by choice or spontaneously.
You see that? Acting by choice.
Right.
So this goes into, like, are you pushing this person? And how much are you pushing them? But you know the Most High created the dynamic like that, right? The Most High created this dynamic. That as a brother, our job is to what? Cry out loud and spare not. Our job is to what? Be your brother's keeper. Our job is to what? Be there for your kids and your wife, right? But, how much are we there and how much are we now forcing somebody as opposed to letting them do it through free will? That dynamic was created because how else would the Father look at your integrity and your love? Think about it. That puts you in the situations that have to still give, but have to always check yourself and how you give. So this is a dynamic that nobody's going to escape, because the Most High instills in you the love to do it. Because once you say, you know what, scrap that person, then it's wrong. You see that? We got to keep, we were just talking about, I was just mentioning this to him earlier, but what we got to do is keep telling them, but it might not be to the same level of now we're pushing you to where we're forcing you, but we just got to keep telling you through the scriptures. Like, this is what the Most High requires. And then it's your job. As opposed to 1 minute I might sit down and say, hey, look, this is the correct way. I might let up from that now. The one-on-one talks, I might let up from that. Why? Because you're not trying to get it, or you're acting like you don't want it. I got to do what? I'll just leave it to us coming to class. We're hitting topics in class. You see that? But this is what we got to understand. Read that.
1 Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 8.
Go ahead.
Now he that planteth and he that watereth are one.
Right.
And every man shall receive his own reward according to his own labor.
Go ahead.
For we are laborers together with God.
Right. So, did you miss the part? It's one planet from water. Verse 6. So where you at again for them that just came in?
1 Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 6.
Go ahead.
I have planted.
Right.
Apollos watered. See?
I have planted, Apollo watered. This is what a lot of Israelites don't get. Right? You met the brother in the street. He didn't know he was nothing but a Christian. Well, now you're planting. Right? Or you met him in the street and he knew he was Israelite. Somebody already planted the seed, and you're coming back and what? Apollo is water.
Right.
And that's what we gotta, that's another dynamic. Right? It's going to be like that. Go ahead.
But God gave the increase.
But who gives the increase?
God gave the increase.
Yahweh gives the increase. The Most High gives the increase. What that mean? I can't force the increase on you. The Bible tells you how this individual will increase. He said he give knowledge what? What?
Liberally.
Liberally. So if they're not growing, or they're growing at a slow pace, it's because how much they're consuming and what they want. You see that? So it's not about us making you increase. We can't make you increase. The Most High only does that. Y'all get this? So this is very important. Where was that again?
1 Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 6.
1 Corinthians 3 and 6. Go ahead.
Verse 7. So that neither is he that planteth anything,
Right?
neither he that watereth, but God that giveth the increase.
Check that out. Check that out. Look at what he just said in the spirit, man. It's neither he that planteth or watereth, it's the Most High that gives the increase. But he gives you liberally. If you're saying, well, why you don't comprehend, why your comprehension level ain't up there? It's your desire. You see that? Why you don't get it? Because you're not trying to hear it. And a lot of times, when brothers are not trying to hear it, you gotta what? Let the Spirit work on them. We were just talking about that. We were like, yeah, we keep telling the brother, he's not listening. You know what I mean? He's got to learn the hard way. You know what I mean? He's got to learn that if he doesn't do this in his house, if he doesn't do this with his rib, if he doesn't do this with his kids, he's going to learn the hard way. Right? Now, the sad thing about Israel, if they can be getting whooped, they can be getting corrected by the Most High, and they still will be oblivious. Right? The Most High be checking them, and they're still like, no, it's going right. You see, but who can tell them? Yeah, right? You see why we're this level of thinking that we can actually change somebody is wrong? Right, so that's why the law goes back. Where are you at again? Leviticus what?
Leviticus chapter 1 verse 3.
Go ahead.
If his offering be a burnt sacrifice of the herd, let him offer a male without blemish. He shall offer it of his own voluntary will.
Right, so just on that voluntary will, right? Watch it on how much you're and how you go about to feed. If you stuff in somebody's mouth, what are they gonna do?
Choke.
They're gonna choke or throw it up. It's gotta be the dynamic of properly how to feed, right? And now you see why a lot of us are not skillful at that. Because as young brothers coming in, you what? You just you still smell like weed, and you're what? Trying to force feed everybody else. It's like, wait a minute, you pushing this down mama's mouth. Mama did, you done messed everybody else up, and you're not even clean yet. That's why it says when your obedience is fulfilled. Right? Then you can be that teacher. But the problem is that we skip the process. And then we end up doing more hurt than more edification and teaching and leading. Right? This is a mistake we've all made. So, hey, listen, I'm putting it on blast and on recognition. So you as spiritual leaders, as you're coming in, you don't do what I did. You don't come in and I mean, I know for some of us you're like, damn, too late. Right? I done burned so many bridges, brother. Right? But there's a technique to not going in and trying to shove this down everybody's mouth. Right? It's a technique to fishing. It says make you fishers of men. Which one of y'all jumps in the water and then starts trying to grab the fish with your hands? First of all, you're not that guy. Yeah, there's a skill there, but you're not that guy. Right? You better learn how to fish. Get a pole, get some bait. Brothers don't want to do that. They want to jump straight in, fondle the water, and then what? Start grabbing fish. I'm a man of the Lord. Right? What's up?
That's the primary reason why they call it a tackle box. This is your tactic.
Check that out. And a lot of times, we don't have the tact. We don't have the tact in how we do these things. It's the same thing what happens with your kids. Same thing what happens with your rib. It's a dynamic in the house, right? How much I get my kids to study, to learn, and then I let them fall back and see. I want to see how much they're giving themselves to it. See, I let them breathe a little bit, but then I add a little seasoning to like, hey, I'm watching y'all. Y'all are not using your time in the spirit. So I got to be the father. I got to be, all right? We got to be our brother's keeper. But at the same time, when you got brothers trying to what? Lock them down to where, no, you're going to just do this and do this and do this. And then they grow up like resenting the whole process. Oh, yeah. Right? Oh, yeah. That's because your fault. And how you go about to do that. Sisters do that too. Right? Women do that too. So it's a tact. You got to have tact. Or else you're going to push people away from the gospel instead of teaching them. Right? So voluntary. How do I get my son, Shemaiwan, as he's learning? Right? It's a natural thing. Think about it. Have y'all watched these little kids? They naturally want to what? Dad, I don't force him to come to class. He's like, Dad, can I go to class with you? But why is it when they get 16 and 17, they're like, Con, you ready for class? Con, you know what I mean? It's like, whoa, what happened? What happened to that? Hey, can I go with you to class? Can I do this? Can I do this? I want to always be around you to, man, I'd rather do this or do that. You see? It's got to be in them. And that fire got to keep burning in them. You see, just like you, right? Just like your rib, babe. Like, it was at a time with my ribs. I was like, listen, get it, class. That's when I was super gangster, Hebrew Israelite, burn everything up in my sight, get in class, right? Now it's like, you going to class? Well, no, because we got, okay. And I what? I pay attention to that. Oh, you're not going to class? Okay, you are going to class. Then I'm paying attention. Okay, you're getting up in the morning. What are you doing? Then I look at, okay, their spiritual health, emotional health, and see all these things as a leader, right? As a leader of my house. So you got to see that as a leader in your house, your brothers and everything. As priests, we got to know the proper tact, how we go about to apply these things. Because it says go not to the right hand, nor go to the left. You can't go too much, right? And you can't go too little. Because then what? You'll be unbalanced, right? If I just let them go and do, if I see them out of the spirit and let them do what they're doing, what happened? They're going to grow up out of the spirit. You see that? So, yeah, man, this voluntary thing is important. Start from there. Voluntary will what?
His own voluntary will.
Right.
At the door of the tabernacle.
Yeah, check that out. Mm-hmm.
Of the congregation before the Most High.
Go ahead.
He shall put his hand upon the head of the burnt offering.
Right.
And it shall be escaped from him to make atonement for him. Accepted for him to make an atonement for him. And he shall kill the bullock before the Most High.
Right.
And the priest, Aaron's sons, shall bring the blood and sprinkle the blood round about upon the altar.
Okay, so who was gonna kill it?
The priest.
Let the male offer voluntary, right? The door of the tabernacle, and he shall put the hand upon the head of the burnt offering, right, and accept it. Right, go ahead, read on.
And he shall kill the bullock before the Most High.
Uh-huh.
And the priest, Aaron's sons, shall bring the blood and sprinkle the blood round about upon the altar that is by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Mm-hmm.
And he shall flay
Mm-hmm.
the burnt offering.
That's that grill talk. Yeah, right. You put that meat on the grill, you flay it, right? Nice cuts, right? Yeah, good cooking it really good. No, I'm not a chef, but I know about I'll put it like this. I'm not a barbecue guy. I'm not good at how much coals, how much coals, how to let that, I got to learn all that. But I know of it, right? I know there's some, any barbecue kings in here? No? Man, y'all down yourselves. One brother. Yeah, someone. Yeah, I thought you didn't know. I thought all Jews know how to barbecue. But you're just being humble. You're just being humble.
I mean, I haven't cooked for a lot of people, so.
Oh, I got you.
That's right.
Yeah. Zion, Quatzazop is coming down. What Abishai, yeah. And they're going to do the lamb and everything. Right? So, would have been tight. Maybe before Yahushua come back, we'd actually have our own lambs. Right. You know what I mean? Fresh. Right. We go through the whole process. Would be nice. But you see how we're not doing it according to the law. You see how we can't make our boast in the law? Right? The Most High has given us mercy because according to the law, it was a proper way. And I'm jumping over to the Passover offering, but a lot of them were basically the same thing. Right? So go ahead.
And cut it into pieces. And the sons of Aaron, the priest, shall put fire upon the altar.
Right.
And lay the wood in order upon the fire. And the priest, Aaron's sons, shall lay the parts, the head, and the fat in order upon the wood that is on the fire which is upon the altar. But his inwards and his legs shall be washed in water, and the priest shall burn all on the altar to be a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of a sweet Savior unto the Most High. And of his offerings be of the flocks, namely of the sheep or of the goats, for a burnt sacrifice.
So this is the burnt sacrifice. You give a sheep or a goat, right? Yeah.
Verse 4. It says, and he shall put his hand upon the head of the burnt offering, and it shall be accepted for him to make atonement for him.
Right. This is, and that's what I was saying, that this is the individual doing that part. Then the priest will come back, right? Because remember, it's your atonement.
Right.
So we would bring this to the priest. Put your hand on it, go through that. Then the priest would do the what? The sacrificial part, right? But this was our atonement. Yeah, good point. Go ahead.
He shall bring it a male without blemish.
Right.
And he shall kill it on the side of the altar northward before the Most High. And the priest and his sons shall sprinkle his blood round about upon the altar. And he shall
so you had priests that would, I like this as you read it slow, you start to see certain priests would do certain things. Laying the parts, the certain body parts, his sons will come back in verse 8, and the fat in the order, they would lay the fat in the order on the wood, right? So, like, it was a technical thing that had to be done. But you're going through this process, right? Go ahead.
And he shall cut it into his pieces with his head and his fat, and the priest shall lay them in order on the wood that is on the fire which is upon the altar. But he shall wash his inwards and his legs with water, and the priest shall bring it all and burn it upon the altar. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of a sweet Savior unto the Most High. And if the burnt sacrifice for his offering to the Most High be of fowls, Then he shall bring his offering of turtle doves,
Right.
or of young
So
pigeons.
we're seeing in this instance, it wasn't just the goat or the sheep, it was turtle dove. A lot of times, when you go through the law, is if you didn't have the sheep or the goat, you would bring what? The turtle doves. Right? So I didn't have all that. You would bring the turtle doves. Right? Go ahead.
And the priest shall bring it to the altar.
Mm-hmm.
The ring of the head, ring off his head.
Yeah,
And
the
burn it.
law was vicious, man. The law was vicious. But you can see how the Levites went to the left-hand side with this. Right? When you, Levi, Simeon, right? When you went to the brujeria and the voodoo, right? They went left with this. And you bringing off heads to Oshun and, and all these other gods. They took this. This is why the Most High had to remove this part out. Why? Because, first of all, the scriptures tell us it wasn't by blood of goats, the blood of animals, that we were going to be healed. That our sins wasn't going to be healed by the blood of goats and animals. This was all just the preparation to bring us to Yahweh Shai. Right? So, but you see how vicious it is, man. Like, but after you ring off a head of a turtle dove, you were supposed to look at yourself, right? Check yourself. But those things didn't happen. We didn't look into us inwardly, the spiritual man, right? Everything was about to bring us. Everything was to bring us to the Spirit of the Most High. So, ask yourself this. Why are you doing what you're doing when your insides are messed up? Like, if your mind is negative and wrong, well, then what's the point? What are you doing this for? The point has to be because I'm changing my mind.
Right.
If it's just, no, I'm going to think the way I think and feel the way I feel, and this is just church. You're just sitting here. This is just church, all right? You're doing what the Catholic Church and Christian Church do. I'm going to hear what you got to say. I'm going to hear these scriptures, walk out, and be the same person. Yeah. And that was the problem. Why do you think this is the condemnation? The same thing you're hearing to bring you to life will be the same reason you're condemned. Right? That we all are. Because the Most High is letting us know, and we have no what? Excuse. We got no excuse. So we got to really take that into thought. It's different, y'all. You know better now.
God.
Right?
God.
You know better now. So, come on.
God.
And burn it on the altar.
Yeah?
And the blood thereof shall be run out at the side of the altar.
Mm-hmm.
And he shall pluck away his crop with his feathers, and cast it beside the altar on the east part by the place of his ashes, the ashes.
Mm-hmm. So that was the what? Burnt offering?
God.
So Leviticus 1, burnt offering, right?
Yeah, that was it.
All right. All right, next brother.
Go ahead.
Asa Shabbat Rabban Ban Yashala.
Asha Shabbat Shah Ra'aban Ban Yasha'ala. Imagine. Barak.
Yahaba Shem Yahushua Barakathum.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Barakatah.
Did they choose those names?
Oh, Karen, yeah.
We got it. They did?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it today.
He's ready.
Oh, are you? You're leaving? You're leaving too?
I've been waiting.
Oh.
Okay, so listen, and real quick, because these brothers are gonna have to leave. We're gonna salute y'all in all at one time. Okay, Asa's name is no longer Asa.
That's right.
We keep putting this off. It's been put off for 2 weeks.
You've been waiting.
Come on,
Nah, you say you've been waiting.
Stand up.
Okay, so what name did he choose? We're taking a little intermission from reading.
What name did he choose?
Asa chose the name Lakad the Khan, which is
Say it again. Say it slower.
Lakad the Khan.
It sounds like a damn conquer name.
Like he in the 1500s. Lakad the Khan? The Khan. Lakad? Lakad.
The Khan. Like Thak and
Spell it out. La,
La and then Ka. Like
Ka, and Da.
Yeah.
When I say spell it out in Hebrew, it's La, Ka, Da.
Oh, okay.
Right? Those are the symbols.
Ka.
Lakad, Da, Khan.
No, Thak Khan.
Tha, Ka,
Nah.
Na.
Yeah.
Lakad, Thakan. That's a damn conqueror's name, bro. I don't know what's working with you. So that's dope. I ain't never heard a name like that in Israel. Serious. So what does his name mean?
Lakad being captured, and then the Khan being balanced. So.
Jeez. So listen, when they pick these names, remember, they didn't just go around and be like, man, he's buff.
Right.
You know what I mean? He's buff, and you know what? He's gonna take over all the hoes out here. It's funny, but brothers come up with names not even based on the brother's character, spirit, what he's done, what his battles are. And so when they asked the brothers to come up with the names, because literally they sat and meditated on these names for a while, talked about them, looked them up in Hebrew. They judge according to his character, right? What we know him being around for what, 3 years? Going on 3 years, him being around us. So this is where and how we get their names, all right? And in the Hebrew. So Lakad Thakan means what again?
Captured balance.
Captured balance. We're gonna tell him like he told Israel when he gave her name. His battle and his gift is the balance. So he's capturing the balance, right? And it's something that he's learning in his life and in the truth. And remember, these names, I'm sure when they named the ball fool, they could have meant he wasn't going to be that. Right?
Yeah.
But he ended up becoming the negative side of it.
Yeah.
Huh? So, this is why his name is Lakad the Khan. That's a code name. Lakad the Khan. All right, so the next brother, Miles, what is it?
Not to Zach, Kanaka.
These cats got some crazy. I'm gonna tell you, no cats are gonna hear these names. Not to what?
Not to Zak, Kanaka.
Ha.
Na and then Ka and then Ha.
Oh, Natazak Kanaka. Natazak Kanaka, which is what?
It means continued dedication.
Continued dedication. And you've been around us for about a year and some change. And the same thing is his dedication, how he's committed, how he hasn't looked back, how he's dedicated, his spirit, his love, his brotherhood. You've never had any incident with this brother. Even in his little stubborn moments, you know what I mean? His brain, he's like and he shuts down and rolls, right? The brother's been constantly around us, giving and just brotherly. And once again, these names are going to be defined by your continuance in what you're doing. Right? So say that one more time.
Natazak Kanaka.
Natazak Kanaka. Right? Which is what?
Continued dedication.
Continued dedication. So, once again, keep doing that. Keep continuing, keep in the dedication. And the next brother's who?
Nas. And,
Formerly known.
Formerly known as Nas.
Right.
And, now it's Matazara, which is
Say it again.
Matazara.
Ra, Ka,
No.
or Kwa.
The Ra. No, it's Ma, and then Tazar, and then Ra.
Ra and Pa.
Yeah, the Ra.
Right,
and the
that's
Pa.
how you spell it. So you spell it breaking down the actual symbols. Ma, Tazar, Ra, Pa.
Okay.
So Matazara.
Ka. Yeah. Which is Crucible.
What is it?
Oh, Crucible.
You break that down. Tell them why you crazy.
He got the definition of the card.
Now, why he got the definition? Why'd you give? Why, when y'all meditated on this, why'd y'all come up with that?
Well, basically, he's coming from dealing with a lot of different situations in his life, and just not been given anything, just from parents, family. And so he's like basically an open vessel because nobody taught him anything. Nobody's given him anything. I mean, like all of us, but you can see it from his time coming in that this brother literally hasn't been taught anything. So everything's being given to him right now with the Spirit, And with that being said, it's like you can either the definition to kind of bring out the picture more.
Okay, what's the definition?
A crucible is a severe trial.
Crucible.
Yeah, a crucible, and that's the word for his name, and the meaning is a severe trial. So he's got all these hurdles he got to cross past, he got to overcome. So he got a lot of trials that the Most High has him going through, to where he has to conquer himself and his mind, so that he can become the best version of himself. And read on.
Is a severe trial or challenge.
Challenge. So the trial, when you're in your trials, you have a challenge. So now the Most High is challenging him and continually challenging him to become a new person. And that's in every little piece of his life. You see that? Read.
Creating a transformative experience that redefines or dramatically alter an individual's sense of identity.
So his sense of identity, who he is when he came in, the Most High is making him let go of all of it. So he has to go through a severe trial so that he can break it. Otherwise, because the trial can the definition speaks. It speaks powerful. Where's the other one? The melting. You don't got that one? Oh, there's another definition basically talking about this melting pot where it's used to, let's say you have metal.
But I want to show y'all something.
You see how they put real time, and they could go and say each one. It wasn't just they woke up and was like, well, he's sexy and slim. You know what I mean? He got a swimmer's body, so we're going to name him Slims. Like Israel got to stop with the foolery, man. Like, you literally got to put time into it. You know what I mean? And know them that labor among you. When brothers ask, well, let me get a name. Well, the scriptures say, know them that labor among you. So how do we know you if you're not around? What is going to be the proper name that's going to give it? Then at the same time, a lot of people ask, well, could I get my own name? Yeah, you can. But the proper way, when you look at scripturally, these names were always endued by a moment, a time, an instance, something that defined you. It wasn't just one thing. And if you don't know that, you know what I mean? You might not do yourself service. Right? So, like what Zion said to the brother out there in Rochester, like, I didn't choose my name. Zion didn't choose his. Quatazab, like, the brothers around us said, okay, look, they did the same thing he did. So I love it because it really speaks to the fact of each brother. And I know we got to go on in the reading, but I know you can go through each one of them and break down why, because he did it. He showed me, and I'm like, it blew my mind how love, time, and dedication they thought him and Bakar going into this. And when they brought it to me, I couldn't deny it. What are you going to say? Hold on, I'm Kazaki. I was supposed to do that. No. They put time, dedication, and really spoke to each brother. Character, spirit, and what they're going through. So, we're going to salute them in. All right? We'll salute all of them right now. Let's do that, and then we'll get back to the reading. So, we're saluting out. He shall no longer be called Asa, but what?
Lakad the Khan.
Lakad the Khan. He shall no longer be called Nas, but what?
Matazal Rab.
Montazai Rap. And he shall no longer be called Miles, but what?
Natazak Kanaka.
Man, y'all got some killer names. It's beautiful. So let's salute them. Call it.
Aki, Imagine, Barak.
Okay, and y'all can give them, give them. Listen, seriously, y'all, you deserve it. The names y'all got, y'all deserve them. You know what I mean? Keep doing what you're doing. You know what I mean? You make your name, right? And you define yourself, right? So keep doing that. Khan? All right. Let's get back to the reading, man. All right? You're going to have to write those down and text those out. So we can really be able to, because it's 3 of y'all at one time. We just, and that's how they came with them. Y'all actually went through each one. So we keep dragging this out. We've known, you know this for like what? A few weeks now. Yeah, we just, that's why we had to do it, or else we're going to keep putting it off. Text them, send it through the chat, and then that way everybody knows the proper spelling and pronunciation of that, all right? So we're at Leviticus 1:17 down to 2 and 15.
Leviticus chapter 1 verse 17. And he shall cleave it with the wings thereof, but shall not divide it asunder. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar, upon the wood that is upon the fire. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire of a sweet Savior unto the Lord. Leviticus chapter 2 and verse 1. And when any will offer a meat offering unto the Lord.
Right? So the first chapter was a burnt offering. Right? The second chapter is a meat offering. Now, how we use the word meat today, we're thinking, but they just burnt meat. You're going to see that this meat offering is not the same thing as we look at it. All right? We were thinking meat was the animal, the meat. Right? But how meat is used in this context is not necessarily the animal. Y'all get this? Yes.
Precept for that?
Yeah, let's get into it, and then you got the precept.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Read.
It says, his offering shall be of fine flour.
Right. Yeah, I just want to get through that, and then you can come in with the precept. Go ahead.
And he shall pour oil upon it.
Right? So you see that? The meat offering was actually what? Not meat. You see how, like, when we read it, we're like, if you don't understand these things, what happens is you mix it up. The Bible's language is different from our language because the language that we speak has changed. Right? Even now, the definitions that was in the 70s ain't the same definitions in lingo that is now. Listen, even the kids slang, yes, they're recycling some, but then a lot is brand new. You see that? So we got to understand that the Bible talks different. So the meat offering was what?
His offering shall be of fine flour, and he shall pour oil upon it.
Right?
and put frankincense therein.
Mm-hmm.
And he shall bring it to Aaron's son,
Right?
the priest. And he shall take thereout his handful of the flour thereof,
Mm-hmm.
and of the oil thereof, with all the frankincense thereof. And the priest shall burn the memorial of it upon the altar, to be an offering made by fire of a sweet Savior unto the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
And the remnant of the meat offering shall be Aaron's and his sons.
Mm-hmm.
It is a thing most holy of the offering of the Lord made by fire.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 4. And if thou bring an oblation of a meat offering baken in the oven.
Right. So you see that? So this was the flour with frankincense and myrrh mixed, throw it on the fire, it burnt, it bring up smoke to the Most High, and it'd be a sweet smell, right? And then it can be turned into a what? Verse 4, a cake, baking in the oven, right? Go ahead.
It shall be unleavened cakes of fine flour.
Right, you know, that flatbread. But imagine that, bro. Now, once again, frankincense and myrrh, look at all the things that it does to your body. We've been over this before. You look up what the frankincense and myrrh do, what it's good for. You eating this stuff all the time, Mike, you was healthy. You see why the priest had no blemish, had no like the disease level was less, because you was eating the things that were proper. Your diet was right. Right? And even back then, obviously they was eating some meat. Right? So the problem now is they were eating meat not with two heads. They was eating meat not with being pumped up with all kind of diabolical drugs. Right? So that's why now, when you go to the Apocrypha, it said about, and it tells you how to watch your meat intake. You see how that applies too. Right? But back in these days, this meat was delicious. It was the best meats. You're talking about grass-fed. What else is there? What else will be there? But remember, the devil what? Go to Isaiah 24, verse 5. Not that you Hebrew scholars don't know this, but for the people that might not know, read that. Matazara. Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 25,
24, verse 5.
24, verse 5.
Uh-huh.
The earth also is defiled under the inhabitations thereof.
Under the inhabitants thereof. You know, when they talk about Monsanto and what Monsanto did with the GMO and how they create this Monsanto to do certain things to your crop, that in itself is messed up. And they create it to where the ground is constantly pounded and it has to yield and bring forth. Right? There ain't no 7-year rest of the land. Right? Ain't no Shabbat for the world. Right? For the earth. They constantly, why? Because they need that food. In America, how Americans work is we live off of consumption. And the more you eat these things, the chemicals and all these things. I was telling my son about bleached bread. Bread is not white, y'all. Stop eating the white bread. You want to be more healthy. I know. Love that white bread. You love that white rice. You love Britney Spears, right? Bro, just start doing it like this. Get black bread. Get pumpernickel. Get the good stuff. Because we want to know why we got kidney disease, liver disease. It's the breads. It's all the stuff that the white man genetically modifies that bleaches. Look up what happens when they bleach. Bro, I'm like, I'm not eating that no more. I'm like, I got to get my family on the bandwagon, but my bread's the black bread. And guess what? I feel great. I can eat that bread at night, and guess what? Stomach won't hurt. I won't wake up feeling bloated. It doesn't rest on my stomach. You know what I mean? Same thing. And it's the same thing. The thing is, they taught you what? Let me get you. They taught you what? Everything black is nasty. And white is pure. And you think it's a joke, but psychologically, when you look at that bread, you're going to say to yourself, it just don't taste it. It don't taste the same.
Yeah, because even when a lot of people come from like Italy and just over there in Europe, they say that the bread over here is like much sweeter.
Yeah.
Even just the regular white bread.
Yeah.
It ain't even really sweet to us, but they can taste all the sugars that's in the bread. Yeah.
Anything white, take it out of your life. Seriously. No white. Hey, go into the white rice. Remember, why did the Most High create us dark skin? What is it about the dark skin and the enzymes and all the things in your chocolateness that helps out your body? And that's why the more light skin, this is genetics, y'all. This is beyond. You just don't like light skinned cats. I'm light skinned too. All right. So I'm just being truthful with y'all. You know what I mean? For y'all to understand about what you keep eating, and then by the time you're 40, it's like I was having this conversation with one of my kids. It was with somebody. I think it was with my kids, but it was about, well, I was fine. Yeah, you're fine until you get older, and now your body shuts down because you were eating. It was actually Shawashina. She was like, well, it always comes down to food. She was like, I was eating this stuff and I was fine. I was like, yeah, because you was young, tender, and prime. Now it caught up to you. All the bad eating, all these things. So remember, the earth is defiled under the inhabitants thereof. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's a law. I'm saying it would be wise. It's on you as of everything, right? When you eat, whether how much meat you eat, how much salad you eat, whatever it is, it's on you. But wisdom would tell us, if the devil had a hand in a lot of these things, we got to be conscious. You know what I mean? White rice, white bread, white flour, right? All these things. Get some spelt flour. Get some spelt flour. You know what I mean? And you'll start seeing, like all the cereals, that's another thing that hit me. I'm feeding my son cereals every morning. What is all that? That's white grains, right? A lot of that is all kind of cardboard. It ain't even really food, y'all. So, the Frosted Flakes are really made of corn? Right? What corn? Right? Right? And we know the earth is defiled anywhere we go. But at the same time, you don't got to kill yourself. We know the earth is defiled. But how do I get the less defiled stuff? Right? Don't just be like, you know what? Don't be like the white man. We're going to all die someday. If that's the case, do crack then. Right? We're all going to die. It doesn't matter. No, like literally, you realize that is not the logic when you get older and you can't move. You see this guy, Bruce Willis?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. He's like, he has, what is it, dementia. Like that comes, bro, yes, a lot of genetics, but what they're not telling us is, what are they pumping in your children at birth? Right? What are they giving you in these shots? What are they feeding you in the food? Why has everybody got, we were just talking about it at the street speaking. Everybody's eyes is red. Everybody's
allergies.
Like allergies, what is that? I don't believe in that.
Yeah.
It's like now allergies, no, you're allergic to what? Air? You're allergic to the pollen?
Yeah.
Right? So like, let's just use wisdom. The earth is defiled of the inhabitants thereof. Why? Read.
Because they have transgressed the law.
Bringing it back to the point, the animals they were eating back then, they were probably the best meats. That the bread they was eating, that how to add herbs, real herbs to your foods, it was good for their body, skin, inside and outside. Right? We don't have that. So we got to use wisdom in these dirty days. In these diabolical days. Go ahead, what you said?
Oh yeah, even when you look at the difference of meats, when you go to Wegmans and get that grass-fed meat.
Yeah. It tastes different.
And it don't weigh on you.
It tastes, I'm trying to tell you, the grass-fed stuff just tastes different.
Right, because they raise it different. And that's why now it what? Costs more though.
Yeah.
Like why you could have naturally done that. Yeah, but now they got to separate it. You know why it costs more? Because we're raising this separate from all the other diabolical animals we got up here. The ones with the 2 heads and the 30 breasts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Going back to what you said about the Monsanto.
Yeah.
Like because this is a capitalistic society.
Yeah.
It's all about making money. So they're trying to mass produce things,
right.
have them grow faster, have them grow bigger, so they can have more portions to sell to the people. And they don't care about how it affects us, which is why we got seedless grapes, seedless watermelon.
Yeah.
When the Bible said in Genesis about that fruit will be of its seed.
Right.
You know, so having a seedless fruit.
I'm glad you just brought that up. So this has been a while back. Somebody asked me about mushrooms. So from what we were looking into, mushrooms is a fungus. Right. It's unlawful. They got no seeds. Sea moss is also unlawful. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, bro, all that. Like, I love mushrooms.
Yeah.
But when we were looking into it, it's not a seed. Now, y'all find any other information, please bring it forth. But Quataza was going into it, and the research he found on it is not a seed. And we know that if it's not a seed, it's what? It's unlawful. Right? Now, we know that there's a lot of fruits that don't got seeds. And you probably... this is what I learned about this so-called seedless. If you look at a watermelon and it says seedless, and you open that up, it still has seeds in it. They define seedless as premature.
Right.
But the seed is still there. So you got to know that too. Alright? Is that child okay? She alright back there? He alright? Who is that? Oh, okay. Alright, gotcha. Y'all understand?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is this. You got to know before you just count it out. You know what I mean? Because I thought seedless meant no seeds at all, right? But there's actual seeds in it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What's up? What you got to say? I see you. You say something? Yeah, we're talking. Our brains are vibing right now. What's up? No, all right. What's up?
My rib just turned on. She just asked, what about truffles?
That's the mushrooms.
That's mushrooms?
Yeah. That's expensive. That's mushrooms.
Right. Truffles is expensive mushrooms.
They're very rare to find.
Yeah.
They charge about $1 gram on that.
Yeah, so once again, look, I talked to Yeshaya months back, and he told me that. But remember, you gotta what? Research, you gotta get the information, right? But before you even say anything, I don't like just getting something and then throwing it out there, right? I gotta look and make sure. Then now y'all gotta look and make sure, like, okay, you'll see. Damn, yeah, mushrooms is not from a seed; it's fungus. Sea moss is the jizz of the ocean that comes to the top. It's the remember, not seaweed. Seaweed is on the bottom of the ocean, and that's lawful. It grows on the bottom of the ocean. But sea moss is this. It's like the I don't know how to explain it, but it's the fungus of the top that comes to the top of the ocean. Yeah, it floats up.
Is it algae?
It's sort of like algae, yeah. And It's a law. You know what I mean?
Just to make a correction. Truffles are not mushrooms, but they are fungus.
Okay, so truffles are not mushrooms, but are fungus.
But they're fungus. Mushrooms go above the ground. Truffles go under the ground.
Right. Just think about it. What happens when you get fungus in your house according to the law? No, everybody. What is it? What's supposed to happen? The priest's supposed to come in. You were supposed to break that house down. Recently, we had a water leak under one of our pipes, and they had to what? They had to take up all the tile. Because why? All that water was getting up under the tile, and it can create fungus, right? Sit there and create what? Mold, right? So you're not going to what? Pick that off the curb and be like, you know what? Throw that on the grill. That's a delicacy in Sweden. Right? So, yeah. I'm glad you brought that out. We talked about it. We looked into it. There's a few brothers that asked me about it, and hopefully they get this. If not, I'll reiterate it. Yeah.
It's ashwagandha, if I'm pronouncing it right.
Ashwagandha?
No, that's actual plants.
Yeah, that's supposed to be a plant.
Okay.
A herb.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So y'all got that, right? Max, finish up the point. Go ahead.
Change the ordinances.
Right. See, and they change the order of things. How things are supposed to be used. What is not supposed to be used. What is not supposed to be eating. What is not supposed to rule the house. What is not supposed to rule the children. What is not supposed to rule the father, the mother. They change the order of everything. Right? And that's why everything is out of order and defiled. See, we're setting the earth back in order. We're the ones. The Most High chose us to do it. And it starts with the husband, the wife, the children. And then we're setting our food in order, our dress in order, our clothes in order, our hair in order, our body in order, right? We're setting it back in order under the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High. Right? Your hand raised? You got it? Yeah.
So, my real ask, what about medicines that come from fungus or mold like penicillin?
I mean, technically what? You weren't supposed to take that. But a lot of those, here's the thing. If you're allergic to amoxicillin, and then you get sick, what you gonna do? You're gonna ask them if there's another one, and if they don't, you're gonna have to what? Unless you just run right around with that infection, like it's the 1300s. No, you're gonna have to use what you have, right? Now that you said that, that's good you said that. Remember, be not over righteous and be not over wicked. How many medicines are created like that you don't know? So, how many, but yeah, you got to get your own land, you got your own medicines, and this is the world we live in because they changed the ordinances. There's so much stuff. They don't put the ingredients on those bottles. Yeah. So if you, once again, you think you're good in one area of the law, you're breaking it over here. Right? So, like you literally have to research all these medicines and things that you're dealing with. Right? Which is not wrong. But be not over righteous and be not over wicked. Right? If your children are dying of an infection, you're not going to be like, you know what, nah, they ain't taking that. Okay. Right? Would you take it if you was dying of it? You see that? So, be wise. Right? Go ahead.
Broken the everlasting covenant.
Yeah, every contract, every biblical agreement, everything that the Most High laid down to the children of Israel, they found some way to break it and to circumvent the will of the Most High. Right? And that's why they got to be destroyed. That's why America got to be destroyed. And we're not going to get it right until they're out of the way, y'all. Until Yahweh comes back and purges us and cleanses us and reestablishes the law in the earth. Because we're trying to eat right over here, but this is defiled. You're trying to keep the law over here, but you're breaking the law over here. It's like If it wasn't for the grace of Yahweh Shai, we'd be done. We'd be done. Right? So let's keep that in mind. That it's very important to understand that Esau, the devil, has broken every everlasting covenant, contract, and law that the Most High set up for us. So that's why we what? We study, we research, we find things out. You know, I didn't know about mushrooms. I didn't know about mushrooms. Now I know. So we ordered some veggie fried rice. We think like, yeah, because I don't eat a lot of meat. So I'm like, let me get some veggie fried rice. What's in there?
Dang, they really did that. That's crazy.
Right. Right? So you got mushrooms in there.
That's going down.
What's up?
So, what was the attention on that with the mushrooms? What was they used for?
That's a good question. I don't know. Probably animals can eat them. You know what I mean? But we didn't eat the things that were not lawful, not of a seed. Right? We weren't just going around plucking, because mushrooms grow in the front yard. Right? I seen some in my yard, but I don't pick them up out of the yard and eat them. But if you go buy them from the store, it's the same damn thing, right? You might as well eat them from your front yard. It's fungus that grows. Yeah. So, what you got?
It says mushrooms. Oh, mushrooms. They are decomposers that break down dead and decaying organic matter, such as stumps, old roots, or leaves. And that's one of the best, basically saying one of the purposes of mushrooms, what they were supposed to be used for. And it says
they break down old stumps. What else?
Roots or leaves.
Yeah.
And then it says mushrooms help nourish plants to produce sugars that mushrooms feed off.
There you go. I mean, it's there for a reason. It's like pigs. It's there for a reason. But the Most High said you weren't supposed to eat it or deal with its carcass, right?
Yeah. So it's basically for the garden.
Yeah.
It has benefits for the garden, the grass, the leaves, almost like a reproductive.
We almost gotta. It's like you whispered right here, like we gotta get on in. You know what I mean? Why? Because we can keep the laws in our own land. We can produce in our own land. You know, we were talking about the Amish people. Now you see why the Amish ain't messing with none of that. They ain't messing with none of that. They doing it their own way. Right? So, all right, let's jump back.
Leviticus chapter 2 and verse 4. And if thou bring an oblation of a meat offering baken in the oven, it shall be unleavened cakes of fine flour mingled with oil, or unleavened wafers anointed with oil. And if thy oblation be a meat offering baken in a pan, it shall be of fine flour, unleavened, mingled with oil.
Right, so if you didn't know, you see that meat offering was bacon. It was unleavened bread, or the flour with the oil. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Verse 6. Thou shalt part it in pieces, and pour flour thereon. It is a meat offering. And if thy oblation be a meat offering baken in the frying pan, it shall be made of fine flour with oil. And thou shalt bring the meat offering that is made of these things unto the Lord. And when it is presented unto the priest, he shall bring it unto the altar. And the priest shall take from the meat offering a memorial thereof. It shall burn it upon the altar. It is an offering made by fire of a sweet Savior unto the Lord. And that which is left of the meat offering shall be Aaron's and his sons. It is the thing most holy of the offerings of the Lord made by fire. Verse 11. No meat offering which ye shall bring unto the Lord shall be made with leaven. With leaven. For ye shall burn no leaven, nor any honey, in any offering of the Lord made by fire. As for the oblation of the first fruits, ye shall offer them unto the Lord, but they shall not be burnt on the altar for a sweet Savior. Verse 13. And every oblation of the meat offering shalt thou season with salt. Neither shalt thou suffer the salt of the covenant of thy power to be lacking.
Yeah, that's another thing. You know, going back into that Passover. The Passover was seasoned. Yeah, it had salt, it had seasoning in it. We looked at the word savory.
Yeah.
Right? So we weren't eating just dry meat. Right? The Most High ain't dealing with that. Right? Well, we Jews, we Israelites.
Right.
You weren't sitting there just eating it, throw it out there, it's unlawful to season it. Bro, you tripping. The scriptures say it was savory and that it could be salted. Savory is seasoning.
Yeah.
And then it tells you, as you see here, the salt.
Every oblation.
Every oblation, right.
You gotta season that thing.
Yeah, you got to season it up. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 13 again. And every oblation of thy meat offering shalt thou season with salt. Neither shalt thou suffer the salt of the covenant of thy power to be lacking from thy meat offering. With all thine offerings thou shalt offer salt.
Mm-hmm.
And if thou offer...
You see that? Note that. All thy offerings you should be offered with salt. You don't see that? It's just these little things that brothers, they get lost on. It's like, dang, is it okay if I eat it with that? Now, another thing I was looking at here, when you look at these oblations, there was no leaven. Majority of it was, in this instance, no meat offering. So the meat offering was supposed to be, in verse 11, shall be made with leaven, for ye shall burn no leaven. Oh wait, yeah, I went over that too quick. No meat offering which ye shall bring unto the Lord shall be with leaven. Right, there you go. For ye shall burn no leaven. Right, so these meat offerings were unleavened. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Verse 14. And if thou offer a meat offering of thy first fruits unto the Lord, thou shalt offer for the meat offering of thy first fruits green ears of corn, dried by the fire.
You know what? The more and more I read in the law, it reminds me of. You know how when daddy, mommy tells you to do something you just don't understand, but when you do it, they know it's going to work out for you. You know how you read all these technicalities and you're like, why do we got to do all, it's too much, right? But that's a rebellious child, right? But a child that's humble and meek knows that what? Papa, mama knows best. Let me follow. They got the experience. Everything in the law was there for a reason to show us how to be humble. And the effect of how we do things, with the effect of the things that came after that, right, will bless us. Right? Mom and dad tells you to do something, you're like, I don't want to do it that way. I want to do it my way. Right? Yeah, but your way is not through experience, through wisdom, through understanding. That's the Most High. His way is through wisdom, experience, and by the way, he literally created everything, so he knows better. That's why the white man, when they come with that old Kmart damn logic, like they know more than the Most High, you can never convince me of that. Right? You don't know more than the Father. Right? even if we don't understand things now. That's why I was looking at something because I was going through what is going on with my back and things like that, my nervous system and stuff. It was going through this. It takes time to heal things, but I bumped into these doctors, and these doctors will tell you, man, like, look, they'll tell you this is okay, then come back 10 years later and be like, we were wrong. They do it all the time. Okay, why am I listening to your double-minded? But we can't listen to these people, man. When you deal with doctors, they're like, well, it could be this. A lot of them, man, their wisdom is faulty. And we got to remind ourselves of that, man. These are people with no wisdom.
Right.
They figure if you go to school, most of these people go to school, don't even know what the hell they're doing. I was talking to my daughter about her teacher. And she was like, she used it, Quadashai said, yeah, she's emotional. And I said, what do you mean she's emotional? She said, I said, she acts like children? She said, yeah, she's about 20-something. She's 20-something and she's emotional.
That's about right.
And I'm thinking like, right. But you do what? You go to school. You have to have all these, you go through the getting past that, right? Then you say, I want to be a teacher. That's easy, right? And then you go over there and psychologically deal like the kids that are in class. Like, train up a child. So what are you training the children to be? Emotional as hell, out of order, don't know how to function with their mind. As a grown-up, as a teacher, you were supposed to lead the children. And you see in all these different perspectives, man, America is not it.
Yeah.
It ain't it. Right? They don't got it for our people, man. We can't go to them. We can't trust in them to teach our kids, our wives, our families, and psychologically be there. The Most High shows us that the mental health of America is trash. Why the hell would we trust in their spiritual guidance? What? Go ahead.
You know how they accepted the LGBT, whatever.
Yeah.
So right now, what's happening is they have redefined the definition of what a woman is.
Yeah.
And women are outraged. The women that are being women and trying to be effeminate, they are in outrage that this is happening, but they brought it on themselves by accepting and saying, oh, it's not hurting me, that this person do what they want.
Right.
You know, instead of speaking out against it and stopping it, now it's making them, or they're saying, that community is saying to women, you're not a woman, you're an incubator, you're a transporter, whatever.
That's what transsexuals are saying?
Huh?
That's what transsexuals are saying about women?
Yep.
Okay. Wow. Oh, I didn't know that's what they were saying.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Incubator, transporter.
Yeah, you're a donor or a breastfeeder or something like that.
And what are they?
Huh?
What are they?
If you look up the word woman, it'll give you the definition of one that's born with male genitalia, but then at the end it'll say a person defining themselves.
One born with male genitalia. That's the definition.
I mean, not genitalia. Sorry, not genitalia, but my phone's dead. If someone look it up, you'll see how they're wording it, and it's at the end where they add in that a person, right?
Right.
Instead of someone born like a female, because in the first part it says someone that's given that identity at birth to be a female, right? Yeah. Right. But
wow.
Then at the end it said a person who defined themselves.
It says a female person A female person a female person associated with a particular place, activity, or occupation?
No, that's not it.
That's not it. That's crazy. That's crazy though. That they do all this. Oh, you got it?
Yeah, no, I got one for when he was talking about breastfeeding. Cause I seen this on the news. The term chest feeding or body feeding can now be used alongside breastfeeding to be more inclusive. So this allows the non-binary, the trans people to now align with that because they're not born with the anatomy of a woman to allow them to nurse a child. So now, so saying that somebody was breastfeeding, that can be considered transphobic or homophobic because you're excluding them from being able to do something that God said only females can do. So you gotta say chest feeding.
That's how you know it's confusing, and that's how you know it's selfishness. Yeah. That's how you know they're just burning after their own lust, because then you're Xing out another group of people. So while you're saying you getting X'd out, you X'd out another group.
Exactly.
So hurt people hurt people.
Hurt people.
There was this video on Instagram of this guy, I guess he was trans, and he was like squinching his feet as if he had period cramps, and there was like this big debate on whether he did or not.
He said he was who?
It was a transsexual. It was a guy, but I guess he was trying to turn to a girl, and he was like, I got period cramps, and there was a debate as if he actually did or not.
What's up with these guys?
And once in school, when I was on my monthly, I was in gym, and they was like, oh, what's wrong? And this gay guy came to me. I'm like, oh, a girl thing. And he was like, oh, she got parents. I'm like, yeah. He's like, yeah, I can relate to that. And I was like, oh.
Wow, what the?
And I was just.
What is he lying about? Why is he lying so much? There we go.
It's crazy because it's the new definition of a woman.
Go ahead. Oh, and that's the one Aaron was saying.
Kind of.
Okay.
Well, it might go along, but it's probably not exactly the same.
Right.
But this the new definition of a woman is an adult who lives and identifies as a female, even though they have been born as a different sex.
Yeah, that goes into it deeply.
That's crazy.
And that's the new
identify,
definition of a woman.
and then they say sex.
Right.
So they didn't want to say male.
Right.
So the twist is they keep the sentence the same, but they put the words identify, and then they never say the word male. So that leaves it open in this statement. That's where the trickery is at. Go ahead.
They're trying to pass laws in different states where you're not required to put the sex of your child in. So you can leave that open, so the child can make the decision whether they want to be a boy or a girl.
Yeah. Hey, so
it's becoming optional.
you know, just hearing all this is seeing why that negligence. We gotta pay attention to the kids, what they watching. I was just saying to somebody, you gotta pay attention to what they watching on YouTube, what they watching on TV, what got your kid chuckling so hard, right? What got them laughing when they sit down at TV when they come home from school,
right?
All right, or when they on YouTube on the internet. What got them really laughing when they watching TikTok, right? When they watching when they flipping through Instagram, you gotta really watch that because they'll start slowly. That's super slick because they kept it the exact same. They only changed the word male. I mean, they put the word identify, and then they left out the word male and put species. That's the trick. So they leave it the same so that it can seem seamless. So it's undercut. So you ain't really thinking much of it. Like, oh, okay. I mean, that sounds like you ain't really thinking about it. But then your kid growing up hearing this new definition, he don't know the old definition of what a woman is, and he's rolling. Well, she don't know the old definition of what a woman is. She's just rolling off of what class and science and the teachers and movies and TVs are saying, because now they use that type of lingo. And it makes more sense now because 4 or 5 years ago, that's when they really started pushing it, because now all your TV shows got homosexual relationships. Yeah. So, but you know, just the big point of what everybody's saying about it, right, is that you gotta watch what your kids is watching. Right? So that they don't pick up that desensitized nature toward what the Most High hates. You see that? Because you gotta be very, very careful. What you got to say, man?
It's not just women too, because according to Cambridge, they updated their dictionary to now say that the definition of man now includes an adult who lives and identifies as a male though they have been said to have a different sex at birth.
Oh.
Wow, that's even worse. That was blatant though. You catch that one. But for a kid that's new to the world, like a newborn baby, a 5-year-old, a 10-year-old, they'll play on their mind.
Yeah.
Right? But that'll play on their mind. So you gotta really watch it.
Now, I see this one. I might gotta co-sign this one.
Uh-huh.
The guy was 62 years old, said he identifies himself as 42. So I'm 21 again. You know what I mean? Don't look at the grades. I identify as 21. Nah, I'm just playing. It's folly.
It's folly.
You know.
But you know what's so cool about that? What it's showing us is that Romans 1:25, right? That vile affection, right? And now they believe in the strong delusion. They got strong delusions, right? They over here believing. So you got it. Go ahead.
Romans chapter 1 verse 25.
Just on the woman thing, right?
Who changed the truth of the Most High into a lie?
Look at that. The truth. The truth is that you was born a man. You was born a woman. But now they telling you can identify. So you can make a choice to choose your gender. You don't really got a choice because it's not real. Right? So you really just rolling with a lie. That's crazy. That's crazy how they slide it in there. Read on.
And worship and serve the creature.
So now you believe science more than you believe the Most High.
Right.
You believe the scientists more than you believe the Father. Right? So they make you believe that the Bible. Think about how much like evil, this dark planning that was. That took time for them to take away people from accepting the Bible as the dominant thing in the world.
Right.
To where now people start looking at, I want to be a Buddhist. I want to be a Muslim. I want to be a Jesus Christian. Or what's it? Krishna?
It's Krishna.
Krishna, my bad. They want to serve Krishna. Like, it took time for them to do that. And then it took them just 5 years ago now to get people to accept that homosexuality. Right? Because they wasn't accepting it even when Obama was passing the laws for it. There was still a part of the world that was not messing with it. But now it's like a dominant spectrum where people just believing in that lie. Where they serving the creature. They accept what the creature's saying. Right? More than the Father. Read.
More than the Creator.
Right. Now the preacher got more power. The preacher telling you what the definition of a man and a woman is. Now you don't actually open up the Bible and look up the definition. And but y'all see it again, my brothers say don't just look up. When you read the definition got to coincide with the scripture.
Right.
Not the scripture coincide with the definition. Especially now, because look at what they're doing with the definition of words.
Wow.
Does the definition line up with what the precepts are saying? So y'all got to be very. So it's showing you what. To be very keen to what information you're processing, what information you're reading, what information you're taking in. And that's why you have to be very keen with your children with what they're watching. Because they slide it in. Read.
Who is blessed forever, amen.
Yeah, right? Like the Most High, who gives you breath, life, peace, happiness, right? He blesses you. But now you listen to something that's teaching you how to kill yourself. That's crazy right there. That they changed that, but they changed that very slick.
Can I get one? Second Thessalonians 2:9.
This one been hitting me recently. 2 Thessalonians 2:9. Read that.
2 Thessalonians chapter 2 verse 9.
Mm-hmm.
Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan.
Yeah, we're talking about that guy.
God.
We're talking about this nation.
Right.
It's after the coming of the working of Satan, the devil. Go ahead.
With all power.
With what?
With all power.
Because they got the power now. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked.
Right.
Go ahead.
And signs.
And what?
And signs.
And they're doing the signs. They're creating the signs. But who? Like the little gay magicians in Egypt. Right? What did they do? They created a false sign, right? Oh, we can make blood into water too. Look, drop this powder in the water. Look, it's blood now, right? Instead of what the Most High is doing. So this is what you said, what the scriptures say, science so falsely called, right? This is the deceivableness. It's not real, but they're going to tell you it's real. Jedi mind trick. You're not a woman, right? You're not a man. You're right, I'm not a woman, I'm not a man. I'm a what? I'm a dolphin. Yes, I am. I'm a dolphin. I identify as a dolphin. Right? No, you identify as a monkey. Read.
And lying wonders.
And what?
Lying wonders.
What?
Lying
wonders. There's so many lying wonders that this devil has done. Right? And we, not us, not no more. We unplug from the matrix. We see things clearly. Right? We know what he's done. But there's some of us still under this delusion. Read.
And with all deceivableness.
And with all what?
Deceivableness.
For everything into their power to be deceptive, lying, corrupt. Everything, media, TV, they're going to what? Force it. We talk about forcing it down your throat. They're going to put it in damn everything. Right? It ain't even got nothing to do with it. I was watching the little series on Netflix, and he was telling the girl, like, look, you got to convince him. You got to do all you can to convince the king. And she said, I've done everything. Why don't you try? He said, I've done it. But he didn't take it. Right? Meaning what? You want to put some gay stuff in a movie like this? It wasn't even. You could have left that whole point out right there. But you wanted to show us what? We live in the land of bisexuality.
Yeah.
Right, the king, and guess they were doing it back then too. That's what they like doing. Bro, they was killing a lot of these. It was killing them, huh? But that's the lying wonders. In everybody's eyes is it reminds me of when you Google that. Their eyes are like, right? When you Google Illuminati and what's the thing when they play tricks with your brain? I forgot. Hypnosis. Yeah, it's like they hypnotize us, y'all.
You can't.
And the people in the world are dumb, deaf, and blind. They don't know.
Yeah.
Remember, don't take this truth for granted. Your eyes are open, right? So read on.
Of unrighteousness.
Of all undeceivableness. What though? It's all unrighteousness. They're not wholesome. They're not loving. It's not about acceptance. Because why don't you accept what the hell we was before you changed it? It's not about that. It's not because they be pumping that. I use that Google feed a lot. And who I see on there? Zara. They got this poor boy. You know what I mean? He looks like a woman now.
Yeah, daddy should be ashamed.
Yeah. They got that. They're promoting that. The Dwayne Wade's son. Yeah. Right. It goes through the feed. He's on there dressed up and look at what she's wearing. You know how they do that with movie stars? Hey, look at this person's wearing this or this person's wearing that. Now they're doing that with this transgender boy. Right? They're putting all these things out so it can desensitize us. Right? Go ahead.
In them that perish.
And them that what?
Perish.
Yeah, it's for those that who?
Perish.
Yeah, they gotta go. And a lot of our people, what? That like it, they gotta go. Right? Because they're what? Promoting it as well. Right? The thug is the thugs. Right. My cousin's transgender. You ain't gonna be disrespected. Like, right. Oh, okay, this is what we doing now. This is what we doing now.
Right.
Right, the thug is the thugs. My auntie is a him. Right? This is what we doing now. Now the comedians are coming out with that. I got no problem with transgenders. Right? Omar Epps was talking about that. Right? Same thing. What?
Where did we start making it okay?
Mike Epps.
When did we start making it okay to say a person with a multiple personality disorder
right.
is safe to be around?
Yeah. And that's what they're doing. That's why when you listen to The Wire, Matt Walsh, Candace Owens, if y'all want to see them go into from a they're so-called Christians, but they be ripping that. Matt Walsh. Walsh be killing these transgender cats. The whole logic, the whole ideas, everything from their standpoint. You know how we go at it. Yeah, the fat go die. You know what I mean? We're brutish with it, right? What the devil? They go in and they're politically breaking it down according to that lingo. That's why I watch that, because I see, okay, this is how you gotta hit them from a psychological standpoint. Because you're right, psychologically or technically, they said this was a psychological dysfunction. Now it's what? We're enabling the dysphoria. And that's what we're doing. Well, not us. I mean, I like to say we when it pertains to us, but we ain't doing that. Hell no. That's America. Right? That's this kingdom. Because they're what? Deceivableness, and the line. Go ahead.
Because they receive not the love of the truth.
See, they don't want to hear this truth. You go right to Romans. Well, that's in the Old Testament. Let's go to the New Testament. Paul started out with that. He started out with that, right to the Romans, right? Because he knew what was amongst Israel. All the faggots and lesbians, the transvestites, the orgies. He's like, I'm going to kill this from the door. So what are you talking about? Right? What's that? Okay.
So this kid came to me and he was like, "Is that opinion? I like the devil too." And I was like, "Dog, this is Star David. I'm not into that." And he was like, "Oh," and he just walked away.
Yeah, I like the devil too. Like, yeah. And he was about Howard. Yeah, of course. That's why it says slay utterly old and young. They screaming, all the tornadoes ripping through their damn houses and everything. You just be sitting there like, it comes to my mind every time. The wicked are reserved for the day of destruction. The wicked shall be a ransom for the righteous. And while they're screaming about this tornado, these 500 people die over here, we got to understand what's happening. It's because of all this. They love the lies. And it doesn't matter. The Bible is a comic book to them. They ain't going to believe the God, the power of the Bible anymore. Go ahead.
That they might be saved.
Right, but because they have a chance to be pulled out of this darkness into light. But they don't want to hear it. No, why? Because they know that's a family member. That's a friend. And what's going to happen when you have to shut that down? Huh? Cousin can't come over. You ain't coming over my house like that, bro. Nah, you ain't. Let me take your kid to Disneyland. No, hell no. What happens? What happens when it's mama? Like Jay-Z, his mom's a dyke, right? He had to accept that and go through that, right? They had to brainwash him into believing that's okay, right? You see, and how many other movie stars and family members of our people you're like, damn, if I think like that, then I gotta cut this family member off. Listen, I love you at a distance, brother. You know what I mean? Yeah, but like that spirit is like bringing a drug dealer in your house and letting him chill in there. Like, bro, that's an influencing spirit. Your boys at like my son's age, 3, 4, 5. They see them walk around with the bag, put on makeup. What your kids want to do? I'm already dealing with that, man, and that ain't even on my kid. I'm watching my son just be around sisters too much at the sewing thing. I'm like, when boys are around women too much, you start to see those attributes adapt to the boys. And if you're not conscious of that at a young age, you start to see the boys. Like I'm dealing with him on him dragging his words like a baby. But guess when he gets around girls, what happens? They're like, oh, like stop that. Right? Stop that stupid. Like stop Like, because you're dragging the oh, and they're like, bro, I gotta bring my ribs in because I got ribs, they got daughters, right? And then what happens? You bring them all around and they're all doing that. I'm like, stop doing that with him.
Yeah.
Because it just naturally imprints on you. So I gotta what? I gotta have him with me. So you can be around and see the spirit of a man. And that's what happens. That was left out when these one-woman homes, these black women, Hispanic women, Native American women divided the homes. It fed right into this narrative of what? You can be that way because you've been feeling that way, right? When's the last time, think about it. When's the last time you wanted to dress up like a woman? Oh, I always did that. Why? Because you was around mama. Mama was putting on makeup, putting on clothes, and you just pick up what you learn, right? It ain't in your spirit. You're a kid, and you want to play around, and nobody never stopped you.
Right, right.
Nobody never stopped you. My kids do that, right? But you told them what? You trying to tell me no kids, your boys never, when mom was around mom, they didn't try to jump in their shoes and walk around in their shoes? They did that, and then you told them, no, that's mom's shoes. That's for girls. Right. The end, right? They what? Oh, he's cute. Let him. You see, this is that delusion that's being fed by the black woman, Hispanic woman, and Native American woman because they're so selfish. They're not conscious what they're doing when they bring this, destroy the man's masculinity in the house. Yo, that's a whole nother subject, right? A whole nother subject. And then you feed into that and don't know why your son is effeminate as hell. Because you break the man down in front of your boys. I'll die in the middle of my house before that happens. I'll burn that damn house down. Right. Y'all think I'm playing. I don't play with that madness, man. Because you're not gonna break me down in front of the kids. That destroys everything that the Most High is founded on. Right? The order, the establishment. You know what I mean? So we got to be conscious when we get on this hype. White man, you're the faggot. But nigga, it's you. Stop all that white man stuff. It's you, because you, black women, Hispanic women, Native American women, you listen to the white man on the low and what? Are not conscious of how you're being in the moment, in your house, in your life, and all these things. And you're literally helping the delusion.
Right.
So while you're trying to act like, yeah, I'm not them. Really? You're not them? Yeah. Or you on the low really support that logic? Right. That idea? No, I know you don't as a brother. I'm talking to these women. I'm talking to these sisters that's watching. Like, they jump on this bandwagon about the devil, but then don't realize literally you're promoting that devilish ways in your house. When you break down your man, break down your husband, you question him, you go war with him in front of your kids, right? You don't supposed to do that. Right? And then it all comes back down on you anyway, because when your daughter is looking at you like, why I gotta listen to you? When they come with that sassy ass attitude with you, you're like, I don't know why she acts like that. Because that's what you taught her. As the mother is, so is the daughter. See? So all these things bring it back out. You see how the picture's bigger? Right. But when you narrow it in, you see how it funnels down and it funnels through you. So if we're going to stand against this, don't just get angry at the white man in this society. Get angry at yourself. And understand how you're partaking in this. You know what I mean? If you don't, you're going to learn. When your kid is damn sassy as hell, and he's effeminate as hell, and then you're going to learn. When your boy what? Talking about, yeah, I was in the truth, but now I wear pumps. Yeah. Read on.
And for this cause,
right?
Yahweh shall send them a strong delusion.
And they what?
A strong delusion.
And that's what the problem is. They're delusional. They're delusional, man. These people are sick of the damn mind. They sick spiritually. And a lot of our people are right along with it. Go ahead.
that they should believe a lie.
Go ahead.
That they all might be damned.
But they all might be what?
Damned.
Yeah, you think it's a game? Watch. It ain't a game until your ass ends up in a shootout, in a robbery, in a tornado, and then you screaming, Lord, why is this happening to me? No, that you were partaking in a lot of this. That's why the Most High is reaping vengeance on you. Know that. And you partaking in that. Right? We're protected by not having the mark of the beast. Like I said, I could go into this. That's the mark of the beast, the delusion, the lie. And you living the lie. You thinking it, and then you performing it. Right? The mark in your forehead and in your hand. Go ahead.
Who believed not the truth.
See?
But had pleasure.
But have what?
Pleasure.
Not only do you know better, you what?
Had pleasure.
You bold with it. And I'm talking to y'all women. I'm talking to the women because I know some sisters that are sitting here now, the stuff and how they talk to their man and how they deal with him in the house and how they act with him. And they don't want to act like they're part of this delusion. And you take pleasure in the disrespect. You take pleasure in the disobedience. You take pleasure in breaking your man down in front of your boys, in front of your daughter. The Most High is going to tear your ass up. I just want y'all to know that. Yeah, like you can sit here all you want and play the game all you want. Most High is going to rip through you. Y'all get this? Yeah, because you're part of these things that are corrupting and destroying our people, man. It says they had pleasure in what?
In unrighteousness.
See? So, yeah. Watch the delusion. The delusion of grandeur. All right, let's jump back.
Leviticus chapter 2, verse 14.
Okay.
And if thou offer a meat offering of thy first fruits unto the Lord, thou shalt offer for the meat offering of the first fruits green ears of corn, dried by the fire.
Okay, so we start talking about that. A brother had asked us the other day. Actually, it was Osh, right? About, was it you?
Yes, it was.
It was you about the first fruits, right?
First fruits.
So the first fruits, right? You would offer your first fruits to the Most High, right? And we keep reading this. It keeps, when you in Exodus, Numbers, Leviticus, and Deuteronomy, that's what you're going to get. The reiteration and the reminder of what the law is. And that's what we did. We offered our first fruits. Go ahead.
Offer your first fruits, green ears of corn, dried by the fire, even corn beaten out of full ears. And thou shalt put oil upon it, and lay frankincense thereon. It is a meat offering.
That's it.
Yeah. That was it. All right, next brother. Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, pertaining to the meat offering, is that this offering was meant for the priests and the sons to eat, to consume?
Yes, part of this offering, right? That's why you will what? Put salt on it, right? And you can bake it and bring it to them.
So is that what the meat offering meant, like for them to eat?
Well, if you go back
to the beginning, part of this, verse 1 to 4, right? Read 3.
Verse 3. And the remnant of the meat offering shall be Aaron's and his sons.
Right. You see that?
So,
Yeah.
this was the only offering that was made. Free will was given for them to eat.
No. There's a lot of offering that
They were
partaking of. Yeah. Yeah. So it's giving you the specifics as we go through them. Right? You would burn some of this to the Most High, and then the excess will also be given to the priests. Right? Verse 1 down to verse 4. Right. All right.
Shariah,
Ashariah, Shabbat Shah Yahweh, Ashariah, Shabbat Shah Yahweh, Bun Yasha'ala, Imagine, Barak.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua Barakatam.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua Barakatam.
Yeah, down to 3 and 15.
Yeah, so you're on, you're what, verse 17?
God, 3 and 17.
Oh.
3:16.
3 and 16.
3:16, my bad.
Con, Leviticus chapter 3 and verse 16. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar. It is the food of the offering made by fire for a sweet savor. All the fat is the Lord's. It shall be a perpetual statute for your generations throughout all your dwellings.
Right. So no, I think we missed that part, but just a reiteration, we're not supposed to be eating liver. We're not supposed to be eating fat. All right? All right, which one of y'all like that fat back in the days? All you Jews love that. What are you? Huh? Yeah, you move the fat aside. I never eat that fat. Ugh. Oh, you would eat that? Ugh. Yeah. So no fat, no liver, no gristle. Right? Don't eat that. All right, go ahead. Yeah.
We didn't do.
We missed something?
We didn't do Leviticus 2:16.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah, he was on 2 and 16.
Right, 2.
Right.
2 and 16. All right, let's rewind that, y'all. We jumped the whole chapter, huh?
Yeah.
He was supposed to read 2 and 16 down, y'all. All right. That's why I said, wait a minute, we missed something?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
2:16.
We get there.
Leviticus chapter 2 verse 16. And the priest shall burn the memorial of it, part of the beaten corn thereof, and part of the oil thereof, with all the frankincense thereof. It is an offering made by fire unto the Lord. Leviticus chapter 3 and verse 1. And if his oblation be a sacrifice of peace offering, if he offer it of the herd, whether it be a male or female, he shall offer it without blemish before the Lord.
Right. So, another note. Certain offerings had to be male.
Right.
Then you come over here, certain offerings can be male or female.
Right.
Yeah. It's something, when I was reading it, I was like, okay. You can see over here, it asks for the male. Right? For the burnt offering. And then you come over here for the peace offering. It could be male or female.
Right.
Without blemish. Go ahead.
Verse 2. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of his offering, and kill it at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Aaron's sons, the priests, shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. And he shall offer of the sacrifice of the peace offering, an offering made by fire unto the Lord. The fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards.
So we covered the burnt offering in Leviticus 1, meat offering in Leviticus 2, peace offering in Leviticus 3. All right, go ahead.
Verse 4. And the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver.
Yeah, what do they call kidneys out here? Like when people eat kidneys. Kidneys, right? But people eat that. Ugh. Yeah. How does that taste?
Yeah.
You taste it too? How does it taste, huh?
Was it good?
You ever had cube steak?
Cube steak. It tastes like cube steak?
So anybody ever had cube steak?
Yeah.
That's how liver tastes.
No, liver.
Yeah.
iodine,
Dry.
bloody taste.
It has kind of a dry taste to it.
Gotcha.
But it kind of feels like cube steak in your mouth.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Well, now we know, right? Go ahead.
With the kidneys it shall he take away.
Uh-huh.
And Aaron's son shall burn it on the altar upon the burnt sacrifice.
But once again, we know what the liver and kidneys does, right? You're talking about the filter of the body. So you're eating that of these animals, right? Like health-wise, you see how the law had the health engrafted in there? We didn't have to talk about, eating healthy. Just eat the law. Eat the law, and you would have been eating healthy, right? And that's the problem now, right? That we don't eat the law, and we eat unhealthy, right? And we don't take care of the land, so the animals, the vegetation, everything is defiled. So when we do eat, what do we eat? Defiled, right? You see how it all does have something to do with each other? Like, brother, you can't ignore that. You can't be like, well, that doesn't matter, Rock. It doesn't matter as long as you eat in the law. Brother, come on, let's use the law. Be wise in the law, right? Know that the law was given us there, not just to be technical, but to be spiritual. And now that we know that, we can see how the Most High gave us life in the law. Y'all see this? That's why it's Esau's job to do what? Destroy the law. Take away the law. Right? Modify the law. Go ahead.
And Aaron's son shall burn it on the altar upon the burnt sacrifice, which is upon the wood that is on the fire.
Right.
It is an offering made by fire of a sweet savor unto the Lord. And if his offering for a sacrifice of peace, offering unto the Lord, be of the flock, male or female, he shall offer it without blemish. If he offer a lamb for his offering, then shall he offer it before the Lord. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of his offering, and kill it before the tabernacle of the congregation. And Aaron's sons shall sprinkle the blood thereof round about upon the altar. And he shall offer of the sacrifice of the peace offering an offering made by fire unto the Lord. The fat thereof and the whole rump, it shall he take of hard by the backbone, and the fat that covereth the inward.
Have you ever seen somebody, these butchers, cut these animals up? Like, you gotta imagine, these Levites were gangsters. Bro, they go online and watch it. They take that blade out and cut out that bone and cut the pieces off like professionals out. And you know these cats had to be professionals.
Dedication. That's hard. Yeah.
So all this meat to deal with it daily, right? It's like, you guys are more like butchers, man. Right? Go ahead.
It shall he take off hard by the backbone, and the fat that covereth the inward, and all the fat that is upon the inward, and the two kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver, with the kidneys, it shall he take away. Verse 11. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar. It is the food of the offering made by fire unto the Lord. And if his offering be a goat, then he shall offer it before the Lord. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of it, and kill it before the tabernacle of the congregation. And the sons of Aaron shall sprinkle the blood thereof upon the altar round about. And he shall offer thereof his offering, even an offering made by fire unto the Lord. The fat that covereth the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards. And the two kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver, with the kidneys, it shall he take away.
Let me get a scripture. Go to, I think it is, let me find it real quick. It is in Nine and 22. Hebrews 9 and 22.
God, Hebrews chapter 9 and verse 22. And almost all things are by the law purged with blood.
Right.
And without shedding of blood is no remission.
Right. You see that? This was a bloody task, man. All the blood sprinkled everywhere. Right? They were doing this daily. Then blood cleaning up. There had to be unity. There had to be help. Right? But I just wanted to put that one there because it speaks to what we're reading. Like almost everything in the law had to do with blood, the shedding of the blood. So what do you think you're gonna have to give up? Blood, sweat, and tears for the Most High. Right? That was it on that. All right. Yeah.
You went to that for verse 15?
I went to that based on everything we're reading. Like how they're just going, the sprinkling of the blood. But yeah, you can add it where it said they sprinkled the blood. What verse is that?
Verse 2. Leviticus chapter 3, verse 2.
Yeah. Like it's literally the whole thing. Like everything they're doing has to do with a lot of blood. The wringing off of the neck. All right. Was that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we get into this.
Ariam 1, shall show you how that boy Yasha'Allah.
Ariel, I'm a one. Shabbat Shah Yehodah Bun Yasha'Allah. Amajid? Barak?
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatuh.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatuh.
All right. The new Ariel. Old things are past. Right? All things are new. All right, you're reading your number 4, 3:16, down to 4 and 14.
Leviticus chapter 3 and verse 16. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar. It is the food of the offering made by fire, for a sweet savor, and the fat is the Lord's. Verse 17. It shall be a perpetual statute for your generations throughout all your dwellings, and ye shall eat neither the fat nor blood.
There you go.
All right, precept?
Yeah.
7 verse 23.
And then 17 and 10?
Yes, sir.
And then?
And 14.
And then? All right, go ahead.
Verse 23.
Uh-huh.
Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, ye shall eat no manner of fat of oxen, or of sheep, or of goats, and the fat of the beast that dieth in itself. So that pulling that scripture showing that the Most High doesn't want you to eat the fat or the blood. Right? Would you have?
17.
Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 17, verse 10. And whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, that eateth any manner of blood, I will even set my face against that soul that eateth blood, and will cut him off from among his people.
Right. So that's why we don't eat. First of all, you got a lot of cats that straight drink blood.
What?
Right?
Yeah.
Dealing with witchcraft. Right? Don't eat blood. And then the kidney, liver, right? How much blood is in that? And I know you cook it. Some of them don't cook it. Right? Some of them cook it medium rare.
Gad used to do the hunting, and then when they killed the buffalo, to show their their supreme or their thanks, they cut the buffalo open, grab the liver, take a chunk, rite of passage.
Right, rite of passage, and Esau adopted that. So who was it? Was it Esau or Gad? Because Gad was off too.
John.
Yep.
You were like, well, because going through these Gadite books, who learned it from who? But then Gad was off. They was running around butt naked, killing each other, right? Before the white man got here.
Yeah.
So they were doing all things, yeah.
I got a scripture that'll show to go along with the we not supposed to eat blood, but it also show that even before Moses was given the law, we were following the law.
Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 9, verse 4. But the flesh, which is the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat.
There you go.
That's the Most High dealing with Noah.
There you go.
Before,
The law was already a verbal way to live until Moses, and it was a written way, right? So this was nothing new. All right, come on.
Right, because I was going to say, when you read verse 11, 17 and 11, the Most High is showing that life is in the blood. So we were talking about so much blood being sacrificed, being spilled. The Most High required blood, right? So when you sum that up in today, 2023, what does he desire? Your life.
Your life, right.
He doesn't want your spilled blood. He wants your life. Your mind, your dedication, your time, your energy. These are the things that he requires. If he required that in the temple on a day-to-day basis, that's what he wants from you. He doesn't want you to drop alms here, come to Sabbath class there, and then show up at the feast days and be the one to get the bread and then dip.
Right.
No, he wants your daily sacrifice, your daily life. What gives the flavor, right? That's wholeheartedly. You like Salt Bay times 10. You know what I mean? Yeah, right there. But that's what the Most High wants, right? And then you're bringing that where to the body. And then what does the priest do? The priest takes that sacrifice, brings it up to the Most High. Hey, brother, grab a hammer, grab a nail.
Right.
Let's put this work in together. You know what I mean? And let's build the temple within what? Within ourselves, and then within each other. And then let's go out and let's build more temples.
That's why the zeal had to be a fire that was burning in you, as opposed to somebody dragging you along.
Going back,
they dragging you along. Like your zeal is determined by this person that you pulling along. No, you can't drag them along. You have to have that passion and fire burning in you. All right, go ahead. Where you at, all right? 4:1.
Verse 17.
You read that.
Chapter 4, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, If a soul shall sin through ignorance against any of the commandments of the Lord concerning things which ought not to be done, and shall do against any of them, if the priest that is anointed do sin according to the sin of the people.
Right, so the priest was faulty. The priest made mistakes. The people made mistakes. This is where Yahweh Shai, living righteously, walking in the laws, statutes, commandments, right? Not breaking the laws, but also the spiritual part added to him, right? Why he is the example. Why he is sitting on the right-hand side of the Most High. Because the earthly priests were what? Faulty. We make mistakes. So we got to be able to understand that about each other, but also keep our eye on the Most High, right? Because we will fall short in areas. You can't we can't ride on each other in its entirety because we will fall short, right? I gotta covet the best gifts. We keep saying that. Why does it say covet the best gifts? Because I'm sure as we look at each other, we can see certain faults. But that doesn't void out the brother's works.
Right.
We got to keep looking at the good. Right? A lot Sisters fall short in that. Right? Your husband's trying to change. Nah, I'm going to worry about the past. Right? Well, you got to give him a chance to change. The funny thing is, you're so much looking at him and judging him, but you're not even looking at yourself. And that's where the hypocrisy comes in. So we got to be able to understand this and say, okay, look, we're going to see imperfections. But do we see this individual doing like the scriptures say, amending, trying to perfect and get right and move forward? That's the most important thing. That's why you got scriptures like, forgive thy brother 70 times 7. A just man falls 7 times. That's why you got scriptures like what? Forgive thy neighbor the hurt he hath done. Right? Because if the scripture was, oh, he had to get it right, or he's dead, then we all be dead, y'all. There'd be nobody here. We all obviously have to look past the imperfections and make sure, yes, there is sincerity, there is a moving forward of these things. Yeah.
That was so beautiful that you're bringing that out, because that's often the case where that scripture is there, right, to bring us into an awareness. Look at yourself.
Yeah.
But when we're not looking at ourselves, right, when we're not judging according to the scriptures, we don't see our wife as my sister.
Right.
We don't see our husband as my brother.
Right.
Right. Like Ariana was bringing out the other day, right? Brother to sister, or sister. You know how you were saying it.
Your
sister.
Your child is your brother. Like my sons, I gotta raise them like they're my young brothers.
Right.
They're not just my children or my butlers, but those are my little brothers who I gotta raise up to be a priest. My daughter is not just my child. No, she's my sister, who I gotta cultivate as my sister to be a sister to other sisters.
And when we do that, right, we'll see that scripture, forgive my brother 70 times 7, because we'll be in the mind, in the spirit. He's my brother.
Right.
She's my sister.
It's the dynamic of that when you get into relationships, you constantly void out that, look, this is still an Israelite. Right? And that's why the men sometimes treat the women like crap. And then the women do what? Are unforgiving and treat the men like crap. So if we don't raise to this higher mind, we're going to be stuck. Right? Back to the point. The point is that what? The priests, if they mess up, right? They have to what? Sacrifice for themselves. Right? They have to be sacrificing for the other people and sacrificing for themselves.
They basically can't abandon ship in the midst of battle.
Nah. You gotta, this is about keeping yourself in the right mind. You said it perfectly. Like, if we're here, and the reason why we are not so quick to cast stones, right, is because we know that we are imperfect. If you're doing that and we're doing that, then we're working with each other. We're building with each other. But what happens is, if somebody's casting stones, somebody's dying. Right? There's some heads getting peeled off. Meat, skin being torn apart. And I know the analogy, really, truthfully, spiritually, that can happen too. Right? And that's what we end up doing. That's why the scripture says in Galatians, be careful, because if you bite and devour one another, it says, lest ye be consumed, one of each other. So a lot of times we throw in those damn stones and not knowing that those stones are finna be turned back on us.
Right.
You're finna get the same thing right back on you. So be careful, right? Matthew 7:1 on down, right? Judge not, lest ye be judged. The same judgment you judge, you will be met with. Right? Go ahead.
Then let him bring for his sin,
right,
which he hath sinned, a young bullock,
right,
without blemish. unto the Lord for a sin offering. And he shall bring the bullock unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Lord, and shall lay his hand upon the bullock's head, and kill the bullock before the Lord. And the priest that is anointed shall take off the bullock's blood and bring it to the tabernacle of the congregation. And the priest shall dip his finger in the blood and sprinkle of the blood 7 times before the Lord, before the veil of the sanctuary. Verse 7. And the priest shall put some of the blood upon the horns of the altar of sweet incense before the Lord, which is in the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall pour all the blood of the bullock at the bottom of the altar of the burnt offering, which is at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he shall take off from it all the fat of the bullock for the sin offering, the fat that covereth the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver. With the kidney it shall he take away, as it is written, as it is taken off from the bullock of the sacrifice of peace offering. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar of the burnt offering. And the skin of the bullock, and all his flesh, with his head, and with his legs, and his inwards, and his dung, even the whole bullock, shall be carried forth without the camp unto a clean place, where the ashes are poured out, and burn him on the wood with fire. Where the ashes are poured out, shall he be burnt. Verse 13. And if the whole congregation of Israel sin through ignorance, and the thing...
You see why it keeps going of ignorance? Because you're going to make mistakes or unknowingly. Right? You got that boar's brush, and you was brushing your body with pork, right? You didn't know. Right? You was taking those pills, and then you didn't realize the casing was swine. You didn't know. Right? You didn't know these things, but now you know, and you stopped. Right? Go ahead.
Because they do that with a lot of vitamins. If they don't, in case, like they'll do the vegan capsules, but then you look at the ingredients, like the collagen and the marrow stuff, pills, right? And what's the other one? The magnesium. Right. Right. If you take those in a pill form, sometimes they mix shark marrow with it.
Yeah.
Shark marrow. Yeah. Because the collagen inside a shark is supposed to help you out with your marrow, but it's unlawful.
Right.
Yeah. Verse 13. Second precept.
Now, let me say this. You had the sin of ignorance, right? And then you had the sin of you were willful. You were willfully sinning. Right? Go to Hebrews 10.
I'm with you, baby.
Hebrews 10:25.
Hebrews chapter 10, verse 25.
Go ahead.
Now forsaking the assembly of ourselves.
Hebrews 10 and what is it? 26.
God, verse 26. For if we sin willfully.
If we sin what?
Willfully.
See, there was sacrifice for sin through ignorance. But willfully is what? I'm being rebellious. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I'm going to do what I'm going to do. Right? I hear what the law is saying, but now I'm sinning willfully. So now we can understand this Hebrews better. Right? Go ahead.
After that, we have received the knowledge of the truth.
Why is this a big thing? Because this is the type of person that is rebellious, out of order. It's not a person that is sinning through, man, I made a mistake. It's a person that know what the hell they're doing. You've been told, you've been warned. Hey, bro, let me put you to the side. Hey, sister, let me put you to the side. The scriptures say, right? If you what? Yeah, I hear what you're saying, And you see those brothers and sisters go along and do it still. Right? You're not sitting through ignorance. You know. Remember what I was saying earlier? The judgment that's going to be on us? Because you sitting here in 5-hour, 30-hour classes. You can say, well, I didn't know that. No, you know. Right? To us is greater condemnation. Think about it. I never knew you work of iniquity, but I was street speaking. But I came to class Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays. You know what I mean? I wasn't a weekend warrior, Yahweh. Yeah, but you never changed. You never worked on your spirit. You were sitting there agreeing, saying amen, saying con, but you never really worked on yourself. You see how it's on us? That now I understand why he says to us is going to be greater condemnation. Because we know, read.
There remaineth no more sacrifice for sin.
Why is there no sacrifice for sin? First of all, this type of individual don't give a damn. This type of individual doesn't care. Brother, I ain't hearing that right now. Right? I'm upset. And you out of order. I'm out of order. Sister, that's wrong. You don't supposed to do that. But I'm going to. Right? That's why you don't got no sacrifice. That's why nobody's going to the altar. It's hard for Yahweh Shai to plead for you. Right? He said he what? Yeah, Yahweh Shai is our what? The mediator. How the hell he's going to mediate that one? How he's going to mediate that one? Well, listen, hold on. Satan's over there like, bruh, Capper. Satan's like, Capper. Right? How Yahweh Shai? Yahweh Shai's like, damn, you ain't going to give me nothing? You literally just went right after they told you, right after you seen it in the gospel, right after my voice spoke to you. The spirit of what? It'll convict you. And you still what? Go against it. Right? But it's because that is why you got no sacrifice for you. Nobody's bringing anything to the altar for you in the spiritual realm. Go ahead.
But a certain fearful looking.
But now you better have fear. Remember what I was saying earlier? When you get smacked, when something happens to you, something happens to your family, or something close happens to you, you can't say what? Damn, why is this happening? You're delusional, bro. Read. Come on.
For of judgment and in fiery indignation.
Read.
Which shall devour the adversary.
Right, see? Go ahead. Because now you're what?
Adversary.
You're an enemy of the cross. You're no longer a just man falls 7 times. The just man that's falling 7 times is knowing what he's doing. I mean, excuse me, not knowing what he's doing, making the mistakes. But what happens to this guy, this woman that knows what they're doing that's wrong? You're no longer sinning through ignorance. Go ahead.
He that despised Moses' law.
He that what?
Despised Moses' law.
Yeah, you know what, man? I hear that, but go ahead.
Died without mercy.
Would die without what?
Mercy.
Yeah, you died without mercy. You was brought out and what? Stone him, killed him, burned him. Go ahead.
Under 2 or 3 witnesses.
Read.
Of how much sorer punishment.
How much more? Go ahead.
Suppose ye.
Right.
Shall he be thought worthy.
Right.
Who have trodden underfoot the Son of Yahweh.
How much more for that brother or sister that has trodden on the cross of the Most High, Yahweh Shai, excuse me. Huh? You lay down, imagine Yahweh Shai on that cross, you laying it down and you what? You doing the church dance over him. Huh? Trampling Yahweh Shai. See, you see where that punishment? The scriptures say, though a sinner sin what? 100 times, you're not going to escape. We got to see that. Like, this is where you got to look into yourself. It doesn't matter who's around. Those scriptures are supposed to resonate with you. I don't give a damn who's around. I know that punishment is coming if I'm over here acting up or acting a fool. Right? You're accountable as a brother or sister to the Most High. And usually in secret is when you sin, when nobody's watching, and that's where Yahweh lives. He lives in secret, in the secret places, in the secret realms, in the unseen. So we got to understand that. How many of us are going to keep trampling on Yahweh Shai and the grace? And that's what it's telling us. Read.
And have counted the blood of the covenant.
And you do what?
Counted the blood of the covenant.
Because there's no more animals, y'all. You're talking about the blood of Yahweh Shai. Go ahead.
Wherewith he was sanctified.
Wherewith you were cleansed with. Read.
An unholy thing.
You saying, you know what? Scrap that. Yeah, I know Yahweh Shai gave his blood for me. I don't need that. Throw that blood out. Yeah, I know he died for me, but you know what? It's a game to me. Catch me if you can. Most High is not joking with that. Read.
And have done despite.
And have done what?
Despite.
Go ahead.
Unto the Spirit of grace.
Bruh, if you were destroyed in Moses' law, how much more sore punishment that do it to Yahweh Shai and the grace? I do not understand where these Christians literally think they can do whatever the hell they want to do. I don't understand how us as Israelites think we're going to get away with things because we got fringes in the beard. Or you got your hair covered once a week. Why? How does it not, you not understand that you're not going to escape? That the Most High is just giving you time to get it right. We got to take a look at ourselves, y'all. Go ahead.
For we know him that have said,
right?
Vengeance belongeth unto me.
It's a setup. He's waiting. He's going to put you in that slot with Esau and the nations. Right. Go ahead.
I will recompense.
Right.
Saith the Most High.
Go ahead.
And again, the Most High shall judge his people.
See? So, we talking about this sinning willfully and sinning through ignorance. Are you sinning through ignorance? Or do you know what the hell you're doing is against the commandments, the laws, and righteousness? Because if you're sinning through ignorance, you're going to ask. You're going to ask, hey, is this wrong? This is going to happen. I'm going to do this. Is this the right move? So I won't make the wrong move, according to the scriptures. For the ones that don't give a damn, you ain't asking.
But when you ask and now you got the knowledge,
yeah,
like you were saying, your conscience is going to be there, right? But then in order to be that willful sinner, that means you shutting off that. You tuning that out, and you tuning up what your flesh wants to do. Yeah. That's why it says in 2 Peter that the latter is going to be worse than the beginning. Yeah. Because now you have the knowledge of good and evil, but you still choosing to do evil. Yeah. So it was better that you not even know.
It was better that you didn't even know. Go to Hebrews 6 and 4. Hebrews 6 and 4.
Hebrews chapter 6, verse 4.
Go ahead.
For it is impossible for those who were once enlightened.
Now, this is beautiful. Because the word is saying it's impossible. Here's the kicker, y'all. Here is the kicker. If you want to look deep into your soul. It's impossible for the ones that were enlightened. Go ahead.
And have tasted of the heavenly gift.
Go ahead.
And were made partakers of the Holy Ghost.
Go ahead.
And have tasted the good word of God.
Right. It's impossible. Go ahead.
And the powers of the world to come.
Go ahead.
If they shall fall away, to renew them again unto repentance.
Ask yourself this. If you're this type of individual that rejects the blood of Yahweh Shai, have you ever received the Spirit? That's the question. That's the whole kicker in all of this. It doesn't matter if you're sitting here. It doesn't matter if you listen to class all the time. You're going to know by the spirit that you're in and the one you identify with. If you reject the knowledge, you can read till your damn eyes pop out. You can hallelujah, you can face the east, all you damn want. If you are not walking in the spirit of the Lord, you are not none of Yahweh Shai. You are none of the Most High. The Bible is telling you it's impossible. So when you got that demon on you, you're not moving in the spirit of the Most High. You're moving in some other thing. But they sitting here. You just sat with Yahweh Shai the whole damn time. Y'all gotta stop that. I don't look at things like that when they're around, huh? Bro, you know how many Israelites in these schools just only do it for men? Only do it for women? They come right into the Israelite communities at the same way they were in church. It don't supposed to be about show. It don't supposed to be about, you know what? I want to do what I want and get my feeling from it. Go to 1 John 3 and 8.
1 John chapter 3 and verse 8.
Just about this willful sinning. Go ahead.
He that committeth sin is of the devil.
When you know what you're doing, you're no longer under this ignorance thing. Read it again.
He that committeth sin is of the devil.
You what? You got demons on you, bro. You're of the devil. You know what you're doing. You see why I keep trying to tell brothers about intentions? Like, it's a difference when you're messing up and you're trying to get it right. But once you know and you just rejecting it, you're not of the Father, right? You're not an Israelite. You of the flesh. And the Most High is going to destroy you. Go ahead.
For the devil sinned from the beginning.
Right.
For this purpose, the Son of God was manifested, that he might destroy the works of the devil.
Yeah, you can't come back. You can't come back and say what? Well, it was a mistake. Bro, you know what you're doing. That's the difference, willful sin and ignorance. Y'all see that? Go from there, go to 1 John 1. One of my favorite ones. 1 John 1 and 6.
1 John chapter 1 and verse 6.
Go ahead.
He that said he abideth in him ought himself.
1 John 1 and 6.
1 John 1 and 6. He that
Yeah.
1 and 6.
Yeah.
If we say that we have fellowship with him.
If we say we have what?
Fellowship with him.
Oh, I know Jesus is in my heart. He's with me. We sup together all the time. You didn't know you were supping with the devil, right? You supping with Satan. Go ahead.
And walk in darkness.
And walk in what?
In darkness.
See, this is why y'all got to understand. All Israel is not of Israel. Just because brothers and sisters come around, you'll know an Israelite by his works, by her works. See? And in my commending earlier, I wasn't commending y'all just to cap on y'all. I'm commending y'all based on y'all works and the spirit you come in on, and riding and walking next to you and even hearing about you. What happens when I'm not around for the instance? The brother vouches and the spirit shows forth. So there wasn't, when I gave y'all the kudos, it was really sincere. Because what y'all are doing, we got to keep moving in this spirit. Because if not, you're going to put Christ to an open shame. You got to have integrity. You got to have a right spirit and moving in the Most High. It can't be this trickster. I'm going to sit among you, but I feel some other way. That's wrong. Right? It don't supposed to be like that. You got to get rid of that line. Go ahead.
We lie.
We what?
We lie.
Go ahead.
And do not the truth.
Go ahead.
But if we walk in the light,
right,
as he is in the light,
right,
we have fellowship one with another.
right. You see, that's when we fellowship with Yahweh Shai, when we really are part of the fellowship, when we walk in the light. Go ahead.
And the blood of Jesus Christ, his son, cleaneth us from all sin.
Now you understand why Yahweh Shai died for the righteous. Right? He died for the righteous because the wicked don't want his blood. They don't give a damn about that. There's no offering for them because they don't give a damn about it. They're like, you can take that blood. I ain't with that. So what are we doing with the blood of the Most High? Excuse me, the blood of Yahweh Shai. All right. Let's jump back to Leviticus. So just on this, wait, you got one?
Yeah, I love how you bring it out, going with the reading, because it's like there's no sacrifice, because that blood, that was that animal sacrifice that represented the life.
Right.
So this individual that's continuing that willful sin doesn't want to live the life of Christ. They don't want to live a disciplined life to say, nah, I'm not going to give myself to the flesh. I'm not allowing these spirits to have dominion over me.
Right.
Like Christ had. I'm going to be led by the Spirit, not by the flesh. Yeah.
Every time we talk about it, it reminds me what the scripture says in Esdras about these are they that practice abstinence. Right? We abstain, we refrain, we control, and like it says in Romans, we mortify the deeds of the flesh. That's what we got to get stronger at doing. Men, brothers, sisters, children, mortify the deeds of the flesh so we can be accepted. We was going over it yesterday. The brother had a good question. Flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of heaven. So it doesn't matter if we're not pushing for those things. We're going to be ashamed in that last day. Y'all see that, right?
God.
Yeah, man. It's real. Come on, let's jump back. We are in Leviticus.
Second precept.
4 and what?
4 verse 13, second precept.
Go ahead.
Of Israel sinned through ignorance, and the thing be hid from the eyes of the assembly, and they have done somewhat against any of the commandments of the Lord concerning things which should not be done, and are guilty. Verse 14. When the sin which they have sinned against it is known, the congregation shall offer a young bullock for the sin, and bring him before the tabernacle.
Yeah, you think they will offer for a person that didn't give a dang about the offer? Nah, they was bringing that rebellious individual out and killing him. Like, this is a person that's like, yeah, I didn't know, right? I didn't know I was breaking the laws. I didn't know I was doing wrong. That wasn't for a person that don't give a damn about it. Go ahead.
Verse 15. And the elders.
You were supposed to read. Who are you? Which one are you?
That's it.
Yeah. 4 and 14.
Bakar Gabar Shabbat Shah Yahawada Ban Yashala. I imagine. Correct?
Yahweh Baal Shem Yahweh Shai Brakatam.
Yahweh Baal Shem Yahweh Shai Brakatam.
All right. So you're number 5. Okay, let's go. This will be quick.
Right?
Yeah.
26.
Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 14, Leviticus chapter 4, verse 15. And the elders of the congregation shall lay their hands upon the head of the bullock before the Most High. And the bullock shall be killed before the Most High. And the priest that is anointed shall bring of the bullock's blood to the tabernacle of the congregation. And the priest shall dip his finger in some of the blood, and sprinkle it 7 times before the Most High, even before the veil. And he shall put some of the blood upon the horns of the altar, which is before the Most High, that is in the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall pour out all the blood at the bottom of the altar of the burnt offering, which is at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. Verse 19. And he shall take all his fat from him, and burn it upon the altar. And he shall do with the bullock as he did with the bullock for a sin offering. So shall he do with this. And the priest shall make an atonement for them, and it shall be forgiven them. Verse 21. And he shall carry forth the bullock without the camp, and burn him as he burnt the first bullock. It is a sin offering for the congregation. When a ruler have sinned and done somewhat, when a ruler have sinned and done somewhat through ignorance against any of the commandments of the Most High's power.
What verse you at?
Verse
22. Go ahead.
Concerning things which should not be done, and is guilty, or if his sin wherein he has sinned come to his knowledge, he shall bring his offering, a kid of the goats, a male without blemish.
How could somebody come and bring it to your attention if you're demonic and every time you're reproved, you change what is going on? Like, so I bring it to your attention, you're like, you on the defense. Well, hold on a second. The reason why I did that, it's like, whoa, I did that because of you. I was wicked because of you. That's the talk. You're not literally saying that, but you are, right? Oh, I did that. You made me wicked. That is childish, garbage, Kmart logic. Like, I messed up because of you. I did wrong because of you. I broke the commandment because of you. Nothing bound me and rooted me to this. I messed up because of you. You made me mess up. You got me out of the spirit. You're trying to pass the buck and not be reproved. Once again, those people, what happened to them? You think they was playing around with those type of people? Bruh, if you was dealing with the congregation and they had to bear witness to your spirit, they looking at you like, oh, you messed up? If you over there haughty, disrespectful, argumentative, that sacrifice could turn into a quick dang stoning. Y'all got to see this. The Most High moved all that out the way, the stoning. He moved all that punishment out the way. So, no, when the brother gets out of order, brothers don't come with stones and start placking them at your brain. What happens? You get talked to. And a lot of people don't even want that. You don't even want to hear the verbal chastisement. You want to what? No, I got my way. This is the way I'm going to do it. It's like, then who do you answer to then? That's a question. If you can't hear each other or the brother, who do you answer to?
They answer to themselves.
Right. Who do they answer to? So when you want to cut out the brothers, when you want to cut out your husband, when you want to cut out your father or your mother, who do you answer to? Yahweh. Oh, you got a one-on-one relationship with the Most High. Okay. Well, then you answer to the Most High then. And that's a lot of times we got to let that be. Like, when you're dealing with the individual and they don't want to hear you, they're right. You got one brother, two brothers, three brothers. mama, daddy talking to you. You got brothers talking to you and the kids are rebellious. What do you have to do? Yeah, the father and the mother, you can beat them and punch them, but some of them get whooping like, right? Ugh, yeah, I took that. Yeah, they ain't gonna learn. It's like I tell my kids. When I face to eat something like, Yahweh, please, don't let a school shooter come in and kill, remove. You know why I'm doing that? I'm reminding my kids while they behind me praying. Any moment, your ass could be up on their table talking about, Yahweh, please don't. They'd be like, Malachi, come up from under the table, Malachi. When they start talking like that in school, you're like, damn, Yahweh, please. Come out and play, Malachi. Huh? You like, you're saying at that time as a young man, damn, did I do right? When you hear, pop, 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 oh, please let me go. Ain't no letting you go, it's too late. If the Most High didn't get you out the back door before they came in shooting, the trannies coming through and sniping you. Right? How's that? Huh? He went out by a transvestite. That's going to be written on your tombstone. But kids think they're exempt from the check. Okay, well, you don't want us to check you. The Most High got you. Women think you're exempt from the check. You think you're exempt from the check. Brothers think they're exempt from the check. Bro, I'm a man, nobody's going to check. Okay. Well, then, man. It's easy for a man, though. Y'all know that, right? Out of everybody, it's easy for a man. It's easy for a man to lose it. Ain't nobody going to check me. Okay, you know why men snap in quick? They get the check quick? Because it's easy for a man to get a check. Soon as your woman get out of order, you start pissing up crying. Oh, I love you, baby. Don't leave me. Baby, you're begging, baby. Real quick. You be humble and shit. It's like, damn, that's all they have to take? Most times, like, this is easy. With the women, they're like, shit, I can pick up another nigga. Listen, Most High got to check me then. Right? They're like, it's easy to replace. Every man wants a big booty and a smile, right? So, with y'all, man, the Most High checks a lot of brothers very easily. Take your kids away, take your rib away, and then you what? You on bended knee, praying to the Lord, Yahweh, please, bring her back. Bring her back, Yahweh. Right? Why do we got to go through those things? We got to understand the Most High has given us each other, given us the congregation. That's why the congregation will come out. We will do these things. Why? Because everybody's going to be looking at your ass. Oh, it was a mistake, huh? Really? Let's talk about this. So you didn't know? Oh, okay. Oh, if the brother said it was a mistake, it was a mistake. Right? But you know Israel was looking. All right, brother. Get the animal. Nigga said it was a mistake. Get the animal. Right? Everybody's looking. And that's what we do now. The brother can only be your keeper if you want him to be your keeper. Your husband can only be your keeper if you want him to be your keeper. Your mother, your father can only be your keeper if you want them. It goes back to what we started this out with. The voluntary. Huh? You 16 now, you can get emancipated. I mean, please do. Like, take some bills from me. That emancipation thing, like, if my kids came with that, I'm like, whoa, about time. You're going to save me some money. Get your rebellious ass out. Go. Let's see what the Most High do to you. Right? But you don't have to go there if we learn from one another and let that brotherhood, that love, right? and be there for you. You see how I worded that, right? Brotherhood and love. Because to you is interpreted what? Oh, you don't like me. When you correct me, you don't like me. Right, you nitpicking. You don't what? Oh, that's the psychological smart ones. You don't understand me. Right, you try to spin now. Like some of the spin that some of these women be putting on their husbands, I be like, bruh, you still falling for that? You get stumped? You like the whole conversation ends when she spins you. I be like, bruh, no, you can't let them spin you like that, man. And the kids too. They spin you with what? I don't know. Oh, you don't know? Okay, let's see how this. We gonna do you like the muse back in the days. You gonna mow the lawn with your back. You gonna put rakes on your back. We gonna tie them to your back, and you gonna walk around the lawn like this, like a mule, right? But why do we have to go through all that when if you let your brother, your father, that person be your brother's keeper and understand and try to see the correction, which is supposed to help you? This is the problem. And that's when we get to the other level where you sin willfully because you reject knowledge. You understand? And because thou hast rejected knowledge, you will get rejected. I'm going to say it again. I put this prophecy out here before. Right? The Most High has set men, women around you. Husband, wife, father, right? Mother around you. When you reject that and you reject the truth, I guarantee you the Most High will teach you the lesson. Right? The same sisters that didn't want correction from their husband, they're online. They're back on TikTok. Exactly what I said. Oh, you thought I was playing? They really back on TikTok. Daughters are still what lost, being more of a little hoe than mama. Watch. Let's play this game and see if the Most High is true. Because come on,
the brother used to be. He was dedicated. He left. His rib left. Now she's getting married to another dude who moved to Florida. Daughter's 16 years old. Push up bra, chest out, smoking blunts, every picture. You know what I mean? Put the middle finger out.
Y'all think I'm not laughing that it's funny. I'm laughing that you cannot kick against the pricks. When you're being told the moral things on how to live righteously and you reject that, then you're going to go live this life of the old man and the old woman with the repercussions. That's where the laugh is coming from. It's sad. You have to know, and I'm talking to mother and father to the kids, because a lot of you kids will turn out and be rebellious. I'm talking to you wives, when your husband is there warning you, and you brothers, when brothers are being warned by their brothers. Nobody's exempt. We all have to be accountable. Y'all agree? So, the law is showing us what these brothers and sisters were there for. Come on, let's finish this.
Leviticus chapter 4, verse 24. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the goat,
right,
and kill it in the place where they kill the burnt offering before the Most High. It is a sin offering. Verse 25. And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering with his finger and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out his blood at the bottom of the altar of burnt offering. And he shall burn all his fat upon the altar, as the fat of the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall make an atonement for him as concerning his sin, and it shall be forgiven him.
Right.
And if any one of the common people sin through ignorance, while he doeth someone against any of the commandments of the Most High, concerning things which ought not to be done, and be guilty,
right,
or if his sin, which he hath sinned, come to his knowledge,
right,
then he shall bring his offering and kill the goats.
So this is the sin of ignorance. The sin of ignorance and the offering that is supposed to go with it. Go ahead.
A female without blemish for his sin which he hath sinned. Verse 29. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the sin offering, and slay the sin offering in the place of the burnt offering. And the priest shall take of the blood thereof with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of the burnt offering, and and shall pour out all the blood thereof at the bottom of the altar. And he shall take away all the fat thereof, as the fat is taken away from off the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar for a sweet savor unto the Most High. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. Verse 32. And if he bring a lamb for a sin offering, he shall bring it a female without blemish.
Right.
I like this too, because sadly you get a lot of Old Testament brothers and sisters that say, well, why do you need a man to atone for your sins?
Right.
But this is what the job of the priest is telling us right here.
Right.
Whenever we committed any ignorant sins or sins, period, we had to come to a priest for that atonement.
Right.
We go straight to the Most High.
Yep.
So they try to say, oh, well, we don't need Christ.
We don't need Christ. We don't need a man. The man was always used as a mediator. Right? Somebody had to vouch for you. Somebody had to speak for you. Right? Obviously, you messed up. You can't speak for yourself. Right? So even now, in us speaking, who's there? Who's our mediator? Yahweh Shai. Never forget that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Verse 32.
Okay.
And if he bring a lamb for a sin offering, he shall bring it a female without blemish.
Yeah.
And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the sin offering, and slay it for a sin offering in the place where they kill the burnt offering. Verse 34. And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out all the blood thereof at the bottom of the altar. And he shall take away all the fat thereof, as the fat of the land is taken away of the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar, according to the offerings made by fire unto the Most High. And the priest shall make an atonement for his sin that he have committed, and it shall be forgiven him.
All right. So now we're jumping over to Ecclesiastes, the 26th chapter, and then we'll go ahead and finish up. Get out of here. Yes, ma'am. The what?
Kmart logic.
Oh, Kmart. Yeah, ask that. The Kmart logic is, you know how you got Walmart, right? The low budget food. You got Kmart, you know, the little upgraded knowledge of food, right? The beets and tomatoes might not be as welted as Walmart. Well, to me, the idea behind that thinking is like these different places, right? Low budget, right? Where do I get my knowledge from? Low budget thinking. You got it from some slow person, right? That doesn't even understand about the spirit of wisdom, right? So that's me being funny and saying your low budget knowledge, right, came from either a drunkard or a weed head or a person with no knowledge. So that's just me being funny, right? The scriptures say the knowledge of the world, right? There you go. All right. All right. Ecclesiastes 26. Everybody on your seat, there's a seat belt. Y'all put the seat up. I'm just kidding. See, me just lining y'all up in here. You know what I mean? It's coming down to the wire. Your brothers and sisters get yawning. You know what I mean? So, put your seatbelts on. Yeah, we're going for a ride. Ecclesiastes 26.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Come. Ecclesiastes chapter 26 verse 1. Blessed is the man that had a virtuous wife.
Right, but why do you need a virtuous wife? We all want a virtuous woman.
That's right.
But what are you going to do with her? Let's think about it. Look at yourself in your mire when you was a dirty, no good monkey. And imagine you getting that virtuous woman. How many of us got a virgin and just treated her like crap? So that's why you don't need a virtuous woman. See, that's why it says a godly woman is given to a godly man. So a lot of us want this virtuous woman but don't know what to do with her. So the blessing of a virtuous woman is going to come on a virtuous man. Right? What are your eyes looking for? People, well, I need a virtuous woman, but you chose a hoe. How does that? How that work? You know what I mean? Everybody wants a virtuous woman, but it's like, why you don't got one? Because you don't even know what is virtue. Right? And that's what we did. We chose something that wasn't virtuous. So how do we get blessed with a virtuous woman? Well, we got to know what virtue is. What the virtues we supposed to be looking for. So you get this woman, and you don't see these qualities in this woman, and you're like, well, why? How come? Because you didn't look for those qualities. You look for a pretty face, thick in the waist, and that's what you got. Right? But her brains are what? Dismal. Right? Yeah. So, read it again.
Blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife.
Right. So, a man that has a virtuous woman is blessed. I wanted to, when we read this, we can easily take shots at the woman. Right? And be like, man, my rib is none of that. Yeah, but you chose her. So let's stop that. Let's stop understanding she's disrespectful because that's what you liked. She's disgruntled because that's what you liked. Now, I know you're saying, well, we was in the world, how do we get it right? Well, you know the saying. They told you the saying from the world. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife, right? What is that? It's the same logic with the truth. If this woman don't want to be virtuous, these qualities, she won't desire them to change into this woman. This is no different than you. If you don't want to be that righteous man and you still want to be Tyrone and Pookie, well then what? You are going to be Pookie. You're not going to change. Same thing with this virtuous woman. So this blessing of a virtuous woman, it comes through a man understanding what is virtue. Yeah.
We looked it up on Thursday.
Yeah.
Virtue.
Okay.
It says a radical sense is strength from straining, stretching, and extending moral goodness, the practice of moral duties, and the abstaining from vice.
See, and what we're going to understand, everything you just read there, when some women don't want to be virtuous. They don't want to abstain from vice. They don't have integrity. Right? See, what I had to really learn when coming to this, I had to look at myself first. If I want a virtuous woman, then I got to stop looking for these hoes and looking for the qualities that the Most High calls virtuous. Right? I see a lot of brothers in relationships that I do a lot of counsel. And I'm going to tell you like this. If your woman can get on the phone and disrespect you in front of a stranger, you got to realize what you have. You know what I mean? Like, I can know you from but anywhere. And a brother called me, I've been watching y'all, man. Could you counsel me? Come. And the woman gets on the phone and just disrespectful out of nowhere. Bro, you got to realize what you got. You got to realize what you chose. She's not a virtuous woman. Right? Now, we can get into semantics. A wicked woman is giving it to a wicked man. What are you doing? You got to constantly look at that. You see that? Your choices, what you're doing. You got more on that, virtue?
It says, or a conformity of life and conversation to the moral law.
Right. Right. And how many women want to conform? Right? So go back to Proverbs 31. And for the sake, we got new people online. We got new brothers and sisters. The scriptures, go back to Ecclesiastes 26. Read that one more time. Let's put these together. Go ahead.
Blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife.
Why? Read Proverbs 31 and yeah.
Proverbs 31 verse 10. Who can find a virtuous woman?
Right. Well, that man is blessed because he found virtue. He looked for virtue. Right? Now, this speaks to the women. If you want to be a virtuous woman, because at this point you should already know. No thought, no hope, no adulterous woman, no woman that is knowingly breaking the law is going to make it into the kingdom of heaven. No woman that is not trying to embody these qualities but rejects these qualities, what are you doing? Like, this is not a game. Like, if you're not trying to embody these qualities, Yahweh Shai don't want you. Let alone your husband. Right? Go ahead.
For her price is far above rubies.
Right. See, a virtuous woman is valuable. And things that are valuable are what? They're rare. Right? They're rare. Now, things that are rare are hard to love. What? Hard to what?
Find.
What is easy out there, you know there's no virtue in them. So everything you can see and have access to, right, at the swipe of your thumb, usually is not virtuous. It's not virtue in that. When you go to the jewelers, where do they take you back to?
The back.
Oh, you want the real deal. Oh, shit. There. One door. Two door. You going in the back for what? The valuable things. Right? All this other stuff, that's that gold on the rope mix. That's in the front. You can smash and grab that quick. But the valuable stuff is the things not seen. And when you look at these things, who can find them? Who can find a virtuous woman? Who can find it? See, that's why I said it will be given to you. You see that? So we got to understand that about a virtuous woman and the virtues that you haven't been looking for. We haven't been looking for these things. We haven't been raised. Now I'm raising my son and showing him the value of a virtuous woman. Now, this is not a shot at my children's mothers. But what did we read? That people fall short.
God.
My sons are not going to see the entirety of what is needed to be looked for in their mothers. I know you're thinking like, damn, because you just threw up Shawashina and Shalamai. No. What I'm saying is this, that there's faulty, right? We're all faulty. We got to go to the Bible. Or else we won't see those things that we supposed to be looking for. Right? So I'm kicking it with my son. I'm like, man, this is what what type of woman these women are. Look at these women, these women. So my son's sitting around and he's watching. I look at my old boy, he watches. He watches if my ribs get feisty, how they move, how they talk back. So I can sit back and show him like, this is what you're supposed to be looking for. I can show him the gospel. And then he'll know if mom is moving right. You see that? We weren't taught that. First of all, because you was raised by your mama. So mama could do no wrong. She raised you. Right? Mama could do no wrong. She raised you. She helped you. She was there. Daddy was a bum-ass nigga on drugs and gongs, gangbanging, blah, blah, blah. You know it, right? So you could be like, damn, mama raised me. She's good, right? But truthfully, mama didn't show you the virtues of a righteous woman. Right? Once again, just because she pays for your bills, just because a man buys you a bag, that don't mean he's virtuous. Just because your mama paid for your light bill, that don't mean she's virtuous. Y'all got your seatbelts on? Okay. What?
But and just like that on the flip side too, if you're being raised by your mom, that can rebel you from wanting a woman like that.
Right?
Because
we'll get there though. Hold that. Go ahead. I'm sure somewhere along this line we're going to get to
Verse
this.
11.
Go ahead.
The heart of her husband does safely.
No, he's in Proverbs 31, right? So, blessed is the man who can buy a virtuous woman. So, a virtuous woman, according to the scripture, is that the what?
Her price is far above rubies.
She's priceless. Go ahead, what else?
The heart of her husband doeth safely, trusting her.
Stop. Did you show your woman how to trust in your counsel? Right? Is this woman has enough integrity to look past the old man to now start trusting in your counsel? Right? Because think about it. The woman is your job as a Hebrew Israelite woman is to aspire as this virtuous woman. Right? Okay. So remember, it can't be contingent on, hey, I'm only righteous around Aaron because he's looking at me. Because we sitting in class. But when I'm at home, I'm a nigga. Women logic, right? I'm a Shalom Yahweh Shema Lathan Yahweh Shem Hamashiach Yahweh Shai. Right? Saluting you and then going home and be like, the nigga. Yeah. I don't give a damn what Kazaki says, nigga. I don't care, nigga. It's like, what happened to you? Our righteousness is not contingent on, Shaquana's looking at me and then I'm meek and humble, but then when I go home, I'm just nigga. I start sagging my pants, I throw the blood in my ear. Like, yeah, I couldn't wait to get away from these Hebrew niggas. You know what I mean, son? You know what I mean, son? You know what I mean? We're righteous all the time, right? I'm using men to show you how ignorant you look as women when you play this little deceptive, soft tone. I got my head covered and I'm meek. But then you're not aspiring to what Yahweh Shai is going to be looking for in you. It's not about man. It's not about man. Man ain't going to judge you. Yahweh Shai wants you to be this type of woman. Ask yourself this. Are nappy-headed, disgruntled hoes going to enter into the kingdom of God? This ain't got nothing to do with man. So put the husband aside. Because I already know you got to put him aside. Why? Because he's faulty. He makes mistakes. But what you're saying is, I'm only righteous because I get a righteous man. But you chose that man. So you can't say that either. Right? We can't play that game. Samara, that's called Kmart wisdom. That low budget ass thinking logic that you think what is going to work with Yahweh Shai when our righteousness can't be contingent on what men are, what they see. That's called a hypocrite. It's called a hypocrite. If I'm righteous in front of you, I'm talking all this mess, and I go home and sit down and smoke a loud blunt. right? Or look at some porn, or beat off looking at some porn while smoking a loud blunt, right? That's called hypocrisy. So it can't just be in front of people. We got to aspire to this virtue. The women got to aspire to this virtue outside of what their husband are doing. And then we go to the scriptures and we see that in the scriptures. These righteous women, Abigail, she aspired to this righteous woman besides her husband being a fool. So you can't use that as an excuse. Right. Guess what? You're no different than your husband that's off. Right? See? You see how it works? Go ahead.
So that he shall have no need of spoil.
So, what is the woman's job? The woman's job is to be industrious, productive, and not sit around and wait till they can break up with their husband to say, I'm getting half. I want money. Nigga, please. You ain't getting nothing. Write me up a bill of divorce because you're going to pay what? I ain't paying for jack. Your lazy ass is going to be in that Uber. You will be doing Uber rides. You know what I mean? That's why I'm telling you, brothers, never get no Edomite license. These brothers telling you what? Go get a license. Go get a marriage license. You dumb as hell if you marry these women the white man's way and be bound to the white man's laws and bound to the white man's rules. I ain't never signed no contract. I know I'm married, and I respect that under the Most High. Right? I ain't writing you nothing. Because you didn't even care when you were in the marriage to be this productive, industrious, righteous woman. Why would I think morally you're going to be that woman when you leave? See, you chose a non-virtuous woman. But these virtues is what this woman is supposed to be aspiring to. Go ahead. I know, they already clicked off, don't worry. They already shut the hell off now. They're like, click, 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 click. This is when they talking loud in the background. Yeah, Daddy, go in the kitchen. It's like all the background noise right now. Because they don't want to hear these things. Go ahead.
Verse 12. She will do him good.
She will what?
Do him good.
Wait a minute. She would do him what?
Good.
Okay, as Hebrew Israelites, do we supposed to render evil for evil? Okay. Relly for relly? So what is your righteousness contingent on? Somebody else or on the Most High?
Most High.
Kmart logic. Oh, the reason why I'm acting like a demon is because this. No, you're acting like a demon because you're a demon. You're a demon. See, and that's what the scripture's showing you. Right? You know why I have to go through this? Because for some reason, a lot of you brothers let these dumbass women spin you. These worthless women spin y'all. And they're not worth anything. They're not worth any value. And I mean that in a biblical sense. Right. There's no virtue found in them, so they're not worth anything. Right? Now, we're not talking about the righteousnesses in here. We're talking about these women that move not in virtue. Right? Okay, go ahead.
And not evil.
And not what?
Evil.
Right. What does that mean? Now, I'm going to have to use you sisters that's in here. And for y'all that survive online, what does it mean that she will not do him harm or evil? Let's try to think through it. Sisters, come on. Ride with me. Even Samara, you're here. You're a smart young sister. What does it mean? Any ideas? She would do him good and not evil. What does that mean to you? Before the brothers, come on, help me out here. Before we get on the brothers, what does that mean to you? She would do him good and not evil. Go ahead.
Like she won't cause no trouble to him. Like she'll be at peace.
Right, she'll be at peace with him. That's in the pure sense. That's the basic foundation of what this is saying, right? Like she's going to be at peace. She's not going to cause him to walk around with his head hurt and break him down. right? And that's what you men let a lot of these women do. Break you down psychologically because she's your only choice. So you think, and this is your logic, because you don't know how to get a virtuous woman. You haven't locked into your creator, big brother, to get you a woman. You think, damn, I got nothing else but to deal with this disrespectful, out of order woman. And now you won't teach them the virtues. You won't challenge them to challenge themselves to change. And you're okay with what? The out of order, disgruntled demon. Because you fear. Yeah, damn. Y'all haven't lived life? Don't you know everybody's replaceable?
Come.
Like, everybody's replaceable. The Most High move her ass out the way I done seen it. And put a humble sister there that want to be and strive for these virtues. But you do two sins because you don't teach her the value that Yahweh Shai wants. You don't get what you need in your house. And this is the problem with not understanding how to get a virtuous woman. This is the problem with a woman not trying to attain to virtue.
Right.
Now there's division, there's discord, there's chaos. So this is what the Most High said about a virtuous woman. Mind you, this is what you're supposed to be fighting for, women. Go ahead.
And not evil all the days of her life.
This is the type of woman that has integrity, honor, that respects her husband. She's not going to be the type of woman that tells her husband, oh, you think you're getting some tonight? Oh, really? I was like, bruh, we've been telling you. If your woman can stomach to tell you that, you lost her a long time ago. If my Rim can look at me in the face and say, you ain't getting none. Like I'm some boy, you lost her a long time ago. She's for the streets. She's for the streets. You understand? There's no virtue in this type of woman. Yeah. And that's what you got to understand. And when you keep playing around with this woman like that, she's never going to respect you. Because she respects a guy that is going to treat her like crap. Whoop her ass, choke her out. And I'm talking to Israelite men that treat their woman with respect, that's coming home, working, doing the job, trying to seek the Most High, get their life mind right? Remember, we're not talking about the guy that's still in the street smoking blunts, you know what I mean, pistol whipping you when you come in the house. Which, those are the ones they usually stay with, right? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? He whipped my ass so good and then we make love.
That's what they fight for.
That's the ones they fight for. But the guy that is what? Trying to be humble and talk you through it? It's like, wait a minute, you had more respect when I was beating your ass. How does this work? Because they're warped and demented, right? And your relationship was built on corrupt things. So this is why the man's outlook got to change on what he's looking for. And the woman got to see, man, what is required in the eyes of the Most High? And if we're both working at those things, then the woman will change. And the man will know how to teach her the proper way to be this virtuous woman. But if you're scared and you're running and you don't know what happens, what's gonna happen when I require virtue? When I start requiring virtue, what's she gonna do? See, once you compromise the gospel for this wicked woman, you lost. You lose. You lose. No peace in your house, exactly.
I got it.
So you got to make sure you're requiring what the Most High Father wants, and she got to be pushing to aspire to this woman. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 13.
And then there will be respect. She will honor you. That's what it's saying. Go ahead.
She seeketh wool and flax.
She's busy. Read.
And worketh willingly.
She's busy. Not busybody. Not idle. She is busy, being productive, producing for the house. But see, you never broke her. You still got two separate accounts, right? And she has, you know why, I'm going to say this. You know why my ribs have two separate accounts? Because they know whatever they bring to the table comes to me first. If you haven't gained that respect with your rib, there needs to be one account. Why? Because she don't know how to serve you first. But you want to run your household like a little faggot white boy. And what? Oh, we got two accounts. See, that's my account. That's my money. Shit. Good luck, brothers. Good luck. Ain't no damn two accounts. Only reason why that's happening now is because my ribs, they know when they get paid, they're like, what we need to do. When those income tax come in, they're like, what do we need to do? They come to me first. Then they say, oh, okay, but I need to get this for my car. They respectable. They're not like, you know what I mean? Well, you do whatever you want to do. You're the man of the house. No, they're like, no, we know you're going to guide the house properly. You're going to do the proper things and lead the house the proper way. You know why you got two accounts? Because you're scared as hell to have her ass submit to you on the level that she needs to. That's why. And you haven't set up parameters. You dated her like damn Pookie, and you married her like some faggot white boy in the world that gives a women nothing but all control. That's the problem. So why are you weird about why she talking to me like that? Why would she tell me that? Because you haven't did the things that require the virtue from this woman. You see, now that you're requiring them, what happens? She shows you what? She's a hoe. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Oh, you're not? Nah. Once my ribs start telling me now we're doing that, there's a distance that's happening. You talking about I ain't doing that, I ain't following that, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna let you women get emotional. But as soon as you start moving in that spirit, right, and you ain't accepting correction, and you ain't accepting leadership, and you're not moving off guidance, what's the benefit? A house divided against itself cannot stand. Right. You see what I'm saying? I'm always checking my ribs' pedigree. When I hit them up and I say, listen, when y'all talk to me, you got to be conscious that the kids are watching. I'm watching their pedigree and looking at them. If they combative and they're like, well, the reason why, and they do that? Nah, you're right. You know what? Calm. Then I know they still are rude under this. Because they know I'm not the guy coming home beating them, whooping them up. I'm not on the street chasing hoes. I'm not Pookie. I get up every day and work just like them. Right? So why wouldn't I require respect or virtues or qualities? You're getting a virtuous man. Right? Why would you not require a virtuous woman? You see what happens? This is why you're damn shivering and shaking, because you won't require the things that you're requiring for yourself. What do we tell the one brother all the time? Not going to say the name. Do you show up late? No. You're humble. We watch you around the sanctuary. Right? Don't you do that? Come. Right? Don't you give? Come. Like, then why are you not requiring that from your rib? See, this is the problem. You're trying to run your house like Americans. Require what the Most High said. This ain't about Kazakian. This ain't about me. Oh, brother, that's what you do in your house. Follow the Bible? Come. I'm going to require what the Most High said. He requires it for me, and I'll be damned if I don't require it for my ribs, right? They got to have the same virtues. Go ahead.
And work it willingly.
And work it what?
Willingly.
Wait, you're being forced. Willingly. You're combating.
Willingly.
Now you want to argue about how and what needs to be done? Bruh, that's not willingly. Let me show you something. When you break up with that woman will go top and have sex with some other nigga on the random and act like she's all in love all over again. Willingly. Quick. If you don't know that about your woman, you're a sick, diseased man. She will get with you, right? She'll lose all character about herself when she doesn't love something. She go get a new man, what will she do? She make-upped up, she beautified out, she's saying happy things, she's texting glorious things, right? She's talking to you happily. When a woman loses love for something, she no longer strives to please or make that thing happy anymore. Period. So a virtuous woman, a woman that's into her husband and into the qualities of the house, into making sure her husband is good and loving her husband, she would be striving for these qualities because she knows it's going to bring the right environment in the house, around the kids, around the husband, and above all for the Most High. So this is not about just about the man. It's about all these things that rest on the women. Right? Go ahead.
With her hands.
Right, with her hands. This woman is not idle. She's ready to work, and she's ready to work willingly. You know what I mean? You know when I get in arguments with my ribs about work? When they got so many things piled on them. It's never about, hey, I don't want to do it. It's like, damn, because I'm doing 10 things. Like right now, I can't do that. Right? That's when they're like, and I'm like, then I got to fall back and be like, you're right. You know what? Let us loosen the load on you. They're not like, I want to sit home and damn play video games all day or sit down and just be lazy. They're like, man, I'm doing 10 things. Virtuous women. Virtuous sisters. Right? And guess what? They've grown into that more and more because their desire for Yahweh Shah. When I met Shawashna and Shalamaya, y'all think they were virtuous? Shalamaya was 19. She was in that heavy smoking weed. She was just figuring out whether she's going to be a partier and how she was going to live life. Right? Shawashna was what? In the military, going from damn military and dancing salsa in damn Europe. Right? You think that was virtuous women? Hell no. But their love for me, when I laid the gospel out for them, it switched over to, it had to, over the years, not just be about me, it had to be about the gospel. So you're seeing something here. A lot of times why brothers don't get these virtuous women and their ribs don't switch over, because it ain't about the Father. My relationship had to change from being just about me and be more about the Most High. You see how, sisters, you see how a lot of these women, it ain't got nothing to do with you. It got something to do, they don't want to be God-fearing. They don't fear the Most High. They don't respect the Most High. They don't respect what we're reading. Right? You got to realize what you got. Cast not your pearls before swine. You got to know what you got. You know what I mean? Do not kiss your rib's ass. Do not, for that sake, do we kiss anybody's ass to follow the gospel? So why would you think I got to kiss a woman's ass for her to be pleasant, respectful, honorable, a woman of integrity, and follow by the rules of the scriptures? Show me why now that has to be done, being a man of the Most High. Y'all are insane. Yeah, by the truth. Why'd I have to kiss her ass to be in order? Why would I have to kiss my ribs ass to be in order? When that's a requirement by the Father. They want me to be in order. I want to come home and when you get out of order, smack the hell out of you. That's what my anger takes me. Old school. Like you get out of line with me, I just want to damn back smack you. But I know that's demons, right? I know that's Satan. I know anger rests in the bosom of fools. How come I got to discipline myself and lock into the spirit of the Most High, but you get to run your mouth and act disrespectful, and I got to be, you right. You right, baby. Hell no. Right? You want to be equal, this is equal.
Right.
That we both strive for righteousness, equal opportunity in the spirit of the Most High. Right? You don't want that brute? Well, I don't want that disrespectful woman. So we got to be striving for the same power. Come? Go ahead.
She is like the merchant's ships.
Right?
She bringeth her food from afar.
Right. So, in order for a woman to travel, especially in the ancient days, you travel, even if you had a horse and a carriage, you had mules, you had cattle to do these things. It's saying this woman was going to get her ass up and do it. I hear these conversations, and you tell your rib to do certain things. How come you can't do it? You already out there. Why come you can't do it? My ribs is trying to find out how to sew, take care of the baby, and cook me a meal without being a bitch about it. But you just disgruntled laying around, ain't doing nothing? Y'all are tripping. You got to require from her what the Father said. And stop saying, damn, I'm a bottom of the barrel ninja, so I got to get me a bottom of the barrel woman. No, you're coming up to priesthood. You don't need hoes no more. Because you ain't a hoe no more.
Right.
Gone. And I know. We're like, but damn, I'm dirty. I'm like, bro, I'm no good. But you don't have to live that life. Slow everything down. Stop with the relationship. Because you get jumped, you run relationship to the next. And wait, get yourself cleaned up. And then, because some of y'all are in the middle of relationships. Some of these brothers and sisters in here, their ribs are going to be gone. Why? Because they don't really believe. They just hear out for show. Right? Brother, slow down. Don't jump into another relationship. Get you right. Then the Father will give you a virtuous woman. I believe that. I believe that. And then you will look for the right qualities. It ain't going to be no more, well, she sends you a picture and asks you to send $30 to her Venmo. Send $30 to that Cash App. Come on, Daddy. Daddy, could you send me $30, Daddy? Right? You ain't got to worry about that. Anybody that asks you for money left you on red. I'm like, bruh, stop. Who the hell you think I am? Joe Dummy? Right? Go ahead, read on.
Verse 15. She rises also while it is yet night.
Wait a minute. So a virtuous woman, what?
Rises also.
My feet hurt.
Rises.
I guess you're washing out. But bruh, I'm boasting on my ribs because the scriptures say give honor where honor is due.
That's right.
Now, my ribs ain't perfect. They get feisty sometimes. And I got to line their ass up myself. But I watched her wash now, bro. Her ankles look like ham hocks. I watched Shalomaya. She like damn tired and beat as hell. But you know what they're saying? I'd be like coming from class and be like, look, nothing's made, but let me hook that for you. Let me get that for you. I mean, what you gonna do with that? Yeah, huh?
You gotta cultivate it.
You gotta cultivate it, but you gotta be thankful. Cause I hear about some of y'all situations. I'd be like, damn, bro, she don't cook for you?
You can't make it yourself?
Oh, bruh, I feel bad for y'all. Y'all be scaring me into like Yahweh, the water Yahweh, Ba'ashima Mashiach Yahweh Shai. You blessed me with these good sisters, right? I'm gonna say it again. They get feisty at times, and I gotta pow with the word, but they snap out of it. They're like, no, I got you. What you need? You know what I mean? I'm like, no, you're tired as hell. Don't worry about it. You know what I mean? No, I got you. No, get some rest. I'll grab something. You're beat. You see what I'm saying? Well, you got sisters, man. They be younger and what? But let me tell y'all something. I'm going to show y'all how to understand this. If they're not doing it for you, I guarantee you, this is how you rip through yourself. When I got a woman that was out of order, I said to myself, I bet you she would do it for Pookie. Oh. And she would get up and what? Because he's D'ing it down right, she will what? Smiling, laughing, she will show up. She'll show up. Know that. So y'all gotta understand what's the motivation. Hold on. Y'all talking back there. What's up? Y'all busy? Hold on. Let me pause. Because y'all need to be listening. Especially your mom. She need to be listening because I already know the spirits that y'all dealing with. So y'all really need to be paying attention. Go ahead, read.
She rises also while it is yet night.
She what?
Rises also while it is yet night.
Go ahead.
And giveth meat to her household.
This woman is what? Not lazy. She's innovative. You worked and I worked. How come I gotta cook? Won't you grab something? Then you're gonna complain about me being unhealthy. If you was cooking, making me some damn healthy meals, then I would be better. But you don't know how to be a woman. You're a damn thug. Right. You're a thug. So now the things that is supposed to be there for me is not there for me. You see? Because you're what? You're only worried about yourself. That's what we're going to understand about this woman, why she has no virtue. This is a woman that is doing these things. She got no integrity. She's not fighting for the family. She's not fighting for the house. She's not fighting for the neighborhood. She's not fighting for the nation. Go ahead.
And a portion to her maidens.
See? You know why I love that part? Because why would you make food for your maidens when they're the maids? Right? But what is it saying? It's showing you the integrity and the love and the character of this woman. That's the type of woman where she would take the hair of her head and wash Yahweh Shai's feet. That's why Yahweh Shai said, bruh, y'all need to chill out. Man, she's using the oil. She's using that oil. We could have sold it for money. He said, none of y'all came in here off of oil. None of y'all here washing my feet. That's what type of woman you're supposed to be aspiring to. But you were raised by damn cockroaches. You were raised damn by roaches. You got to realize that when you got a thought as a wife. Yeah, brothers, they dealing with these hoes and trying to attribute virtue to them. The disrespect that I'm talking about is literally to that level. For me to say that, it's to that level. You disrespecting a lot of these men like you're just a straight hoe on the block.
Because you said it right, because the scripture talk about fornication. You commit fornication against your husband every time you don't put yourself in subjection to him. You're basically sleeping with another man. That's what you're doing, because you'll follow that other man instead of what your husband is laying down and requiring from you, which you can find in the scriptures. So yeah, you're right. You might not be literally sleeping with another man, but anytime you're questioning him and you're verbally jousting him, you're committing fornication.
Yeah.
Listen to the devil.
Yeah. Go ahead, read on.
She considereth a field and buyeth it.
Right. Is this woman dumb? No. So get this out. Oh, Israelite women have to be done. No. A virtuous woman knows how to be a working woman, a innovative woman, a thinking woman, a boss without the bitch.
Right.
A virtuous woman knows how to be a boss without being a bitch. A bitch is a female dog.
That's right.
An Israelite woman is not a female dog because she's working in the virtue, but she still is a boss. They not been shown that. The world has told them, be a boss bitch. And that means what? Crap on your people, your household, your family, your kindred, and divide homes. You understand? So the scriptures is showing us that she was a boss. She was a thinker. So don't come with this, or you just want somebody dumb. No, I want you to think. But I want us to be a corporation. We understand that the levels and the tiers, the president, the manager, that's how we move in our house. Right? And we can respect, you know what I mean, each other. And you can respect if I make the last decision. That's a boss. Right? And that's what it's showing you. She's innovative, she's a thinker, she's a go-getter. Go ahead.
With the fruit of her hands, she planted a vineyard.
You see what it keeps telling us, y'all? What is these sections of scriptures talking about? Work. She's productive. She's making things happen. She's thinking. She ain't just sitting at home complaining and murmuring. Idleness teaching much evil. And when you don't give your rib a job or show her how to be innovative, and you live off of this white man rule that you go out and work and you come home and bring the bread, your woman is never going to learn these qualities. Because it says she's supposed to be working with her hands. What?
I like this because it makes me think of Judith and Abigail. Like when Abigail, what she did was she told her servants, go get all these materials, and then she presented those things to David. So she presented those things to David to save everybody's life in that kingdom.
Right.
Judith, she girded up her loins and kept in the integrity. Right, that integrity, it coexists with the virtuous woman. Right?
Yeah, I like that when you bring up Judith, when she found, when you look at the Israelite women, that their husband dies, it ain't like these women nowadays. That I'm going to go sleep with 30 more men. I'm free now. You got to see that. You got to look and understand why your woman don't got integrity. Because she got that whore's mind. I want to separate from you because I want to just go bounce from man to man instead of understanding that my husband has what it takes. And if I'm a righteous woman, I will what? Be there to help build him. Right? Y'all got to think about this. So Judith had code and honor because how she carried herself, and her motivation was for the nation.
Right, because when you look at that virtuous woman, she's embodying that moral compass or that moral standard, which is the same as integrity. Doing that in the absence of who? She did that in the absence of her husband, considering her nation.
Right.
And that's what got her. That's the path that she stayed. Abigail, she rolled in that same type of virtuous and integrity, integrity, being a woman for her household, for her kingdom.
Right. Women nowadays got to realize that cockroaches raised you. And that's why you move around like a damn cockroach. Right? You got no respect for anybody. You talk to anybody anyway. You got no real quality. What are your qualities? Sit down and write down your good qualities. And then write those down and then go give them to your husband. And if the husband, if you're right, if your woman is out of order, you better show her. Like that ain't your quality. That ain't what you do.
Right.
You telling yourself they good qualities, but you have nobody else to prove you. Because right, that's what it tells you. It says your brother, your friend will prove you. That the other man praise you. Go ahead.
Verse 17.
Go ahead.
She girded her loins with strength.
She what?
Girded her loins with strength.
He what?
She girded her loins with strength.
What is the strength? What is the strength? One word. What? Wisdom. It says, well, wisdom is strength. So this is how you know a lot of these women ain't moving with the spirit of the Most High when they move in these wicked qualities, in these evil qualities. Go ahead.
And strengthening her arms.
And what?
Strengthening her arms.
And strengthening her arms, right? not for the gram. She's not strengthening her arm for the gram. She's strengthening her arm for her house, her family, not the fans, but her fam.
Right.
That's what this woman does. How many of you women are doing that? How many of you women give a damn how you talk around your husband and the kids? You don't even have the audacity to put him to the side? Cockroaches, man. Cockroaches. You know what I mean? You're like, baby, can I talk to you for a second? You're going to do it in front of everybody. That's how we know your ribs. A lot of ribs that do that in the open at feast around brothers and sisters, we know she ain't got no class because how she moves. She'll disrespect you in the open. Is that a hand? No, that's a scratch, right? That's a scratch. All right, go ahead. Read.
She perceived that her merchandise is good.
So she what? Perceives. We want women that think. The Bible tells you that. But what are you thinking for? Your own belly? Or are you thinking for the body, the family? Right? We know why you got the second account. That's the escape account. Right? The funny thing is, you brothers that don't know this, I'm only 45. Jesus. You trying to tell me y'all that damn slow? She don't know she got the extra account because that's an escape account? Like, that's the account, like, I'm setting this up. You can learn that from BMF. You can learn that from a good damn series. But you don't watch the qualities in your rib. You want to what? Ignore what she is. And therefore, it's weird to you that she's doing certain things. We'll go back to the scriptures. All that's going to fall in place. Read. Come on.
Her candle goeth not out by night.
Wait a minute. She's annoyed that she got to stay up and she got to do for the family. But no, that's when you read it one more time.
God. Her candle goeth not out by night.
She what?
Her candle goeth not out by night.
Right. She's up at night. You know what I mean? Flickering through social media. But when it comes to studying, she's not doing that.
Oh, boy.
See, y'all got to understand that candle not going out at night don't mean that, oh, she's up all night, damn, flicking through social media.
No.
She's looking out for the next day, for the body, for the kids, for the family. How come you didn't tell me that? Listen, it's your job to run the house. You're supposed to be coming to me. Look, we're taking the kids, we're doing this, you're supposed to be coming to me. I hear these conversations. I'm serious, y'all. I be like vomiting in my own mouth. I'm like, you're not dealing with an Israelite woman. You're dealing with a nappy-headed hoe. I hear that. I be like, I feel bad for brothers. I feel bad. You love the black woman, don't you? Y'all are tripping.
I love an Israelite woman.
Right.
I don't like the sinister, hostile, threatening.
Yeah, right. But that's the thing. That's why I'm using the word cockroaches, because those type of women, they ain't inspired. The Most High said they're meant to be burnt up.
That's what it said.
He said they're meant to be burnt up. Right? But the ones that are aspiring, the godly women, the women that are aspiring to this virtuous woman, well, she can see the value in these. And she know that the streets did to her. Right. She know what bouncing from man to man did to her.
Right.
She know what giving up a good man, what she's going to have to go find out there. Because these cats ain't like, oh, hey, how many kids you got? Oh, you got baby daddy? You know what, man? Let me choose you because you cute. You only cute in pictures, number one. Right? Now, you trying to pick up other cats. You think they going to take it up? They going to take on your household? Oh, you that good, huh? You different. You got that thing, so you're going to throw it on them. So they're going to lock in and do what you want, right? You're going to be a fool that lays with every man. Because eventually you're going to have to give him something. He's not going to give you the valuable things that you need. Go ahead.
She laid her hands to the spindle.
Work. Why I keep saying this? Because idleness teaches much evil. If your woman is not busy, my ribs are busy. You know why we don't get in a lot of arguments? Because they busy. They're busy. They're not sitting around analyzing me, checking where I'm at. Where you going in? You going to work out with the brothers? You're going to Hebrew? You're always gone. If you was busy, you'd be doing the same thing I'm doing. You'd be gone too, doing the righteous work. But you sitting at home calculating what time I'm coming in and all this. Bro, you're dealing with little girls, y'all. Grown-ass women that act like little girls. And you gave that little girl power over you. You out of your rabbit-ass mind. You gave that little girl power over you. Come on.
And her hands hold the distaff.
Right?
She stretches out her hand to
right?
the poor.
She what?
Stretches out her hand to the poor.
Character. Yep. Virtue. Charity. The quality she's trying to embody. Yeah. You see, a woman that it gives to the poor, these type of words, that you brought up on a, remember, back in the days, it was really less community, house, family, nation. Tell me you're thinking about the poor when you won't even thinking about your husband. You give a damn about that. You can give a damn about the sanctuary. You can give a damn about the next brother or sister because your life is just motivated to please you. But this virtuous woman, you can see she was about the family, the nation, the kingdom. Go ahead.
Yeah, she reaches forth her hands to the needy.
Right?
She is not afraid of the snow for her household.
Wait a minute. So when you go to, we went over the slothful scriptures. It said a slothful woman said, there's a lion in the way. Well, a slothful woman will say what? There's snow out there. You gonna let your rib go out there in the snow? Yeah. Because I would go out there in the snow. What the hell are you talking about? That's disrespectful? Well, that's not treating a woman right because she's innovative, she's a go-getter. Remember, that's what they're crying for, right? Equal rights. Women got power just like men. Okay, so why if I go through the snow and she go through the snow, why ain't that what we all want? See, the hypocrisy that America is making you believe and think is what? Kmart logic. Right? Go ahead.
God, for all her household are clothed in scarlet.
Because you know what it's telling you? It's telling you, man, this woman will do the things to bring comfort to her house. I can say that because I know the gospel. She'll bring comfort to her house. Does your rib care about her mouth? Because does she care about the spirit and what she's saying in the household? Is she bringing comfort to the house? Does she know that, damn, let me have that food on the table because that brings comfort to the house. Let me watch my tone because that brings comfort to the house. Let me watch my tone because that brings comfort to my husband. Right? Go ahead.
She maketh herself coverings of tapestry.
Read.
Her clothing is silk and purple.
Read.
Her husband is known in the gates.
Right?
When he sitteth among the elders of the land.
So she knows that she's doing a job to get her man to do his job. Right? And this is why we have to be striving for our job, which is what? A nation of kings and priests. So the women can see the vision.
Right.
The vision is us for to be kings and priests, not to sit around, gather women, and just sit back and act like we're kings here on earth. But to do the job, to be kings and priests, to get us out of here. So you got to have a vision that's right, so you can get a right woman. Go ahead.
She maketh fine linen, and selleth it.
Right.
And delivereth girdles unto the merchant.
Read.
Strength and honor are her clothing.
What is her clothing?
Strength and honor are her clothing.
Biblical strength in a woman is not disrespect or dishonor to her husband. It's strength and honor that the Most High instills in the woman through the qualities of virtue.
Right.
Y'all see that? Jump back to Ecclesiastes 26. 26 and 1. Go ahead. Pick up.
Ecclesiastes chapter 26, verse 1.
Go ahead.
Blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife.
Now we understand what it... If you didn't know what qualities that a woman's supposed to have, and there's much more. We'd be here another 4 hours. But if you didn't understand the qualities that a virtuous woman is supposed to embody, those are some. Right? Proverbs 31 are some. Right? Go ahead.
For the number of his days shall be double.
See? Why your husband is lack courage? Why is his confidence not there? You're looking for confidence in him, but you don't see the confidence because you're not giving him confidence. A woman, it's easy for you to lift up your man or break him down with how you talk, how you deal, how you come at him. Right? Go there real quick. Proverbs 14:1. I didn't want to leak every precept on here, but read that. Proverbs 14:1.
Proverbs chapter 14, verse 1.
Right?
Every wise woman buildeth her house.
Every what?
Every wise woman buildeth her house.
Right? But what are you going to do? Read.
But the foolish plucketh it down with her hand.
Right. See? Are you trying to keep your relationship or are you trying to divide a house? Right? The scriptures say you can't divorce your husband unless it be for fornication. He can't divorce you unless it be for fornication. Right? So are you trying to divide a house? Show me the fornication. Where's the fornication at? Your man in the streets? He hoeing around? Oh, he's weak in areas and you don't want to build it. You trash. That's trash. That's trash. Are you giving up on your husband? Right? That's why your next relationship will be the same way. Right? You're going to be there. And the Most High will do the same thing. We're supposed to be fighting for family. Fighting to be together. Fighting for the unity. Not breaking up black homes, dividing black homes. Now, I get it. If he's beating you up, burning cigarettes on you, taking smoke breaks, and you know what I mean? And 3 years later, 4 years later in the truth, right? He's out in the street hoeing around. I can see, okay. But certain of you sisters is like, he work, he come home. You don't like his judgment and his logic and how he guides things because you never gave him control. And that's why you want to leave. Y'all think this is a game. You think this is a game. But he should have got rid of your dusty ass a long time ago. Because you don't care about the values in the scriptures. You don't care about the gospel. You don't care about the Most High. Remember what we were saying earlier? We be trying to push people to be something. They be the most hypocritical people, man. Sit here, you'll sit here, have the gospel and everything, then go back and do opposite. Y'all are damn disgusting. That's disgusting. That's disgusting, man. You sisters that are doing that. Y'all supposed to be fighting for these things like the Most High said. Go ahead.
A virtuous woman rejoiceth her husband.
Right. What is the woman's job? Yeah, we gonna be here long, man. Because y'all forgot what your job is. I'm supposed to walk into the house, and one of your little themes is the same way when we met. Right? When we met, did you look raggedy? Was your spirit raggedy, or were you welcoming? Were you open? Were you making me smile? Were you gentle? It's like your complaint with the man, right? He farts around me, he burps around me. He didn't do that when we first met. Well, when we first met, your ass wasn't on your period all the time. And you didn't have period face or resting B face. Right? I'm sorry, did that get you? The spray? He's like,
no.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not how you're supposed to deal. Your job is to bring joy to your house.
Right.
Well, I don't got joy. Why? Because you want to rule over your husband, and therefore you will never have joy. Because it says that, and the scriptures tell us that you would never have joy. You understand that? Go back and y'all read it last week, 25 and 22. You read it last week. I wasn't here. But you're going to read that again. Go ahead.
A woman, if she maintain her husband, is full of anger.
This is why you would never be happy. It's not your husband's fault. It's because you won't submit to your purpose and the virtue that the Father wants you to become. If a woman
is full of anger.
Somebody else read for me. Come on.
A woman.
Malachi, read it.
God, a woman, if she maintain her husband,
go ahead,
is full of anger, impudent.
You know why? Give up rule, and you will see the Most High start blessing you with the virtues. But you don't know what to fight for. You don't know what to push for and what to love. Your spirit is corrupted. Your spirit is corrupt because you don't know what to embody and what to love. You don't love doing it for the fam. You don't love it. You don't love doing it for your husband. You don't look at it and say, damn, we've been fighting this long together. Right? We've been fighting together. You know what? I fought through him wild stuff. He fought with me through wild stuff. Now we got the truth. Damn, let's fight for righteousness. You see that? You know, that's why you're never going to be happy. Because what you're supposed to learn in this relationship, you're not learning. You're going to go to the next relationship and look for a dummy. And guess what? You'll be a dummy for a little bit. Then after a while, he'll be like, nah, this chick ain't worth that. She's worthless. Why? Because the Father and you know better. It's going to be different. It's going to be different. I know you think you're wiser than the Father, right? I'm going to get him over that. I'm going to get me a sucker for love ass nigga, right? And he's going to buy me everything. He's going to do what I want him to do. Guess what? Yahweh's in the way now. He's going to what? Cock block you. You're going to get a dummy for a moment. He's going to use you. You're going to use him. And then what? You're going to be gone. And you're going to the next and next. That's what these things, that's what our people do. Y'all know that life? That's why we're supposed to be fighting for these relationships. We're supposed to be fighting for that's what my household, when I'm like, look, this is nothing. Like we always get past these little moments, the little imperfections in our household. I gotta always remind my ribs that. Like, yeah, there are imperfections, but look at the entirety of what the Father has blessed us with. What you don't have is a disgruntled, losing, washed up, bum-ass husband. A husband that is there, ready to learn, to teach, to change, to help, to be there for the family, the household. Right? And that is not a drug dealer, a dope head, a weed head, a cigarette head, not in the streets, but there for you. Why would I not want the same? Y'all are tripping. Y'all see this? Go ahead.
And much reproach.
And much what?
Reproach.
See, you know why you're never going to get what you want? Because it's not in the power of the Father. He said the whole earth is out of course. So when you walk into this earth that's out of course, this way that's out of course, you would never be happy. That's why all these damn women go on the internet. They all complaining about all they want is what? The poontang. Well, guess what? That's what you showed them. So when they dip through, basketball player, I'll pay for a bag, but I ain't going to respect you. I ain't going to respect you now. I bought you a bag, and guess what? I'm going to toss you from him. We're going to run a train on you over there. We're going to run a train on you over there. And after all that, what? There's no license. There's no agreement. There's no prenup. You just a washed up what? Instagram model that been crapped on by the whole Hollywood community, basketball community. That's on a high level. Now I'm going to start talking like, what's the name that passed away? Kevin Samuels. You want a high value man? You're thinking like that now, huh? I'm gonna give you a high value man. Really? Really? Israelite sister? Really? You don't know you washed up? How many kids you got? You're not getting a high value man. The only way that high value man is coming in is when you support your husband, right? Or you get an Israelite man that is fighting for these qualities. The Most High said in the last days, a man shall be more precious than fine gold. That's because of this, y'all. The wisdom of the word. Because the men out there without no knowledge, they ain't precious. They ain't worth nothing. They got gold on the rope.
Because that kind of man is doing exactly what the woman should be doing. He's walking worthy of his vocation. Being a king, being a priest, teaching his people. But what's the woman? She should be also walking worthy of her vocation as his helpmeet. That's what she's supposed to be tapping into. Not that American mind, not that American, what America showed us a woman is. See, she's got to walk worthy just like we do.
Read on.
A wicked woman abated the courage.
And now we understand the difference between a virtuous woman and a wicked woman. A wicked woman is not going to bring that smile to her husband. It's not going to bring that rejoicing to her husband. A wicked woman's motives are not to bring happiness to the household. They're going to pull it down. Know what you have. Know what you have. I know, it's a hard hit. You're like, damn, I've been trying to work with her. And if she rejects Yahweh, who are you? If she rejects the Most High, who are you? I mean, is that not true?
That's true.
Why do you think she's going to bow to you when she don't bow to the Father, the King of Kings? Go ahead.
Maketh a heavy countenance,
right,
and a wounded heart.
Right. So we know that this is what a wicked woman does. A righteous woman, jump back, what did it say?
A virtuous woman rejoiceth for her husband.
You see that? But the wicked woman, what? Makes him sad. Right? How does she make him sad? Raise your hand. How? How does she make him sad, y'all? What?
She made the courage.
She takes the courage. How does a woman take the courage from a man? How? Damn, really? Online. I'm going to start doing like Zion. Put a 7 online. No. Y'all online. How does a woman obey the courage? What? What?
She takes control of the situation.
Okay. A woman is over assertive. She's trying to run her house. Okay, young man, what is it?
She breaks him down in front of his family.
She breaks him down in front of his family. Right? How else? Anybody? Oh, nobody knows now? You're not going to help out? You're not going to help out these brothers and sisters? Nobody knows how a woman... Damn, y'all all... Why everybody trying to act like, nah, I ain't... Listen, is this online? Because I don't want her to hear me. But listen, mute online, man. That way she's online. That way online, we don't want nobody to get beat up in here. I'm being funny, y'all. What? All right.
No, the way she would abate the courage. Okay. So
just give me one. Come on.
Okay. Argument. No. Always complaining. Nothing's ever right.
You said what?
Nagging.
A nagger.
Nothing's ever right. There's something always wrong.
There's something. No matter what we get one thing right.
No, everything else is still
everything wrong. Is wrong. But see, that quality is her lack of faith in the Father. See, what you're going to see is why a woman rolls like this is because she has no mental stability in the Creator. See, these virtues that's supposed to be in us is put in us and makes us righteous through the Father. We got to understand, it all goes back to that. The reason why you like that is because I can go through a situation and be like, look, yeah, but you're missing this quality. That's why you're acting out in this area. Right? Just like us. Right? When you start to panic and lash out, the Most High is like, you need patience. You need faith. Why is all this applicable as Israelites, but y'all don't see it needs to be applicable in your household? Y'all don't use the Bible to live. You're thinking like, oh, that's for class. Like my rib, no, she just could be out of order, disrespectful, right? That's the way it's supposed to be, right? They didn't think nothing of it, right?
Because you're still treating, because you're still using the class as a churchman thing.
Right.
You're going to, it's Sunday. When you
That sounds good what Kazaki is saying, but I'm so far from that, there's no way in hell. Like, y'all think I'm making it up. No. A lot of y'all think these qualities are made up. That there's no way that all the relationships you've been with. Listen, I'm going to say this. I'm not the only man with women that are striving for virtue. There's many Israelites that got good women that really desire the Father and that doesn't want to be a controlling, disrespectful, loud, disgruntled, argumentative woman that really aspire to this. So don't just look at me. There's many brothers that I know of that has a good women trying to fight for the Most High, right? So how else does a woman bring a man down? Do you have one?
Oh, yeah, I have one.
What?
She always second guesses his judgment. Like,
she always second guesses his judgment. Well, yeah, because what? Your judgment is whack as hell too. Right? But that's the problem. You're hypocritical. Right? You always want to question his judgment because he didn't break your ass down. That's why. He put the poo-tang on the pedestal and he made it all about that. And now that's why you would say some wicked ass stuff like, oh, you think you're getting sex tonight? Bruh, I have your ass sleeping on the ground. I mean, you go sleep on the couch. Or I'll go sleep on the couch. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go stay in a hotel. I'm gonna spend me some money and stay in a hotel. Right. You know what I mean? Get to know me.
Right.
Then you be salty, right? But this is the spirit. Because brothers don't understand that if you don't rule your house according to the gospel, a wicked woman, no, she'll take the reins. Well, I got it. She'll take that damn rope, wrap it around your neck. Yeehaw! Yeah, boy! Get your ass in order. Why? Because that's what the white man taught her, right? How to what? Disrespect the black man. How to take control of the household. How to demeanor and make the boys into little girls. That's what it's talking. Who am I talking about? Blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, all these tribes, I mean. It ain't only one tribe. It ain't only one tribe. Go ahead, read on. No, read.
A virtuous woman rejoices her husband,
right?
And he shall fulfill the years of his life in peace.
Right, read.
A good wife is a good portion.
A what?
A good wife is a good portion.
Go ahead.
Which shall be given in the portion.
Which shall be what?
Which shall be given.
Stop. See, that's the key. It will be given. Who gives it? Yahweh. Baby, it's a gift. Yahweh's like, look, you deserve a good one. Here, I'm gonna spin this woman around, and she's gonna be there for you. She's gonna be that respectful sister. Go ahead.
Which shall be given in the portion of them that fear the Lord.
Are you listening? So let's go back to the beginning. Why don't you got a woman with these qualities? Because you weren't looking for those qualities. You was looking for a hoe and you got one. Right? You was looking for a disrespectful woman because you didn't care about those qualities. All you cared about was she was beautiful. Right, but you didn't see when she got on the phone She was damn ratchet, disrespectful. She was high-minded. Right? You didn't see that? And that was when you were supposed to be like, this chick, you beautiful on the outside, but on the inside, bro, you're full of dead bones. Right? You didn't see that? That when she started asking you for money in the first date, hey, we've been together 20 years. What you asking me for? First of all, now I'm doing that. I'm like, look, I need these shoes. I don't know what generation y'all grew up in, but I'm like, I'm asking you. I'm trying to see what the hell you doing. You bring it to the table. You know what I mean? I met Shalimaya. She brought me a, bro, we weren't together a year. She brought me a mulatto, right? She was like, look, which one you want? That's how I knew. I was like, okay, this girl is not playing. When we told her, listen, we gotta go. She was like, gather that up, do that in the, like, we're done. I'm done with that.
Put that in the U-Haul.
What your woman do? Huh? Argue with you? She buying you my bottles? And if she had the money, I'm sure she'd buy me anything I want. Right? But you got these women like, no, I ain't going to buy you this. I ain't going to buy you that. And you know what? Here's the thing about this. You want to hear the story of the mulatto? She bought me the mulatto when we first got together. We fell on hard times, and we went to go pawn that mulatto together. Right? And I have never heard her one time say, damn, that's what you did with the gift? No, because during the time of pawning the mulatto, she understood. Now, she understood we were doing this together. But let me tell you about a wicked woman, what she would do. She would abate the courage. She would break you down. She would make you feel less. Yeah, you got a trashy ass woman. Luckily, us Hebrew Israelites ain't got to deal with that no more, right? You got righteousnesses aspiring to the word of the Lord. So I thank the Most High for all of us. You know what I mean? We ain't got to deal with that. Right? We're talking about wicked women. We're talking about the non-virtuous women that are not fighting for this. Because, you know, there ain't no brothers like that got women like that, right? Not in here. Lord. Go ahead, read.
Verse 4.
Uh-huh.
Whether a man be rich or poor.
Whether a man be what?
Rich or poor.
Right.
If he have a good heart toward the Lord.
See, if you start to work on you, it doesn't matter, right? You can get a beautiful woman being broke. There's many women out there, right, that don't, it's tell you they're not about money. And I know, it's probably 1% of each tribe, but damn, they there. Because all of our women are now being taught to how to be thoughts and sell their butt out for money, right? But Yahweh will supply the want. But where's your spirit at? Right? Check this out. Read on.
He shall at all times rejoice with a cheerful countenance.
See, what is making you lively in the spirit, ready to serve the Most High as a man? See, this is the problem. You get this wicked woman. Some brothers are missing this class. You get this wicked woman out, and every time she get out of order, you come with this old sad-ass face and broke-down face. Because a wicked woman doeth what? Abated the courage. But you got to get strong to know that you cannot let a woman break you down. Your strength got to be Yahweh. Keep the joy about you. Keep the life about you. Keep the brotherhood about you. Don't let that wicked woman break you down. She making you sad like her. Read.
Verse 5. There be three things that my heart feareth.
Go ahead.
And for the...
We're back in Ecclesiastes 26,
verse
5. Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 26, verse 5.
Uh-huh.
There be three things that my heart feareth.
Mm-hmm.
And for the fourth, I was sore afraid.
Go ahead.
The slander of the city.
Watch. This is what we've got to watch out for. The slander of the city. We got to watch out people that are slandering brothers. We talk about this a lot. Online, they do that a lot. How do you fall into slanders and and hearsay, jumping on the bandwagon of what people are saying about a person and not knowing or not judging correctly. That's how you fall into this slander. We got to beware of the slanders. You know what I mean? How many people jumped on the bandwagon of Ariel was dead? Didn't have to go back and be like, you know what? We got misinformation. Why? Because a lot of times you're moving off social media instead of really finding. You know who did it? I know I was one of the person that did it. I didn't get out there and be like, oh, my condolences. I was waiting to see what was going to really happen. Then it came out, oh, he's not really dead. That's the problem with social media. That's the problem when you train yourself to believe everything online, right? In social media. You don't look into things, you don't check, you don't study, you don't ask. You just react. Wow. And that's a problem. Right? So you gotta watch because you might fall into this slander. You gotta watch out for this. Go ahead.
The gathering together of an unruly multitude.
Then you start jumping on the bandwagon, right? Of unruly people. You start jumping in the pot with cats that's loony bins. Right? You got to be careful with that. You know, what they tell you in Acts about the men that did what? Rose up men, and they went to try to go to war or fight with some of the Romans. It said they were taken out of the way. And I'm paraphrasing the hell out of the story. But Paul, I think it was Peter, he was like, leave these men alone. If it be not of the Most High, it would be overthrown. But a lot of times you got a lot of brothers jumping in with unruly people. And they be wanting to do foolish stuff, foolish things. Go ahead.
And a false accusation. All these are worse than death.
All these are worse than death. So, y'all see this? Go ahead.
Verse 6.
When
a grief of heart and sorrow is a woman that is jealous over another woman.
If your rib hasn't got past the gospel, the scriptures, and the men of the Bible, why do you think she's going to get past you dealing with another woman? See, you can't get nothing right till you get your household right. You can't get nothing in order till you get your rib, your wife, in order. So you're trying to gain women, and you don't even got the one woman. That's why it says that in Timothy's. You got to get your first right. You got brothers that try to dab in relationships and they ain't even got their first woman right. They be out of order. What's that woman going to teach the other woman? How to be out of order? How to be disrespectful? How to be disgruntled? Right? See? Go ahead.
And a scourge of the tongue which communicated.
And what she's going to do?
And a scourge of the tongue which communicates.
She's going to be disrespectful. She's going to talk to you anyway. She's going to create situations. She's going to be argumentative. This is what a wicked woman will do. I mean, we know the righteous sisters in the Bible that do that. You never hear that. You heard some little skirmishes, but you never hear, nigga Abraham, I don't give a damn who you are. You never hear that. Jacob, I don't need you. You never hear that. You know what I mean? You heard them competing over who can have a baby for him. But you never hear like, yeah, you a dirty nigga, Jacob. You never hear that. And I'm saying that because that's what it means by the scourge of tongue. You never hear the four mothers scourging the four fathers. They wouldn't be written. The Sarahs, the Rebeccas, the Rachels. You never hear it. Go ahead.
Which communicated with all.
Which communicate with all. That's what happens. Go ahead.
Verse 7. An evil wife.
A what?
An evil wife.
A what?
An evil wife.
Go ahead.
Is a yoke shaken to and fro.
Imagine trying to hold a chain straight up. All you can do is what? Like, I'm trying to hold a chain, a yoke. Right? You know the yoke? The slave chains and be connected to a chain. Imagine trying to hold one of those straight up. You're doing what? You're shaking it. That's how an evil woman is. What? She's combative, argumentative. She's back and forth. She wants to, right when you got her in a corner, never, I don't want to talk. I'm not going to talk right now. That's always the one that gets y'all. Then you know what I ask brothers? Okay, when she don't want to talk, what do you do? Well, I just leave it alone. Okay, then what? You know, that's your problem. You never go back and go circle around and say, okay, you didn't want to talk the other day. I let you cool down. You ready to talk now? Nope. You go right back to loving, respect. All right, let's put it like this. Let me show you how this looks. If your kid came to you, you told him, listen, clean your room. And he said, nigga, I ain't cleaning the room. Right? And you just walked away from him and said, okay. How would that look? You get it now? Is it running through your bones? You're like, what the hell? Like, nah. Well, what do you think happens when your rib gets out of order, argued with you, and then you leave? She's like, I don't want to talk right now. No, we're done. Really? Okay. Really? Oh, we're done. Okay. Now we know we get in these situations where things need to calm down. Okay, you're going to calm down, but I'm going to revisit this conversation. So remember the other day when you were acting like this? You ready now? Let's get your Bible. No, I'm not getting my Bible. Oh, you still on that? Oh, no Bible. Okay, now you're a vampire. All right, no Bible. Nah, no holy water, none of that. All right. So you're not going to sit down with me. We're not going over no scripture? No, because, no, wait, you're running along, but we're not going over no scripture. I'm not going to be going over, oh, really? Okay. How long do you think that's supposed to go on? You think you're supposed to just let her be disgruntled? This is why she will look over to you and say, oh, you think we having sex? Because you let her be disrespectful. You told her, look, you can act any way. I'd have your bags on the damn lawn. Then she'd be what? Okay, this cat is serious. And if it has to be a separation, it has to. Let's do it, babe. Do it again. Your son came to you and said, listen, make sure you got this room cleaner. Nigga, I ain't doing nothing. Let's throw on the glove. We gonna do this. You gonna beat his ass, and you gonna be like, clean up the room. I still ain't cleaning up the room. You gonna what? Okay, pack those bags. You gotta go. Why are you doing with your rib? Who the hell is she? Who the hell is she that she get to disrespect? Because you ain't punch her in the face. You ain't be like, look, I'm going to jail right now. I'm going to choke the hell out of you right now. You ain't do that. You said, I want to sit down with you and open up the Bible. Right. How many times are you going to go through that? Right? Forgive thy brother 70 times 7 if they what? If they repent. So she got to come back and be like, Con, I'm ready to talk. There got to be repercussions. You men, and you know why I'm saying this in open? You know why? Because some of y'all are lost. You deal with these women and think, oh, they supposed to, listen, respect is supposed to be given. If you got to keep demanding respect from your wife, she doesn't respect you, bro. Right. She's for the streets.
She don't value you.
She's for the streets. She don't value. If I got to fight my rib for respect, we're done. Because you're supposed to honor your husband. Right? How many times we got to go to 1 Peter 3? What I keep telling y'all, take her ass right back to 1 Peter 3. If she can't get 1 Peter 3 in her head, we might as well pack our bags and go separate ways. Because if she never submits to that one scripture, what the hell you think of Proverbs 31? Ecclesiastes 25:26 is going to do? She ain't submitting it to you as unto the Lord. She can't comprehend that. But that's the problem with Israel. That y'all are dealing with these women. We've dealt with these women like the white man deals with his women. Like Pookie deals with his women. You're an Israelite man now. I'm not saying be mean. I'm not saying punch her in the face. I'm not saying choke her out. I'm saying, listen, no, we're going to get our Bible and we're going to talk. No, we ain't doing that. Okay, listen, I'm going to give you this opportunity to relax because I love you. But you keep on with that, you're going to keep on with that outside. So either we function on the level of respect or you got to go. I love you, but something's going to be sustained in this house. The Lord will be in this house.
The devil is not welcome.
The devil is not welcome. So, is that me?
Nah.
Okay, but see, what I did is I drew the line. Y'all what? You kiss her ass to where she thinks, oh, you just going to kiss my ass again. Y'all, you going to let me talk to you this way. That's why she keep doing it.
Right.
You're not requiring the standard.
Right.
Let me show y'all another level. If somebody came in here, right, and we're respectfully, we come, we let somebody talk, we don't talk, we shut up, we let them talk. And somebody came to them and they trying to argue over us. What do you think we're going to do? We're going to say, hey, bro, hey, when we talk, the scriptures say let one speak and the other hold his tongue. Right? If that person doesn't do that, what do you think we're going to do? We're going to say, bruh, you got to go. Because we're not here to argue with you. Right? We're not here to fight. You're being disrespectful. Everybody has a turn to speak. We're not yelling over each other. Right? Is that wrong?
No.
Okay, so why would it be wrong when you do it in your house? You see how you guys are not applying the biblical standards in your house? I'll even shut up first with my ribs because they get emotional quicker. I'm like, go ahead. You can talk. And then I'll shut up. I'll calm down. I'll let that. And I'm what? I'm musaing and listening. I even let her do that. But Lord knows, all that damn rambling and all that talk you talking, and I'm not saying anything, when I talk, you're supposed to give the same respect and shut up and listen as well. Why is that wrong? Why? So then why is that not the standard? You guys are scared to establish your house according to the commandments of the Most High. The scriptures say an evil wife is shaken to and fro. Right? That's going to keep confusion in the house. It don't supposed to be that. Right? You're supposed to live by the same standard. The kids ain't doing that. Or are they? Now, if the kids are doing it, go to Ecclesiastes 27:3. Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 27, verse 3.
Go ahead.
Unless a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Most High, his house shall soon be overthrown.
So all that kissing her ass, where does it end up?
His house shall soon be overthrown.
All that doing things out of order, she's going to end up where?
His house shall soon be overthrown.
And who is it affecting then? Don't read it again. It's affecting the kids. You're teaching that to the children. But when we talk to each other, I noticed that with Shemaiah. He'd be like, me and Maureen, we get in that passionate talk. He'd be like, I'm looking at mom, I'm looking at dad. Dad, what you gonna do? Dad, mom, what you gonna do? And I noticed Shawashina side eye, and I noticed my side eye, and then we what? Like, look. And then we go through, because he's right there, what? Okay, Dad, you gonna choke her out? He don't know that though, right? He's never seen that. But if he did, he would be like, what the hell is going on? He would lose daddy's a maniac, right? Because he looks up to dad, right? But he's also looking at mom. And dad, if she does that in front of me, in front of him, then what dad is going to look like? Oh, dad just shuts up and humbles himself. Mom runs the show. You see how this affects, when you're not a virtuous woman, how it affects the house, the family. A wise woman buildeth her house. A wicked woman pulls it down. Right. So this affects the whole body, the whole nation. So and if you're really looking into yourself, you're saying, damn, man, this is more than us. It's the family. Right? Go ahead, read.
As one.
Okay, you're good with that. Go ahead.
He that hath hold of her,
right,
is as though he had held a scorpion.
Yeah. Read.
Verse 8. A drunken woman and a gatherer abroad.
Right. So now you got this type of woman that, okay, when we look at drunk, anywhere in the Bible, drinking, it's not always about liquor. But you got a woman that doesn't know how to deal with her issues and does it with the bottle, does it with pills, does it with ignoring the situation. This woman is a woman that's not at home. You know how certain sisters don't want to talk through their problems and deal with the issues, but they will what? Bury themselves in the work. I'm going to stay at work all day. That way when I get home, I just go to sleep. Right? She's still out and about. Or you got this type of woman that what? Will drink. Will pop pills. Right? You got this woman that what? Oh, I'm going to go hang around with the world. I'm going to go hang around with my friends. Right? This type of woman. And read it again.
A drunken woman and a gatherer abroad.
Go ahead.
Causes great anger.
Causes great what?
Great anger.
Great anger. Why? Because she's for the streets. She's out in the streets. Right? You over here wanting to get her in order, and she's what? In the streets. She's the type of woman that what? Got friends online waiting for the exit. Right? Go ahead.
They will stand by.
Right.
And she will not cover her own shame.
And she will what?
And she will not cover.
What does that mean? That if she's drunk, she's out, she's under the influence of all these other things. When it comes to being a shameful woman, discreet, in order, meek, right, humble, she won't cover the shame. That's why tell signs, and I'm going to give you all the secrets. These are some tell signs. How do you know your woman lost love for you? Because how she talks to you. How she moves around you. How she dresses herself up around you. How she communicates with you in front of family and friends. How she looks at you. If she smiling at you or just what? Yeah, there that nigga is again. Y'all got it. Y'all don't tell me y'all ain't see. Come on now. This is not like rocket science.
No, good.
You think that was love when she was looking at you with that weird ass look?
Are you done?
Yeah. Oh, damn. Why you gotta do that? Are you done?
Yeah.
You finished?
Yeah.
Like, you gotta already know she lost respect. And that's why it says she will not cover her own shame. She ain't covering her shame. She ain't trying to cover that up. Why? Because she's for the streets. Who had their hand?
That was me.
Right.
But you said it though.
Right. Read on. Now it's gonna tell us how you know she's for the streets. Go ahead.
Verse 9.
Uh-huh.
The whoredom.
The what?
The whoredom.
Now, what happens? Sisters that come around, dresses that you can see they draws through their dress. Yeah, you got demons on you, man. You got spirits on you. Right? I want to know if it's cool to have other men and other men friends. Like, you're a married sister. What the? You're married. You're married. What are you talking about? Your husband's your friend. The scriptures say sit not at all with another man's wife. You don't supposed to be sitting with other men. Y'all understand this? This is why she got no shame, because she's a what? Read it again.
The whoredom.
I didn't say it. The scriptures tell you now you can see the hoe in her. You can see the whore in her. Because she hasn't aspired to the virtues the Most High wanted her to aspire to.
Right.
She didn't value nothing, huh? A person don't stand for anything, they'll fall for everything, right? She don't value anything, right? So you gotta know. Damn, none of y'all looking at that. Bro, I always looking at that with my ribs. I'm looking at them if my respect still stands, how they look at me, if they smile at me, if they come and give me a hug, right? If they're ready to kiss me. If those things are fading, then where's the connection? Where's the love? They're not doing what the hell they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be a gentleness, a kiss, a touch that makes you feel welcome. Right? If they grab the hand, right? They they stand next to you. We ain't friends. When we stand together, you know how you stand with girls in the world that don't like you? If your rib is treating you like that, there's a problem. She's from the streets. Y'all gotta understand this. That's why it tells you she won't cover her shame. The whoredom must show through her.
It's real.
It's very real. This ain't made up. We know what a whore is. So all we gotta do is know what a whore is, and the scriptures define itself. Right. The whoredom, go ahead.
The whoredom of a woman may be known in her haughty looks.
Right. The whoredom may be known in her haughty looks. Bro, you watch it. You can see how wives move around brothers. That's why I be watching my ribs. When they move around, they don't supposed to be moving around like they're a man. Right, with that boldness. With the boldness. Yeah. Like, listen, like they got something hanging down their leg. Right? They walking like REI, you know what I mean? Wow. Yeah, like they got something between. You got your rib walking like REI, that's a problem. She hung like that, there's an issue. Right? But this shows you, with y'all not understanding why she moved like that. Because she got no shame. She's not trying to move around meek and humble. She's trying to be like, look, I'm independent. Shalom, Ak. And that's why she'll look at you like that. She'll what? Act like that. It be your rib. You gotta see these things and be like, look, you need to slow down a little bit. Look at what you're doing. Look at how you're acting. Look how you're perceived. Right? You're supposed to be moving graceful. Right. You're supposed to be moving with a gentleness. Meekness. A meekness. Not like you a damn dude. Right? But this no shame woman, you can see the whore in her. Go ahead.
The whoredom of a woman may be known in her haughty looks.
That's why she... yeah, she like, what you blinking your eyes for so fast? Right? Then you start what? Talking with disdain. Talking with disrespect. See, you don't gotta paint a picture of a whore. The Bible literally tells you the characteristics. All you gotta do is match them and say, damn, my rib got like 90% of these. All right, so what do I do now, Ak? What you do now is, let's get your Bible, babe. If she don't want to get the Bible, what is it? Here, let me help you out. She don't want to get the Bible. Then you bring the ultimatum. Okay, look. My life is geared towards this. Right. I love you, and I want to be with you. But there will be a subjection to this. Right. Are you ready to subject to that? Stop all the games and playing. You do this with no arguments. When no arguments are happening, right? You guys are finna Netflix and chill. Say, okay, all right, this is gonna stop then. You're gonna stop running, you're gonna stop talking this way, and you're gonna stop being disrespectful, or else this is gonna stop. I'm just being straight at what you hear. If you don't put the ultimatum, your rib will run over you. You can never let it get to that point, y'all. Because that point is down this path of a whoredom and a woman that has no shame. And you let her get there by not telling her. What were you supposed to do to your brother? Rebuke him. You were supposed to correct him. Why your rib don't get corrected then? How all of a sudden the Bible don't work in your house? That's why it says a man can't be a bishop till he learns how to do these things at home. You understand? There's a brother in here that is letting his rib rule him. I'm saying that brother can't be a soldier until he learns learning how to teach his wife. Because what would he teach the congregation? That women run us. That's out of order. The scriptures don't say that. The scriptures say the wives are supposed to be subject to the husband, not the husband being a slave and a servant for the wives. He'd never be a soldier. Can I take the test? No, because all the counsel we give you on how to deal with your rib, you let your rib run you. No, you can't be a soldier. You got to get that together first. Period. This is not a game. We wouldn't let the kids do it. We don't let no brother do it. Who the hell are we supposed to let a woman do it? This is no favoritism. No favoritism. You know what I mean? We wouldn't let the damn kids do it. We letting kids do that in here? We letting brothers just act all any type of way? So why the woman get to? See, y'all got it twisted. You're on this. You let them pull you into that soap opera. Ain't no damn soap opera. This is what the scriptures say. Let's do it right. Y'all get this? Go ahead.
The whoredom of a woman may be known in her haughty looks and eyelids.
Read.
If thy daughter be shameless,
then, not only is the woman affecting that shame, affecting herself. Now it's what? If thy what?
If thy daughter be shameless.
Now I got to address the daughters. Because what happens when you sassy, disrespectful, and I'm going to say this, stand on your own square, daughters. Don't follow mom's ratchetness. Because you know where that's going to get you. That's going to get you from man to man. That's going to get you bouncing, being abused sexually. And then when you get 40, you want to come to Yeshua. You can skip all that. You got Yahweh Shai now.
Right.
You can skip all that. You don't got to be for the streets and then turn to the Lord. You got the Lord.
You don't have to have all them baggages.
Yeah. Don't let mom's bad examples, because you got to look at it and be like, yeah, mom got demons on her. And if you can be respectful enough and seasoned enough, pull mom's wicked ass to the side and be like, Mom, what you're doing is not right, and I don't respect it. How you're dealing with father is wrong. Pull their ass to the side, being respectful. Be respectful about it. But let mom know you see that she's acting like a hoe. So you can save mom. You don't got to follow them. But in a lot of instances, these daughters follow the mother. Now we got to watch out for the daughter. It said what?
If thy daughter be shameless,
right?
Keep her in straitly.
Keep her what?
Keep her in straitly.
Now you got to watch out for her, because if mom's a hoe, then what is she teaching the daughter? She's teaching the daughter, don't abide in any respect from this man. So they calling you up when they're 18. She wants to do what she wants. Like, yeah, but remember when I was trying to get her in order? You were against me and you were arguing with me. Now she's for the what?
Streets.
It's for the streets. It's too late now. You messed that up. Now she's got to go through it because of you. That blood is on your hand. That's on you. See? But men got to be conscious. We're conscious now. I'm looking at my daughters. I'm like, look, I'm conscious of what spirits they're dealing with. I know. You know what I mean? And I'm making sure with a hammer, I'm what? Letting them know. Like, look, this ain't the way. This ain't the spirit. If it's wrong, I'm letting them know. That ain't the way. Go ahead.
If thy daughter be shameless, keep her in straitly.
Yeah, don't give her no freedom to go be loose like she learned from her mama. Go ahead.
Least she abuse herself through much. Least she abuse herself through overmuch liberty.
See? You give them the liberty, and what happens? They start gadding abroad like mama. They want to hang around here. They want to get over here. And next you know, when they get raped, they want to come home crying. Do your job, fathers. Do your job, mama. And be the example. So the daughters won't have to go through this. See, What have we been talking about? This virtuous woman, her fight is bigger than just her little self. It's for the family. It's for the nation.
Right.
Above all, the Most High, He's going to look at you in the face for these qualities that are instilled in you. Go ahead.
Verse 11.
Uh-huh.
Watch over an impudent eye.
What's impudent? I'm going to show y'all something. See, you date these women, you get with these women and you don't see the impudent eye in the sister. That's what you were supposed to see from the door. No, that's not a goal. But you thinking like, I'm going to break her. Why? Huh? Why? Because your penis, you're going to break her? Bro, she's already been broke. Stop all that. You know what I mean? Like, listen, you don't know me. Yeah, these skinny damn dope heads online. Like, I'm going to break them. Like, you're not breaking nobody. She been ran through by the whole hood. You're not breaking these women. She done had sex every way, and her dildo is 50 times bigger than you, bro. Stop. That's not going to break her. What's going to break her is the word of the Most High. And if that can't break her, then who the hell can?
Right.
Don't tell me that folly. That's madness. The pipe is going to get her in order. The sex. Stop with all that, man.
Right.
Oh, 70s lingo. This is what you got to do, young man. You got to get it right in the bedroom. You know how many old folks told me that? I'm like, no, bro. That ain't doing it. You understand? No matter how long, how strong, how mighty you are. What's going to do it is the wisdom of the Most High above all. Right? What you got? Impudent.
Impudent.
Uh-huh.
Cocky boldness.
A what?
Cocky boldness.
You know that from the door. You scroll through her Facebook and you've seen her cocky boldness, but you want to break her. I'm going to change her. She going to be right. It's me. Right? No. You've seen that she was impudent. It said, watch over an impudent eye. Right? What else?
Disregard of others.
What? You know she don't got no respect for nobody. But for the streets. And you still what? I'm going to change her. The scriptures tell you, watch over an impudent eye. Read on.
Come. And marvel not if she trespass against thee.
Remember I said earlier, we get there?
John.
Then we're there. Now you want to know why. Like, why she? I don't understand that. Because you didn't set up no boundaries. You didn't set up no hedge. Right? You didn't set up no boundaries. Go back to 25 and 25.
Ecclesiastes chapter 25, verse 25.
Go ahead.
Give the water no passage.
What?
Give the water no passage.
Wait, she's human like you. You need to let... Bruh, you were supposed to set up the protection. This ain't about what? Keeping her in the house, having her chained to your leg? Oh, weirdos like she can't go out, right? Bro, if she can't go out and act right, that's a problem. If she's going to be a mutt, she's going to be a mutt. Like, you're like, but I can't. Bro, the scripture say give her. It didn't say lock her up, man. Give the water no patches, Well, who you talking to? Who this? Like, if I can't trust my ribs to go to another city and hang around with the sisters and not meet up with Sancho, man. If I can't trust that, then I don't trust them. They can't be trusted. Right? The passage was the hedge. You want to know why you're angry? Because you didn't set up no hedge, no rules, no regulations. And what does that mean, women? Sisters, that means that he's supposed to have set up the protection around you. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They think protection is your shoulders. The 45 you got in the trunk. The Rottweiler. The money. The protection was the wisdom.
Right.
I'm setting the wisdom up around you in the family, in the house.
Right.
That's what it means to give the water no passage. It didn't say to lock you in the damn house Cover your head from head to toe. Only you can see your eyes. That's the pattern. Brother got to cover over. God. But this is saying you were supposed to set up the boundaries in the order. Listen, I don't move like that. No, I don't deal with that. Nah, the Most High says this. He says not to do that. But you what? You're scared to set up the damn boundaries. And then marvel that she's for the streets. That she's a gatherer abroad. That she's out in the street. Where you at? Oh, me and my friends, we're just going to go hang out. Like that was supposed to end when you got married. You married now. I'm your mama, I'm your daddy.
I'm the brother in the alley.
You understand? I'm your best friend. You want to talk? Let's talk. What's on your mind, baby? I got you to pour all your heart out to a stranger? To some guy on Facebook? I can talk to you. Yeah, because he wants something. Right. He ain't hit it yet, so he's really inquisitive. Right. He's like, yeah, I'm listening. See, this is what they're supposed to do. Until he hits it. And then now he's like, well, I'm busy. You left out read a lot. You left out read a lot. Right? What's up, Ariel?
I got a scripture with the definition.
Go ahead.
To go with what we're talking about.
Come on.
It's Ecclesiastes chapter 36 and verse 25.
Go ahead.
It says, where no hedge is, the possession is spoiled.
Right. So if you don't... Right. That's what we went over. We're there now.
No, we're at 30. This is chapter 36.
36 and 20. And what?
25.
Go ahead.
It says, where no hedge is, there the possession is spoiled.
Go ahead.
And that definition of spoiled is as having the character or disposition harmed by pampering or over soliciting attention.
Go ahead.
So what you're doing, so the problem is that because you didn't set up a standard or a boundary, what you did was you over solicited or you pampered too much, you catered too much to what they want.
That's why she look at you and be like, oh, you think you getting something tonight? Because you pampered her. You let her, that was okay. That was okay. You understand that? What else do brothers pamper them? How do brothers pamper them and let them do these things that they don't supposed to be doing? When they
let their women use their monthly as an excuse to get out to work or just physical ailments.
I'm on my period.
Yeah,
bruh, women been having periods since the beginning of time. Right? Sorrow and conception, right? They've been having periods. They had to clean. So why is it that your rib periods are Shawashna every time? She's like, I'm like, what's up? She's like, it's on. Right, and she gets them bad. But guess what? You would never know. Because she just tells me and moves on. Right? Like a little asteroid. Throws one baby on top of her head, the other one on the back, the rice on her damn shoulder, and what? I'm in pain, but I got things to do. Shalomaya, she ain't even playing that. Shalomaya's like, look, period's been around since ever.
Stop.
But what happens? You let that demon be on your rib, and then she put that demon on your daughter. Oh, you got your period. Oh, she's on her period. And? Show me in the Bible where when she got her period, Satan is okay to enter. Y'all tell y'all ribs that madness. I squashed that when way back. Like, nah, that's not what the Bible says. That's not what the scriptures say. But see, the problem, what? Well, you know how women, when they get on their menstrual cycle, the world teaches, oh, now she can act a fool because she's on her menstrual cycle? Right. That is not biblical. Like, there's nowhere in the Bible where you're supposed to be teaching your rib or your kids that when you got your period, you can be disgruntled, disrespectful, out of order. You can lose all honor. Like, that's not what the Bible says. So, it's moments like that where a lot of times brothers don't set up these boundaries and rules. And Once again, I'm not saying you got to be mean about these things.
Right.
You just got to be like, listen, baby. Like, you got to, the Most High is not, like, you can't lose the spirit when you get your menstrual cycle.
Right.
That's the 7 days that Satan enters. It said, the Most High said he put you in a separate house, not the house of possession. Oh, this is the house where when they're possessed by the devil. No. Show me that in the scriptures. See, all this worldly logic, what happened? It formulated your idea, and you ran with it like a good damn Americano, and then you came and taught your rib that. Now you're in the truth. You looking at me like, what? Wait, your ribs don't, when they on their period, they don't? Hell no. Where you get that from? The white man? The hedge. You're supposed to be putting hedges around them, showing them the proper way to think, to put off the old man, the old woman in the way of thinking.
Right.
It's simple as that. It's none different than us going through putting off the old man class. The old woman is the haughty, impudent, whorish woman. The new woman is a woman of virtue. This is nothing different. Nothing different. Why we always get out of shape when we go through these? Why? Because you know what it is? Women be whorish. And then you be looking at it and be like, damn, I do that, and you realize you're a hoe. That you don't got no honor. That's why it rips through you. But this is no different than we going through any other classes. This is just a lot more direct when it use words like whoredom, a drunkard, a haughty, impudent, shameless. Then you start realizing, damn, I got no shame. Then your kids start realizing, damn, yeah, mom got no shame. She does got a spirit of a hoe on her. And this is the problem. Because you don't set up any boundaries. It's your job as a husband to set up the boundaries. It's your job as a wife to let your husband do his job in protecting you from Satan in the negative, in the old way of thinking. Right? Am I my brother's keeper? Yes, I am. You have to be. Right? And the same thing with the daughters. Right? It ain't that. I have to tell my kids all the time, I'm not trying to be the overprotective father. I'm trying to be the Israelite man that's helping you out to survive. So you won't be a little hole running around in this world. And you won't have psychological issues and problems and be battered and abused by these dogs out here that don't know how to control the little red thing. I'm not trying to be the overprotective father just to be that guy. I'm trying to be the Israelite man to get your back. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 12.
Go ahead.
She will open her mouth as a thirsty traveler.
Right. See, if you don't set up the boundaries, where are you at?
Ecclesiastes chapter 26, verse 12.
Listen, if you don't set up the boundaries around your wife, your daughter, if you don't set up these things, she will do what?
She will open her mouth.
She will what?
Open her mouth.
She will what?
She will open her mouth.
You see her ready to top anybody off. Anything can enter into her mouth. And then she's what? As a what?
As a thirsty.
You see her thirsty for other attention.
Come.
The water, she's, first of all, let's get this right. This is a poetic way to say she'll let anything pour down her mouth. I mean, do we have to get any more explicit than how poetically he put it? No. So let's think real. Now, why would she let everything come into her mouth? Why would she let be taking part of every water? Consuming every little thing, because she has no stability. You didn't set up the boundaries. You let her gad abroad. You let her gad on the internet. You ain't who you talking to, right? You like, oh, I'm talking to my family. Then she steps out all the time. Well, why you gotta step out? Like you talking secrets or something? Right? Oh, I don't want you to know how I'm a demon with my family, but I'm going to come and act a certain way around you. These hypocrites, y'all. You got to make and hold her accountable. But little steps of the way, and this is why, remember when we talk to the girls and the kids, I tell them the same thing. You can't be one way at school and come home and be righteous. Same thing. Why when we talk about the women now, it's like, it's personal. No, it's the same thing we tell the kids. Like, you weren't supposed to be two people, right? You're supposed to be one. It says she will open her mouth. Go ahead.
As a thirsty traveler.
See, and this is why back in the days you used to say she's waiting to exhale. Meaning what? She's not free. She's not whole. There's something, a gap missing. Right? She's waiting to... Now I feel comfortable. Right? I feel comfortable now in this man's hands. Well, what about your husband's hands? What about your husband's hands? Why you don't feel comfortable in his hands? Because why? How he deals. Yeah, but you're supposed to be helping how he deals. Why are you destroying instead of building? Huh? Does he want to work with you? Well, why you ain't working with him? Right? See, so she becomes thirsty. Go ahead.
When he have found a fountain.
Read.
And drink of every water.
Then she would do what?
Drink of every water.
That's what she would be doing. She partaking in every man now. Jumping from man to man. And tell me, is that not what we see on the internet nowadays? These women are so thirsty for attention. So thirsty for another man that is going to give them real love. Because they were bamboozled by the fake love of social media. And didn't realize he got what he wanted and he's gone. You understand? You got to see. This is why the Most High say create the hedge. Go ahead.
By every hedge will she sit down.
Now, once again, is that not clear what it's talking about? It's poetically saying she will sit on every man's private part. She would sit on every hedge. She would be a whore. So if you're not watching over the impudent eye and looking at the tell signs and helping her build the proper qualities, you're going to make her this thirst bomb. And she's going to what? Be yearning for attention from everything and everybody else. Go ahead.
And open her quiver against every arrow.
Okay, is not clear? That what it's talking about? And open her quiver to every arrow. She would be sleeping with every man. Laying down with every man. And it starts when? When she becomes thirsty. Right? She's thirsty for what? What is the woman thirsty for? What is she thirsty for? Attention that she's not getting. She don't want it from her husband. There's something that she now has shut her mind down when dealing with her husband. She don't get it from him no more, so she wants to go and get it from other people. Right? This is what happens when a woman starts dabbing in this whole life. See? But it's your fault. It's your leadership. To some extent. Right? Because if you're saying, hey, let's sit down, let's go over these scriptures, let's talk, and she's disrespectful to that, it's her fault, right? But if you ignoring, walking out, because you don't want to be confrontational, you let her get out of order, go right back into bed and make love to her, and not address her disorderness, it's you. Huh? That's scary. Yeah. Go ahead.
Verse 13. The grace of a woman.
See, and you were supposed to be teaching her what? The women were supposed to be learning what? What is grace? Look that up. Read.
The grace of a woman delighteth her husband.
Okay. Right now, women, sisters, is your day geared to delighting and making a smile come on your husband's face? I know. Huh? When you're getting up, and this is why one of my scriptures to my ribs is reminding them about the labor and love and the work. Because you don't want to get so caught up in the work to where you forget the love of what you're doing. Because in that, what you're doing will bring a smile to your face and be a smile to your husband's face. So you got to have the labor of love. If you don't have the labor of love in your house, then what happens? You ain't give a damn about your husband. Shalom, I'm going to be home. Like, girl, you're not bringing joy to me right now. You're not bringing happiness right now. Right? Go ahead.
And her discretion.
And Grace, what you got? Read on. Her what?
The grace of a woman.
Right.
Delighteth her husband.
Read.
And her discretion.
What do Israelites women need to be taught?
Discretion.
Somebody tell me what discretion is. Come on. Quick. Discretion.
Discreet or to not draw attention.
Oh, good. That's the basic. To be discreet and not draw attention, right? Yeah.
Discretion is not overdoing.
Okay, discretion. Not doing too much. You damn doing too much.
You know when to stop or not to over, like for example, eating, not to overfill your plate.
Oh, not to overfill your plate. What you got?
God, discretion. The quality of behaving.
See, behavior. Like some of these women don't know how to damn act. You don't got no behavior. You're like 40 years old and you act like you're 16. Like damn, you ain't got no class. That's where the grace was supposed to come in. Why you act like that? Like you gotta tell her, look, let's talk. We ain't gotta do all that. We're gonna talk. You're not gonna talk over me. We're not gonna yell at each other. We can do this. I'm a human. I'm a man. You're a woman. Let's deal with wisdom. But you want to act like a damn 6-year. Come on, man. I'm too old for that. Let's talk. What you got to say? What am I not getting across? What is it that you want me to understand that I'm not getting to understand? That's how I do it. Because sometimes it's like that. Okay, you want me to get something. And I'm not getting it. Tell me so I can comprehend this. And you sit there and listen. But damn it, when I'm listening, you're going to listen too. Damn it, if I'm trying to do it right, you got to try too.
That's right.
And see, when there's a person that's not trying, there's a problem. Now, we deal with the men. This topic is on women. Right? When she's not trying, there's a damn problem. She's not trying to please the Most High, please righteousness, do the will of the Most High. There's a problem. Y'all understand? So we'll go ahead and finish that.
Son, the quality of behaving,
right,
or speaking in such a way as to avoid causing offense.
Avoid causing offense. Avoid causing offense. Does your rib walk around like damn? Can you feel in her vibe? Like if I say this is gonna throw him off. This is good. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, you gotta check. No matter how long my rib's been in the truth, I gotta always check them for that. Remind them, like the way you deliver things to me. Because I'm not gonna respond when you a smart ass, when you disrespect me. I'm not gonna respond to that. You gotta come to me correct. Right? Go ahead.
That was it.
Right. Discretion. Tact. It got to be tact. Because you're teaching our daughters this. You're teaching our kids that. He don't respect me. I wonder why. She don't respect me. I wonder why. Mom. Because damn, you don't think it's you? You don't ever want to see how you run around and challenge the things that are set up to be in order? Y'all don't understand that. Like, I wonder why. Like, they just don't respect me. I'm done with it. You literally created this environment of disrespect, but demand demand respect. You got to get in order, and then the house will get in order. The problem is you think your man is supposed to get in order. Yeah, he's supposed to get in order. He gotta listen to you. No, you gotta listen to me. Sheesh. You see the problem? You want to keep doing the things the way the white man. It said the whole earth is out of course. Right? A woman will surpass a man. That's what the scriptures say. What?
There's another one that says.
Another one what?
For discretion.
Go ahead.
How to act it out. It said discretion examples include acting within a scope and an authority of their job description.
Right. Check that out.
So, yeah. So you're analyzing your role and you're playing that. You're fitting that description. So you're being what? Consciously aware of how you're supposed to be viewed.
Right.
You're thinking before I act. Okay, I'm in my emotions and my husband's about to come home. How should I play this out? You know what? The kids are home. That's gonna have a bad reaction. That's gonna have a bad reaction. Okay. Wise man when it's sold with his words. Right? I paraphrase through scripture. He that is wise when it's sold.
Right.
How am I gonna win the soul of my husband? Oh, not talk like this. Okay. Boom. So you're understanding, you're being consciously aware of how you're going to be viewed and how you're coming off before you're put in that position.
Discretion. What was the other one before? Grace. What you got?
Grace. It says a state of reconciliation to the Most High, appropriately.
Okay, this grace is how I function and move, not the grace of forgiveness.
Like elegance.
Yeah, this is an elegance. This is quality how you function, right? What you got, Aria? Say it loud.
Grace.
Not that loud, but say my line. Yes, sir.
Okay. The quality of behaving. Oh no. Wow. Wait, my bad.
You got one? What you got?
Elegant, grace, elegance and beauty of movement or expression.
Right.
She's not talking like she got Timberlands on,
right?
You know, and gold teeth with a Newport in her ear, right? She's able to communicate, even though she might not understand. She's still coming with discretion. What man don't appreciate that?
Right, discretion. A Newport in her ear, right? Right. Discretion and grace, how she carries herself. Y'all see that, right? Go ahead.
Verse 14. A silent and loving woman.
A what?
A silent and loving woman.
Do you know how to cough it up and shut up? You women, ask yourself, are you going to talk over Yahweh Shai? Huh? You going to talk over Yahweh Shai? When Yahweh Shai asks you a question, you going to rebuttal him? You going to combat him? Do you know how to be silent and just follow? Like all the time your opinion's not needed. No, I don't like your children. Do you need to hear their opinion all the time? Like you hear them, but all the time it's not needed. Hey, thanks, babe, but no, we're going to do it this way. That's how you got to do it as a husband. You know what, babe? The water for that, but no, we're going to do this. Like, you should have enough of grace to know that, to shut up. You don't need to be heard all the time. Right? A silent and loving woman. That's not saying you're not going to talk. It's understand what's being said here. All the time, you don't have to what? Say something. But all the time, when your husband offers up a way, you don't always have to what? Do a percentage in your life, y'all. We deal with percentages, all right? If you're doing it 80%, there's a problem. If you do it 50%, there's a problem. That means literally every time he says something, 50% of the time, you're going to keep coming back and have a rebuttal, a remark, a better idea, another way to go. Do you know how to shut up? Read it again.
A silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord.
Is a what?
Is a gift of the Lord.
Go ahead.
And there is nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed.
Are you ready, woman, to be instructed? Did you come to your husband to be learned? There was a couple. There was a couple that I counseled maybe 4 or 5 years back in Houston. And they just had got into the truth. And one of the sisters' issues was that her husband doesn't want to take control. Her husband doesn't want, he just won't take control. He just won't be the man. Well, now we understand why. Because the way you talk down to him, the way you're disrespectful, the way you won't shut up and let him lead. See, Israel be playing games, man. They'll be playing damn games. I just want my man to rule the house. Rule the house in the Lord. Okay, babe, look, we're going to do it like this. Yeah, but no, it's like, then you beatboxing every time. I thought you wanted me to rule the house. Bruh, come on, read.
Verse 15.
Stop the cap.
Verse 15.
Stop the cap. No. Go ahead.
A shamefaced and faithful woman.
Right? Are you shamefaced? Not in outward appearance. In the inward man. In the inward woman.
Right.
Because I know what you're saying. Yeah. I'm chill around brothers and sisters. And hey, listen. Sisters, you're on your way. If you can at least shut up in front of people, I can say you're on your way. Because it's hard. You being as an Israelite woman and a black, Hispanic, Native American woman, how you were taught. There's some people that can't even do that. Some women that can't do that. They will be disrespectful in front of brothers and sisters. In class. Right? So you're on your way if you can at least talk to him behind doors. But still, it's supposed to be with respect. He's your head. He's your leader. He's your husband. He's your love. He's your boo thing. Right? He's your boo thing. That's what you call him, right? I don't call him that exactly because you're a mean, disgruntled woman. I don't call him my boo thing. He's far from my boo thing. Wow. See, the truth will come out, bro. The truth sets you free. Makes you free. Go ahead.
A shamefaced and faithful woman is a double grace.
Is a what?
Is a double grace.
See, that's a blessing. And a lot of time, brothers don't value that. They don't value that in the world. She's too quiet. What the hell you want, bro? You want somebody, you got a builder to talk to you. I would rather have a non-talker than the one that's just running her damn mouth. And everything's about her. These brothers don't even know what to value. Like she's just too quiet, she's too timid. I don't want to have to teach her. That's why you're going to get you a haughty, loud, disrespectful woman. Give me a quiet one. I'll take that one. I'll get her to where we can talk and communicate. I'll take a bashful woman over a loud, disgruntled, flamboyant woman. See, but what the streets told you. Nah, man, I like it when they hoish. You get those cats? Man, I like it when they loud and disgruntled. Man, that turned me on. Until she's sleeping with your friends. Until you guys had a threesome and she left you for the girl that you had a threesome with. Their logic is damn warped. They're sick.
Right.
They sick, huh? Go ahead.
And her continent mind.
Continent. What does it tell us about this woman? Her continent mind. Come on.
Continent means restrained, moderate, intelligent.
Wait a minute. What woman can actually verbalize that? What does it say?
Restrained.
It says what?
Restrained.
Huh? You got restraint, sis? Think about it. These aren't qualities that Kazaki wrote in here. It's qualities the Most High is saying. Do you got restraint? Do you know how to shut up? Do you know how to fall back? Do you know how to say, yes, my Lord, as thou wilt? I'm going to ride with you, babe. Whatever way you want. I'm cool with that. It hurts to you, like, ugh, I can't, hell no. Because you ain't practiced in the gospel the virtues that the Most High want. How long you have the truth? See, you start pulling that. How long you been in the truth and you don't know this? You've been an Israelite online. You know what that means? I watched classes, but I didn't do nothing. I kept being the same nigga that I was when I came in the truth. That's what online means. That's why when you meet a lot of these cats, you find out that what? They still doing a lot of wicked things. And they would be the first ones to be like, well, what about the Sabbath, huh? Nigga, what about your demonic rib? Huh? The anal sex y'all have. What about that? Well, what about the Sabbath, Doc? Like, what about your rib, not wearing a bra? Let's start there. But Israel, what? Establish your own righteousness. How long you been in the truth? You don't know about this continent mind. Go ahead. Continent. Go ahead.
A shamefaced and faithful woman is a double grace, and her continent mind cannot be valued.
And her continent mind cannot be valued. That's a virtuous woman. That's what we're supposed to be looking for. Now, you came into the truth with this woman, right? My rib is now built to be valuable. You see that? You can't give up on her. Only time you can cut her off is for that fornication. If she do not want to serve the Lord. She wants to keep serving Christmas, Halloween, Thanksgiving. No, sir. As for me and my house, we shall serve the Lord. If she don't want to go as thou wouldst have her, then it says you can cut her off and give her a bill of divorce. But you got to bring her to the level. That means that you men got to step outside of your, I was just going to walk out again. You can't walk out all the time. You can't let the conversation go for months and you never revisit the conversation. Right. You got to stop that. You got to stop that. That's not solving the issues. You got to get to talking. Let's talk about this. Let's rap. What's on your mind? Hey, you were upset the other day. You ready to talk now? This is what we have to do. This is how we solve our issues. Because everything else is why you got a dysfunctional relationship. Everything else is why she thinks what? I'm going to just keep doing me, boo-boo. Right? I'm going to just keep doing me. You let her do her. Instead of having these values and walking and living and trying to pursue this. Go ahead.
Come.
As
the sun when it rises in the high heaven.
Right.
So is the beauty of a good wife.
Right.
In the ordering of her house.
In the what?
Ordering of her house.
See, I was supposed to order the house. Yes. But under the order. You were supposed to order the house. But you were supposed to go back to your husband and say, hey, babe, I was thinking about whoop-de-whoop, to-whoop, do-do-do-do-do. What you think? You know what? I'm right with that. But here's the problem. If you men always are like, you know what? You just do whatever you want to do. Then she's going to do it whatever way she wants to do it. If you don't create a hedge, then she's going to go ahead and run with it. And you did that for 10 years. Now when you come back and be like, listen, we're going to do it. Why we got to do it that way? You let her run with the control. You let her run with the power. You didn't fall under the power of the Lord. You can't give no woman power that hasn't humbled herself under the power of the Most High. What the hell is wrong with you? I ain't give my ribs no power until they showed me. They showed me that they were going to respect me, respect the word of the Most High. Then I started like, this sister, that sister, talking and giving them kudos. Other than that, it was getting ripped into. I was going through these classes, going home and saying, did you get that? Or when they were in class, I would be ripping into them. Because if they weren't abiding by this, I'm not going to boast up. I'm not going to give them no position. They don't deserve that. Well, brothers get that position. Come on. We don't get no position but being disgruntled and out of order. Well, why the hell a woman's supposed to get it? Because you're all up under her ass instead of being in her mind, in her spirit. That's the problem. That's the problem. So you're thinking like Americans, like these black Americans. This is the way it's supposed to be. No, the word is the way it's supposed to be. Right. You were supposed to establish this as the covenant, the contract, the way, the guidance, and then it would help in a lot of these different areas. But the problem is you didn't know how to deal with a woman. You didn't know how to choose a woman. Right. And now when you get into these things, you're like, wait, you talk to your rib, brother? Yes. You got to talk to them, huh? It can't just be about sex, roll over and ignore them. I'm still getting better at that. I'm still bad at it in my book. And I'm 100 times better than I was. My communication got to get way better. So who the hell are y'all that come in and they won't even talk, barely conversate? If you're doing that with your wife at home, you're going to have issues. Because how do you cast down imagination in every thought if you ain't communicating? How do you root out, break down, and build up if you're not communicating? The white man never told you what? You're the head. You're the leader. You're the guidance. Go in there, what? Take the kingdom. He told you what? Fall back. You the whole. Fall back. You need to let them rule you. That's what he told you. The Most High said, take the position, do your job as a husband, as a leader, as a bishop, and lead the house. Not being mean, not being disgruntled, not being a brute. Right. I'm not saying none of that. Right. You know what I mean? Don't get this twisted. I'm not saying you got to be Mr. Commando. I can do this respectfully. Without being a lion. We can be respectful, and I respectfully will not put up with your BS. Go ahead.
Verse 17. As the clear light is upon the holy candlestick,
right?
So is the beauty of the face.
Verse 16, read it again.
Come. As the sun when it riseth in the high heaven,
right?
So is the beauty of a good wife in the ordering of her house.
Is your wife that beauty? Right? Is she the beauty that you want her to be? Go ahead.
As the clear light,
right,
is upon the holy candlestick.
When you look at the Shabbat candlesticks, and you said, behold, it is the Shabbat, in the beauty of this day. Right? Go ahead.
So is the beauty of the face in ripe age.
Yeah, ripe age. And you know what? It don't have to be, oh, she's young and beautiful. She could be older, and with the countenance of a righteous woman, the beauty will shine through. This is what happens when you get older. When you get older and your rib starts to get older with you, and all the beautiful things start to fade that you looked at her when you were young, this quality shines forth above all. The character, the grace, the light. So I'm looking past the physical appearance. I'm looking past those flabby ass arms. I'm looking past that gut. Right. I'm looking past your white ass pores. Dry ass hair. Right? I'm looking past that. Right? And I'm not saying that every woman's supposed to just let herself go. I'm saying that when you get older, all that fades. Just like it fades in us. Right? Men last a little bit longer, but it fades. Don't matter. Go ahead.
Verse 18. As the golden pillars are upon the sockets of silver, so are the fair feet.
The what? The brutish feet. The timberland feet?
The fair feet.
Right, where she got gunshots in her toes?
Fair feet.
Like, nigga, I'm running through the house.
Fair feet.
Like, you downstairs and upstairs all you hear is... Who's that upstairs? That's Pookie up there. He's whooping somebody's butt up there on the 3rd floor. supposed to, wait, the fair feet. Bruh, hey, used to irritate me, man. We was living with a brother, and all his rib used to do is go in the kitchen, and all you hear is plink, 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 plink. The door slamming this. It's like, what is wrong with you? You slamming down everything. You going through the house. Bruh, I used to be like, bruh, this is crazy. It's like, what? The fair feet. How you're galloping. You're galloping through the house with gentleness. A pleasant roll, right? Go ahead.
So are the fair feet with a constant heart.
No, a constant, constant heart, right? Look up the word. Check this out. Fair feet with a constant heart. Constant. What do you got?
Fixed.
A what?
Fixed.
What is this woman's mind?
Fixed.
It's what?
Fixed.
Everywhere.
Fixed.
It's on social media?
Fixed.
It's, well, listen, I don't need to know where you're going, and then when I know where you're going, and then I this and this and this and that, and then I'm arguing and I'm fighting everything in life. It's what?
Fixed.
She's a faithful sister. She's fixed. Go ahead.
Not buried.
Not what?
Not buried.
Not buried. She's not double-minded. She understands the qualities that Yahweh wants. Go ahead.
Unchanged.
What?
Unchanged.
Wait a minute. She wants to leave one day. We divorce her one day. The next day we back.
Unchanged.
1 minute she's talking humble. And the next minute she's talking like a dog.
Unchanged.
Constant. Right? She's consistent. Unchanged. Read on. No, you're done. Go ahead.
Verse 19. My son, keep the flower of thine age.
So you know what the Most High told you? What the Most High tell the men? Read it again.
Keep the flower of thine age.
What the Most High told the men?
Keep the flower of thine age.
Right.
Sound.
Read.
And give not thy strength to strangers.
This woman is acting like a damn heathen. Don't give your strength to strangers. And all you young men, when these hoes out here in these streets try to deal with you and pull you in and break you and take your strength, take your power, bro, fall back. Read it again.
My son, keep the flower of thine age.
Protect your virginity.
Right.
Protect your virgin. Go ahead.
Sound.
Read.
And give not thy strength to strangers.
Yeah, because a lot of these Israelite women act like heathens. Don't give your strength to these strangers. Go ahead.
When thou hast gotten a fruitful possession.
Wait a minute. Put my seed in everything, huh?
A fruitful possession.
Do you know what you got here? A lot of brothers don't know what they got. Well, he started from the beginning and told you about a virtuous woman. He helped you in the last book over. The Bible talks about a virtuous, righteous sister. He's telling the boys now what? Keep your virgin. And then when you got a what?
Fruitful possession.
Wait, not a cemetery. Where she got like damn all kind of men, all kind of babies in her. Right? You mean really cherishing like, but guess what, y'all? The Most High said you would do it. He said he gonna make these women your women whores, right? He wasn't gonna correct them for their whoredom, and you was gonna love it. And that's what they do. They love some whorish women out there. They value that, right? They value this mind state. But to the wise, the Most High said, what? Keep your virgin. Then when you find out that these values of virtue are in her, now you're going to know that is a fruitful possession. Why? Because in order for it to be fruitful, if I have this tree, the fruit that comes from it, it will produce something. When you lay your seed in a harlot, you won't get any fruit from that. Those kids are going to be pookies. Might end up transgender. That's not a fruitful possession. We what? We take off the condom to anything that's thick and tender. what? Now you know, hold your virgin till you get a fruitful possession. Don't just jump off and, bro, I keep tell y'all, aluminum foil. Yeah, strap up with aluminum foil. All that. You need to be double tied. Huh? Don't have no damn babies with these women unless she is a fruitful possession.
Right.
You see it right now. They already want something. These cats be popping off babies, bro. You don't have no kids with them. See ya. But what happened? These women go around trying to have babies with these men just to get child support. But that's your fault, you big dummy. You were supposed to do what? No fruitful possession. Right. Go ahead.
When thou hast gotten a fruitful possession.
Read.
Through all the field.
Through what?
All the field.
What do you do when you go hunting for land? What do you do?
Survey it.
You survey it. Do you just go jump and buy a damn house? You know what, man? This is a nice house. Didn't see the crack. Didn't see the water leaking. The gas is messed up. You don't got central air. You man, I love this house. This is beautiful. Once again, black man, you're looking at the outward appearance. But you're not seeing the full. The inside is dead of bones. It's a cemetery. They buried some dead Indians under this house. You're not seeing it. You were supposed to survey the land. You know what survey the land is? Prove a friend. Not get on the phone with her. You know what? Shalom. Here's a story of an Israelite couple that I met 3 years ago. Not going to say their names, but I would damn use the example. In Rochester. What we tell them?
Don't do it. Strap it up.
Do not lay with this sister. But she's an Israelite. She's alive. She got her head covered. To this day, she's living in one city, talking mess about him. He's living back with his mama. Why? Because y'all keep playing games with this book and think, oh, that's just what brothers are saying. Like, we're proving this, that the method works with Yahweh. Your neighborhood foolish method don't work.
Circle K.
Circle K. 7-Eleven method does not work. It does not work, y'all. They're separate to this day. Because why? They didn't listen and they came in front of me. Yeah, we're married now. Yeah, she got a baby. And the baby's living with her. And they counseling about how he's a bum. You know why I tell you these things? Because it's not funny. We're trying to show y'all stop jumping and putting your pee-pee in everything. And sisters, stop looking at these men and thinking every man with a garment on is a Hebrew Israelite. You got to get to know them. Right? We should know that from the world. This should be a no-brainer. You survey the land. Then you say, you know what? That's the land. Water's running through this land. The leveling is perfect. We got grass. We got a stream. We can apply plumbing. You know what? Look at the vastness of it. Man, the cattle can eat from this land. You know what we do? We don't do none of that.
Pear trees, plum trees.
Yeah, got some pear trees, some plum trees, all that.
Got some pecan trees.
This is a good dang land. Read on. Come on.
Sow it with thine own seed.
Do it what?
Sow it with thine own seed.
Then you do what? You sow it with your own seed. Then you lay your seed in. Because you what? You talk with this sister. You've been dating for a few years. She's about the Most High. Right? Because after a few years, what comes out? The laundry. The dirty laundry. Damn, at least give it a year. Because it'll happen in a year. At least give it a year. I haven't seen it happen in 6 months. People reveal themselves in 6 months. You're supposed to be on honeymoon and you already arguing in the first 5 months. You see? You see why we told you, brother? Don't jump in. Read, come on.
Trusting in the goodness of thy stock.
See, It's not her seed. America taught you what? It's her baby. Bro, that's your stock. That's your seed. She needs your semen. The women need you. But the problem is what? The earth is upside down. They have changed the everlasting covenant, the laws, the rules. They lied to you.
That's my queen, though.
That's my queen. The black woman is queen. Right? Yeah, the black woman is queen. Well, why you ain't acting like the king?
Right?
Yeah. Read, come on.
So thy race, which thou...
So thy what?
Thy race...
See, let's go back. A virtuous woman is established in a nation. A harlot, she don't give a damn about the race. These women don't care about black boys. These women don't care about the black daughters. They don't care about none of that. They care about what? How can I get another damn check? And after all said and done, am I going to have a little bit of money in the account? That's all they care about. Because the white man put them in panic mode. He showed them how not to trust in the Father, so they what? They panicking. They don't know what to do. Go ahead.
So thy race, which thou leavest, shall be magnified.
You see that? That's what type of woman you want. You know that if you die, she's going to carry on your legacy. Your children, you ain't all of a sudden an Israelite one week, and now you back in Christianity the next week. You should be knowing that. Go ahead.
Having the confidence of their good descent.
You see that? The descent from who? You. Your people. Your lineage. Your rib. Wives. This is what you're doing. You establishing the race, the nation. Go ahead.
And harlots shall be accounted as spittle.
See, but you what? You love those harlots. You love a chick that's bending over with the sweat mark. You know what I mean? That's on social media. With pounds of makeup. That don't got no chill. Right? That don't got no respect for each other. For herself, excuse me. Go ahead.
But a married woman is a tower.
A what?
Is a tower.
Wait a minute. A what type of woman?
A married woman.
Wait. So the Most High don't respect no harlot.
Lie.
He said, a shameless woman shall be counted as a dog.
That's right.
Oh, I jumped. My bad. Go ahead.
A married woman is a tower against death to her husband.
See? Are you building the house or are you tearing it down? Black woman. Hispanic woman. Israelite woman. Go ahead.
A wicked woman.
A wicked woman what?
Is given as a portion to a wicked man.
So, now you got to go reevaluate yourself. See? We made the bad decisions. So, that being said, black man, Israelite man, you can't blame it on everything. You can't blame it on everything. The reason why she's distorted is because all the damn orgies you did with her. You want to know why she ain't pure? Because you brought her in an orgy. You brought all these toys in your relationship and don't understand why she ain't desiring you. The toy's better, longer, and stronger. So don't ask me, is this unlawful? Like, brother, she don't respect you as it is. That is 15 inches. What the hell are you? Yeah, and then you want, why she don't respect me? Because she respects that long, strong 15 inches more. You made her this whore. We made the black women whores. Because you didn't respect them. You didn't honor the black woman for what she was supposed to be. So let's not be so quick to put the buck only on the women. The men are garbage as hell too.
That's right.
Because when it comes down to these standards, what? I don't know how to talk, You want to get the truth and then cut her off quick. You didn't even put in no damn work, At least try. Before you jump, she's wicked, Kazak's right. Kazak ain't nothing. You got to do your damn job and what? Try to at least fix what you messed up. How many of these black women you ran through like nothing? So a wicked woman is given to you because you want you wanted a wicked woman. Now that you're trying to be righteous, you got to remind her, hey, listen, we were both filthy and dirty. Let's be real at this. Think about how much crack you smoke, baby. How much lines we did together. How much pills we popped together. Come on. Let's get on this ride together. I don't want to leave you alone. I'm done with that life.
Right.
Well, you can't just give up on her. Just like the black woman can't give up on her husband. Right? Go ahead.
A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man.
Go ahead.
But a godly woman,
right,
is given to him that feared the Lord.
Once again, read.
A dishonest woman,
right,
contemneth shame.
See, a dishonest woman contemneth shame. So, sisters, where you at? Are you going to be this dishonest woman? You want to break up, but you already committed adultery with somebody else online. Oh, we haven't slept together. The scriptures say you weren't supposed to even be talking to these other men. And who do you think you playing games with, though? I don't get it. Like, literally, you like, because I'm not in there, because Zach is not in your DMs. Yahweh's in your DMs.
Right.
He's in your DMs and know that you already fornicating. So don't act like, you know what I mean? No, he's just a friend, bruh. Your friend is supposed to be your husband. Why is not your friendship built with him? See? That's the man's problem. You didn't cut off mama. It said they shall leave father and mother, but she still go to counsel with her mama. My ribs don't counsel with their mama. What the hell? They know their mama's damn way off. They're counseling mama. My ribs counseling mom how to be in the spirit. Yeah, mom, you got to get in the book. But you got your ribs still like, yeah, and he, and cluck, 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 cluck. That's what you're doing. And you just letting her do that. And they don't want to know what? She's clucking. Go ahead.
But an honest woman will reverence her husband.
Is that your goal? How many of y'all want to reverence your husband? There you go. One. Read.
A shameless woman.
But a what?
A shameless woman.
Read.
Shall be counted as a dog.
We know what a female dog is. A shameless woman shall be counted as a dog. You got no shame, it's going to show forth. All the fakery is going to be out the window. You're going to show forth what you are. Read.
But she that is shamefaced,
right,
will fear the Lord.
They will what?
Fear the Lord.
What did I didn't tell y'all wrong earlier, did I? That it's supposed to be about who first? The reverence of the husband is because you reverence the father. So it shows respect that you don't give a damn about the father, the wisdom, the word, the knowledge. So while you're trying to psychologically play games with yourself and act like, well, it's about him, what the father said. Why you ain't doing what the commandments said? Why you ain't doing what the scripture says? Right. Why you ain't trying to do the things and reach the goals of this virtuous woman? Right? When did you start? When did you ever start that? Giving up power to your husband. Exactly. Let's start it all over. But now you can start it the right way. Go home to him and say, baby, you know what my problem is? I got a prideful demon on me. And I never submitted myself to the Father nor to you. And the only way this is going to happen is me give up power and control. But I want to be led right. So I want you to lead me in the spirit of the Most High. But that's my demon, and that's what I need to do. How many of y'all can do that? Go ahead.
A woman that honoreth her husband shall be judged wise of all.
That's why, look, when you look around, you can't be hid. Right? Like I said, it sucks to get on the phone with a new brother, new sister, and this sister don't got no damn chill. It's like, damn. You talking over him, you disrespecting him. I'm like, golly. I'm like, how long y'all been together? Oh, only a year. Oh, wow. Damn, and she's already losing it. What happens when y'all together 50 years? No, we know that ain't gonna happen, right? Ain't no, hell no. Go ahead.
A woman that honored her husband
right
shall be judged wise of all.
Go ahead.
But she that dishonored him in her pride.
In her what?
In her pride.
What does this all come down to?
Her pride.
Go ahead.
Shall be counted ungodly of all.
I didn't say it. The Most High is telling a lot of these women that your pride is ungodly. Now, when you go to when you go to Ecclesiastes, the scriptures tell us what? Pride is hateful before God and man. The scriptures tell you pride goes before destruction. You are literally in league with the white man now.
Wow.
Why do you think he's being destroyed? It says what? He's sitting in the seat of God and he says, I am God. Just like you. Just like you. You sit in your seat and you what? No chill. No man's going to tell me what to do. Good. Good. All right, let's see how that works out for you. Let's see how that works out. Go ahead.
Verse 27.
Go ahead.
A loud crying woman.
And then you what? Now you want to be disrespectful. Go ahead.
And a scold.
And now you're what? Scolding. Right? You're saying disrespectful things. You're mocking. Right? It's like, bruh, don't put up with that, brothers. I'm going to show you. Read.
A scold shall be sought out to drive away the enemies.
Right. See, you don't got to put up with this. Go to 25 and 26 again.
Ecclesiastes chapter 25 verse 26.
You don't got to be, your life, Yahweh, get it misconstrued. It says, what God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. Did God put you with a demon? Well, we just read it. It said a wicked woman is giving that portion to a wicked man. So don't act like God did this. Oh, we don't supposed to separate because God brought us together. Nigga, Satan brought you together. You met her one night, had sex with her, and y'all try to make it work. It was born through fornication. Right. Stop coming with that, trying to apply the gospel to your promiscuous ways. No. It says what the Lord hath brought together, let no man put asunder. Well, maybe I need to do a class on what the Lord puts together, or did y'all get it? The Lord didn't put y'all together, this woman for you and y'all to kill each other, hate each other, you to be a whoremonger, her to be disrespectful, the house out of order. That's not what the Lord put together. You think you supposed to sit around and teach your kids all that? I'm going to say it again. If your rib is doing all that in the house, and she's bringing Christmas in and doing whatever the hell she want to do, you think God said that to be fine with that? Y'all better get your commandments and scriptures right. As for me and my house, we shall serve the Lord. So I got to stay there and let this woman just disrespect me because the Lord brought us together? Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 25 verse 26.
Go ahead.
If she go not as thou wouldest have her,
go ahead.
Cut her off from thy flesh.
Yeah, I'll be damned. Well, I want a divorce. You want a divorce? You know, I'm bound to write one up just for that. For you running your mouth. But I know you talk through emotions. I want a divorce. Oh yeah? You how? Huh? Who you gonna link up with? Who wants you?
How many kids you got?
Right. Y'all gotta understand, you don't gotta put up with that. Just like a woman don't have to put up with a man beating her ass, abusive. You don't put up with that. That ain't what God put together. That's what the devil put together. You know what I mean? And nowhere in the scriptures it says, listen, you gotta sit around while he's whooping your ass and hurting you and harming you and locking you up. That's not what the Bible puts together. That's what the Most High does. You understand? That's why it says, if she go not as thou wouldest have her, cut her off and give her a bill of divorce. If you got a harlot, she's breaking the laws. Con? Okay, all right. Just want to make sure, unless we have to go to the commandments, and I'll show you. Go ahead.
And give her a bill of divorce.
And then give her a bill of divorce. Jump back. Read.
verse 27.
Go ahead.
No, 28. There be two things that grieve my heart.
Go ahead.
And the third maketh me angry.
Go ahead.
A man of war.
Right.
That suffereth poverty.
Read.
And men of understanding.
A man of war, you go to war and you were supposed to reap the benefits of war, not come back with anxiety, depression, and then be broke. Right. They were supposed to help us out, right? Go ahead.
And men of understanding that are not set by.
Right. And this man, you got the knowledge, you got the truth, but you won't stand on your square in the spirit. You won't stand on this. Most High's like, that make me angry. But that's why you got your house moving the way it is. Because you won't establish the gospel. I'm going to say it again for all y'all that didn't catch it. Not saying be mean, not saying be a brute, not saying be belligerent. But rightfully establishing a foundation that's established on Christ. Go ahead.
And one that returneth from righteousness to sin.
Go ahead.
The Lord prepared such an one for the sword.
That's what the Most High is going to do, whether male or female. Go ahead.
A merchant shall hardly keep himself from doing wrong.
Go ahead.
And an huckster shall not be free from sin.
Right. So what this is saying is that if you're a merchant, the Most High said, watch it in the other scripture because you're trying to sell things, but you don't want to break your integrity while you're selling things and be a huckster. Now you're what? Treating people wrong, lying, and being deceptive when you're a merchant. So that's what it's saying. All right. Yes?
When they say return from righteousness, does that mean turn away from righteousness?
Yeah. It means go back to the vomit, right? Right. Okay. I know it's a lot, Con. We're done, though. Any questions online and any questions here? What you got? One online first, and then we'll go to Aaron. Go ahead. What we got online?
The brother Damien asks, understanding of Numbers 20, Numbers chapter 20, verse 18. Yeah.
Okay, let's go there.
Numbers chapter 20, verse 18.
I've been holding it. Go ahead.
Want me to start at 17?
Where's this question at?
Verse 20.
Go ahead, read it 17.
Let us pass, I pray, through thy country. We will not pass through the fields,
right,
or through the vineyards. Neither will we drink of the water of the wells. We will go by the king's highway.
Right. So this was Israel, right?
Going through Edom.
Going through Edom, and they were telling them, "Look, we're not going to mess with none of your stuff. Just let us slide along the highway. We're going to be out of everybody's sight. We won't deal with anything that's yours." Right? This is us coming out of Egypt. This is one of the times that Esau, right, was not being a brother. Right? And this is why when you read about in Obadiah, when you read in Amos, Micah, about the perpetual hatred they have for us, this is one of those moments on where it started. So we're going and coming out of Egypt, and Esau was supposed to be our brother, right? Didn't want us to come through there. And that's what it's going into. Go ahead.
We will not turn to the right hand nor the left.
Yeah, we're not going to peel through your lands and start doing things. Hey, we're not going to do none of that. Go ahead.
Until we have passed thy borders.
Go ahead.
And Edom said unto him, thou shalt not pass by me.
So this is why the Most High is upset with Esau. Because when we were fleeing, they were supposed to be the brother and be like, you know what? Hey, y'all not messing with nothing. Y'all can go through. But they didn't do that. You see, because this perpetual hatred that Esau has for us. Go ahead.
Was that it? Come out against thee with the sword.
You see? So that's the answer. When you go to the Obadiah, and the Most High said, because let's go back real quick. Yeah. Yeah. Obadiah 1 and 10.
Obadiah chapter 1 verse 10. For the violence against thy brother Jacob,
right?
Shame shall cover thee.
Yeah, like why you what's all this violence? Brother, I just wanna go through the land and not be seen. But you got what? You got the spirit of hatred in you, right? This is why it says that he that hateth his brother is of the devil. Right? Go ahead.
And thou shalt be cut off forever.
And thou shalt be what?
Cut off forever.
So, Numbers is one main instant why the Lord is cut Esau off. Because when he was supposed to give us the passage and be a brother and be his brother's keeper, they did not. Okay? So, hopefully that answers your question. Next question.
The scripture. It's on the under one thing. Echad. Right?
Echad?
Echad. That means
O-N-E. O-N-E. It's not the number one, but it's O-N-E, spelled out one.
Like unified, right?
Or just one.
Just one.
Yeah, but okay, so you have the numerology, right? So if I asked you, I said, listen, write down 1 to 10. You would write the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But when you would talk in a sentence, right, you might use O-N-E, right? So Echad is like that O-N-E, right? If we were to write the numerology part, we might come back with Ah. Right. You see that? Yeah. Go ahead.
And the second one is albino.
Yeah.
It's
a clear leopard.
Yeah.
They're full leopard. They're a clean leopard. Because you can touch an albino and not all of a sudden get the disease. When you go back to, and we're going to go into all that in Leviticus, it tells you the different levels of leprosy. From the pus to the bleeding, to the scabbing, to the peeling of the skin, to all the way to the clean leopard. The white man, albinos, are clean leopards. As opposed to, there's some leprosies in stages to where you can actually have a disease, right? And you can infect. And it's pus, it's the bleeding, it's those things. We're going to go on that too. Yeah? All right. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Understanding on Nahum chapter 2 and 7.
Nahum 2 and 7.
This word is Hazab. Is that referring to?
She shall be brought up, and her maid shall lead her, as with the voice of doves, tabering upon their breasts.
Kazah. You said 2 and 7?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Hazab. Hazab. Let's look that up in the Hebrew. Oh, wow. Nahum 2 and 7. Hazab. Okay, so Hazab is to stand. Take one stand, stand upright, be set, station oneself, to fix the church is stationary. So, let me read over this one. You know me, I don't like, if I don't got it right there, I read over it, double, triple check, all right? And I'll hit you back with it. Lord willing, we ain't going nowhere, all right? You know that. So I'll answer that for you. Yeah.
Hebrews chapter 6, verse 4.
Uh-huh.
I kind of just wanted to know from what, like exactly what they were trying to say.
Okay, Hebrews 6 and 4?
Yeah.
All right.
Hebrews chapter 6 and verse 4.
Go ahead.
For it is impossible for those who were once enlightened and have tasted of the heavenly gift.
Well, it's answering the question for you. It's telling you that there's people that were embodied with the Holy Spirit, right? It's going to be impossible for us to turn back. Us that have tasted of the word and the gift,
and eyes have been opened. There is no turning back. There's no going back. There's only a continual step forward. Even through our weaknesses and our falls and our shortcomings, we fall and rise back up. Remember, the wicked fall into mischief. Right? So that's what it's saying here. For it is impossible for those that have once were light and have tasted of the heavenly gift and were partakers of the Holy Spirit and have tasted the good of the word of the Most High and the powers of the world to come, if he shall fall away, to renew them again unto repentance. Yeah.
So, what I meant was, what is that exactly? I was curious to what the gift was, and the Holy Spirit is. It sounded like, I don't know.
The gift is everything it said: the word, the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding, the kingdom, all these things that the Most High has opened up our eyes to and promised us. That's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right, because those are the things that keep us rooted, right? We're like, bruh, there's no way I can, after knowing this, where am I running to? Nowhere to run, baby.
Nowhere to hide.
Yeah. Are abortions wrong? We did a video on that. Yes, abortions are wrong. Yes. Yeah. First of all, plainly, before we send you the class, we went over it. Remember, thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not murder. Right? Period. We know what the world thinks, but the law tells you straight out, you weren't supposed to do that. Now, as far as abortion and all these things, where it came from, we go a lot deeper into that in a class we did. And let us send you the topic. All right? Because right now, we did about 8 hours of class. It's like, what, 7 o'clock? We're going to send you the topic, shoot it over to you, and then you can get that class. All right? This is one topic we've been over before. All right, John? All right? What else? Okay? So we'll shoot that real quick in there. What's up?
He asked a question.
Oh, yeah. What's your question, sir?
What was abortion? What is abortion?
Oh, abortion is when a woman and a man lay together and they have sexual relations, right? And a man puts his seed in the woman, right? And then the woman decides, or the man decides, you know what, we don't want a baby. So they have ways to kill that baby. They have ways through pills. And if it gets a little older, they'll yank that damn baby out of there alive. Half dead. Yeah. So if you sit with your dad, your mom, and y'all go look at abortion videos. But that's how they do. In the beginning, they give you a pill, and it will dissolve the egg in the woman's body. Depending on what stage she's at, that baby will be alive, and they put a thing in the back of the baby's damn head and kill the baby. Yeah, straight up slaughter. But that's why America's so mixed. They're mixed, we're not, right? We know that you weren't supposed to do those things. You know what I mean? You're actually killing your seed. You're killing your generation. And that's what it all started with. Killing your seed. Right? So, yeah. Oh, yeah, you definitely need to sit down with mom and dad. You don't have to go to the gruesome ones, but y'all need to sit down together and then go over those videos so you can understand that. You know what I mean? That way, as you get older, you know, don't let no woman convince you, you know what I mean, to do an abortion. You know, I don't want the baby. See, but you see everything we just went over? You would know to have protected relations with, and don't even give her that. You know what I mean? Don't put your seed in that woman, because this woman will do what? A lot of women will try to kill their kids. And that, not men too. Men too. They're part of that too, because what they'll do is they'll pay for the women. And I heard one of these people saying the other day, you know how many abortions I paid for? That was Chris Rock, right? Yeah. Yeah, I was watching this special. He said that. You got to think about that. So men are part of that as well. But the process of it is killing the baby. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, was that it? That? Yes. Okay, all right, brothers and sisters, we're going to set up these prayers, finish this up, and get out of here. The water.
You ready? Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, please listen to us. Now, right now, Saint Michael, and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yahshua. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, and spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahushua, completely, for He is our hope, always and forever. Amen. Barak Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahushua,
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives to us the law.
Barak Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahushua,
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives to us the light to see.
Barak Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahushua,
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barak Yahweh, Ba'ashem
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And of course, you can get anointed after the prayers if you'd like to. All right? This is Psalm 92. It is a good thing. To give thanks unto the Lord. To sing praises unto thy name. O Most High. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning. And thy faithfulness every night upon the instrument of ten strings and upon the psaltery upon the harp with the psalm sound. For thou, Jehovah, hast made me glad to thy word. I will triumph in the work of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand it. When the wicked spring up as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Jehovah, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Jehovah, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my Lord shall thou exalt, like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire of my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desires of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that is planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat. And thirsty. To show that the Lord is our God. He is my rock. And there is no righteousness in him. Ba'ashem Yahshua. The what? Yah. Amen. This is Psalms 133 in Hebrew. Shayam. Hamarawa. Nadawa. Hana. Ma. Tawa. Wama. Na'ayim. Salati. Let me do that again. Shayam. Hamarawa. Nadawa. Hana. Ma. Tawa. Wama. Na'ayim. Shabbat. Akim. Gam. Yachar. Hashemat. Hatawah. Ayah. Harash. Zerah. Ayah. Hazakwah. Zakwah. Aharon. Teirash. Panya. Madarakua. Katol. Koroman. Teirash. Ayah. Haraya. Tazayawat. Kaya. Sham. Tazawah. Yahweh. At. Habaraka. Chayam. Havarah.
Behold, Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment, as the dew of Hermon, as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessings, even life forevermore.
Amen.
Ba'ashem Yahshua.
The water. Amen. Circle up. Yeah. The opposite. Yeah, you gotta still doing that is flat. Like that. And this is back piece. Call it.
Akim and Buddy. Right.
Yadi Batah, turn and face the sisters. Call it.
Akim and Buddy. Right.
Yadi Batah, dismiss.
Salute them online.
Shalom!
Shalom.